Hey guys, howdy. I hope you're fine. As you've seen in the thumbnail, in this video, we're going to see what if Naruto was young Anbu. Part 1, I request you to check the author of this fanfic and show some love and support. Name of the story is Anbu Brat by Naruto PWNSQB. Do check it out. All details in description. And if you want next part of this series, please leave a like and comment 5 blue emoji. Let's get into the video. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Naruto X Daenerys Targaryen in censored spicy version. Link in description. Peace can mean different things. Peace is a lack of combat or war. Peace is something one may have when one feels acceptance with the world. Most people get to enjoy at least one kind of peace, but for some there is no refuge from a cruel world, and peace is just a word like so many others. The passage of the sharp stone through the air created an audible whistle. The sound ceased abruptly as a darkly dressed ninja caught the rock heading towards its small, blonde target. Without hesitation, the ninja disappeared in a blur and adeptly delivered blows to the crowd that had gathered to attack a small child. The silver-haired ninja was not hard to identify, even behind 2 masks. All the ninja in the village, and many of its citizens, knew the identity of Hatake Kakashi. The crowd wisely dispersed, though many cursed and spat in the direction of the boy's fallen form. The Anbu captain restrained himself from pursuing the mob and turned to his colleague. Yamato, this is getting ridiculous. He carefully picked up the unconscious boy, who was bleeding from the numerous wounds he had received before he and his comrade had arrived. The other Anbu member nodded. Saname-sama has already dispatched Anbu to aid the boy 16 times so far this month. The captain shook his head wearily. I will speak to the Hokage. The boy is not safe out in the open like this. It is time something was done. The other Anbu did not have to verbalize his agreement. It was high time the boy was put under real protection. The normally indifferent Anbu were learning to care for the boy's safety. As well-educated shinobi, the 2 of them knew that the boy was not the demon that he was made out to be, any more than a sealing scroll is the kunai that it might contain. To think otherwise was nothing less than ignorance. Kakashi ascended to the top of the nearest building in a single bound, quickly followed by his companion, and he headed across the rooftops with his injured passenger. He headed in the direction of the Anbu headquarters to have the child's injuries treated. The civilian hospital was very difficult at treating this particular individual. The silver-haired Anbu captain had no desire to spend all night threatening the doctors and nurses, just to get the boy the treatment he was entitled to as a citizen of Konoha. Kakashi stood in front of his most senior commander, a frown unseen under his 2 masks. Hokage-sama, this is madness. He is attacked almost daily, and several times we have only just been in time to save his life. There's been more than one instance where his heart has actually stopped. I have never questioned your leadership, Hokage-sama. He paused, for both effect and to take enough time to show his words were not spoken hastily. Until now, the boy must be put somewhere safe, where he can be protected at all times. It's just not good enough. The usually laid-back Jounin was far from his normal, almost apathetic self. Never had Kakashi criticized Sarutobi so openly, and he had no choice but to take his student seriously. The Hokage was at an age where he spent more and more time reflecting upon the decisions he had made during his lifetime, knowing that hindsight could do nothing to alter his past decisions. The third felt guilt creep into his mind, because he felt he was letting Erasure down. The Yondaime would not have looked kindly on this. It was not a simple matter to resolve, however. No one will adopt him, Kakashi, and he is too old to be in the orphanage, even if that was an option. I cannot adopt him, as you well know. There would be too much conflict, but I agree with what you say. I cannot deny that I have let the boy down, but I am unsure how to make amends. Perhaps you have a suggestion? Kakashi had none, having been too antagonized to think rationally, and now he wished he had deliberated more before coming to the tower to berate the old man. Yamato shifted slightly, having remained silent until now. Hokage-sama, Naruto has become a growing responsibility for Anbu, and there are those who are becoming fond of the boy. Why don't we move him into the base? There are always members around, and there is a spare room on our team's floor. I'm sure no one would protest. He glanced at his captain, No one in their right mind would protest against something his captain felt so passionately about. I know Akiko-san will be pleased for one. The Hokage thought for a moment. He was determined to give Naruto's well-being the consideration it deserved. It was an unusual idea. Not much involving the blonde boy was usual, but perhaps an atypical solution would suit such an atypical problem. The Anbu base was not the ideal place to raise a child, but neither was a small, lonesome apartment. I agree, Hokage-sama, and I would be more than glad to have Naruto put under my charge back at base. The copycat ninja already felt more at ease. He knew that the old man's conscience would not allow him to refuse. After a moment of silence, the Hokage nodded. It seems that this is the best hope young Naruto has for a happy future. I will send someone to bring his belongings to the base. The once retired Hokage felt his guilt recede just a little. I need to come and speak to Naruto himself, as I fear that he will not trust you otherwise. While the Anbu have watched Naruto, he has not known. To him you are strangers, and he has been lured into traps before. The Hokage pushed against the arms of his chair, not having to instruct his two Anbu to follow as he exited his office. Haruno Akiko was the Anbu resident medic, a gentle healer living side by side with professional killers. Though Akiko was not a warrior at heart, she was still respected by the majority of those whose well-being was her responsibility. Her skills may not have been combat-based, but they were still undeniable. The Haruno Kunoichi ranked as one of the best medics that Konoha had to offer. Bright green eyes looked out from under pink bangs as she took a moment check that her current patient was completely healed. The pink-haired medic was rather fond of the small blonde boy, and she couldn't help but feel a motherly concern for him. She had no children of her own, but she had a niece who was the boy's age. Like all the adults in the village, she knew what the boy contained within him. Yet still she could not fathom the hatred that was aimed at the boy. Admittedly, she had never even spoken to the boy, but she had spied on him a few times, and at worst he had seemed pitiable. Akiko placed glowing hands on the boy's forehead. He will wake up in a few minutes. She glanced at the others in the small medical examination room. The Hokage turned to the two Anbu beside him. Yamato Kakashi, please stand back for now. He moved closer to the medic and the still unconscious child. Akiko watched as a pair of eyes flicked open for a fraction of a second. Then a moment later the eyes opened again. The eyes in question became wide in an instant. Please don't hurt me. Naruto tried to press himself into the wall. Slightly unfocused, deep blue eyes shifted rapidly about the room. His eyes were still focusing and the people still looked like dark lines. But he instinctively assumed that anyone was a threat. However, the young boy's eyes began to focus and the features of the closest person became clear. The boy saw a familiar wrinkled visage. He allowed his tense muscles to relax, knowing that he had a brief respite from his persecution while the old man was around. The saddened Hokage put his hand on the boy's shoulder. It's okay, Naruto, you're perfectly safe. No one here will hurt you. He gestured to the room in general. You're in the Anbu headquarters. Naruto avoided looking at the others in the room. He had learned that it was better not to look at people who seldom directed anything but hatred towards him. The boy took the time to look around the room. What's Anbu Ajisen? The Sandaime gave a warm smile when he heard his nickname, the boy not even knowing he was the Hokage. Anbu are the elite ninja of the village. He didn't know how else to explain them to a child. Naruto just accepted what he was told. Can I go home now? He could never allow himself to relax, but being in his small apartment was the closest he ever got. The old man perched himself on the edge of the bed. I'm afraid you can't go back to the apartment, Naruto. You will be moving in here. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and fear. Please don't make me Ajisen. He glanced at the others. They'll hurt me. Akiko's eyes welled up, and she slowly approached the boy, noticing how he began to tense. Naruto-kun. The old man turned to the pink-haired woman. No one here will hurt you, Naruto. In fact, Akiko is the one that has been making you better after you get hurt. Naruto turned slowly to the woman, his face full of confusion, then back to the old man. Why would someone want to make me better? The old man put on a fake smile, and the boy was too young to notice the sadness in his eyes. Akiko here is a medic, and it's her job to make people better. Naruto took a moment to assimilate the information as he turned to the woman and finally looked at her face, noticing an unusual lack of revulsion. I guess you don't know who I am. He lowered his head. You wouldn't help me if you knew what I was. The Hokage's breath caught. Naruto, what do you mean? His mind reeled at the thought that someone had told the boy what he contained. Naruto tucked his knees under his chin. I'm a demon. There was more than one sharp intake of breath. That's what they all tell me. As sad as it was the old man was, he was also glad the boy didn't know the entire truth. It was bad enough people had been his loss so badly. Akiko could take it no more and moved to the boy's side, reaching out to him. Naruto had begun to move away, but arms enveloped him and he instantly froze. He wanted to run away, but for some reason he could not bring himself to move, and his whole body began to relax in the woman's embrace. He had no idea what was happening to him, or why the pink-haired lady was doing such a thing. He did not understand why, but for some reason he didn't feel in danger. Instinctively, the blonde boy's arms wrapped around the woman's waist, and he simply enjoyed whatever it was that was happening to him. Akiko was relieved that the boy responded as well as he did. It was a good sign. As she stayed like that for a while, she realized that she felt a lot better for the embrace. She wasn't really sure who was giving who comfort. Eventually, however, she began to pull away. Why don't I show you around, Naruto-kun? The pink-haired medic continued to pull away, but before she was free from the embrace, the boy began to hold on tighter. Naruto was apparently unwilling to give up the rare comfort he had found. Akiko stopped pulling away and scooped the young boy up, balancing him on her hip. The top half of her body leant to the side to compensate for the weight, her right arm wrapped around his waist. Sarutobi was heartened by how eased the boy suddenly became. Perhaps it was not too late to undo the damage that had been done. Are you okay if I leave you with Akiko, Naruto? The young boy in question turned his head to the old man, and after a moment gave a small nod. Apparently, he had temporarily lost the use of his voice. I'll come and see you again tonight to see how you're getting along. The old man gave another wizened smile before he turned and left the group behind him. He still had work to be getting on with. Akiko turned with her impromptu passenger to Yamato and Kakashi, who had both taken off their Anbu masks. She gestured first to the silver-haired man. That is Kakashi. She gestured to the second figure. And that's Yamato. Kakashi thought it would be okay for him to finally break his silence. Yo, Naruto, welcome to HQ. If there is anything that you want, just ask me, Yamato, or Akiko. Naruto could not hide his surprise that there was someone else being nice to him. Thank you, Kakashi-san. Kakashi let out a faint chuckle. No need to be so formal, kid. Kakashi is fine. Yamato did not smile, but managed to appear amiable. You can call me Yamato. Welcome to ANBU. Akiko saw that Naruto seemed to take his time deciding if he could trust the two men, but saw Akiko's encouraging nod and seemed to make his verdict. Despite the boy's general mistrust, he seemed to trust the medic as a matter of instinct. At least after his first hug. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's go see your room. The small group moved out of the examining room and out into a medium-sized corridor with doors every few yards. After only a few steps, the group stopped and Kakashi pushed on the door handle, which swung open. This will be your room. Mine is just to the right and Akiko's to the left. Naruto was carried into the room, looking around curiously. The room had an en-suite shower and toilet, small but fully functional. There was plenty of shelving and a single bed that looked as if it folded into the wall. Naruto didn't care about the size. He would get to be near the people he hoped were going to be his new friends. Kakashi felt the need to fill the silence that had fallen. The rooms are small, but we don't spend much time in them except when we sleep. Let's show you the common room. Akiko carried her new young friend down to the end of the corridor, where they entered another room. The room was the largest on that floor. All the residential floors had a room such as this, and was where the ANBU therein could relax. At the other side of the room was a staircase that went up and another that went down. More than one common room were immediately connected. Naruto saw that there were others in the room, and he instinctively buried his head in the pink-haired woman's shoulder. Akiko gave a heavy sigh as she gestured at the ANBU in the room to come round. It's okay, Naruto-kun. No one here will hurt you either. The medic turned to the group. Naruto-kun is going to be staying with us. Naruto looked up gingerly and saw that there were no hateful looks sent his way, only surprise. He still did not really understand what A and BU were, but he thought this place was magical. Ashiru. Akiko gave the boy an encouraging squeeze. Naruto-kun. She gestured to the first of three women in front of them. The first woman was shorter than the others, with dark brown hair and a ponytail, and her dark brown eyes watched him curiously. This is Nara Mia. The Nara woman gave the boy a friendly smile. Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. All three women had at some point been involved in one of the boy's rescues. Akiko noticed that Naruto did not seem overly nervous, but he didn't say anything else. This, she gestured to the second woman. Her hair was a medium brown and fell halfway down her back, whose most noticeable feature were her pale eyes. Is Hyugakuri. The Hyuga woman gave a slight bow. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Naruto-san. She did not smile for the boy, but she never did for anyone else. The third female had pulled her dark purple hair so that it sat on her head. Her height was between that of the others, and her expression was neutral. The woman decided to introduce herself. Mitarashi Anko. The young kunoichi was rather intimidating to the child. Akiko almost glared at the snake-wielding Anbu, knowing that Anko could be friendlier if she tried. Anko, the medic glanced at the boy on her hip, beginning to feel the strain. Why don't you and Naruto get to know each other? She gently picked up the blonde boy, who was too surprised to protest, and pushed him towards Anko. Anko only grabbed the boy out of reflex, feeling the boy stiffen in fright, and didn't know what to do with him. Naruto thought he had been betrayed once more, until he realized that the woman was doing nothing. She was like a statue. Akiko felt a twinge of guilt at using the boy like this. However, Anko had trouble connecting with people, and she hoped the boy could help. She thought that the Snake Sanin's former student might relate to the blonde, since they had something in common. Anko felt the boy finally shift in her grip. Apparently, he had become uncomfortable, and he reached out to give himself something to push against. Anko was surprised, as the touch seemed to flood her with warmth. Her eyes widened as she looked down at the boy, who seemed understandably pensive. Everyone in the room was surprised when the purple-haired woman suddenly pulled the boy into a tight hug and gave a warm smile. So, Naruto-kun, you're going to be staying with us. That's good because we can make sure you stay safe. The others in the room stared at Anko like she had grown a second head. No one had expected such a reaction from the usually unsociable kunoichi. Not one of them had ever seen the woman give a real smile. It changed her whole demeanor. Naruto had felt warm for a moment before the feeling faded, but it failed to vanish entirely. Something aside from instinct was telling the boy he could trust her. Had he known the words, he would have described the feeling as similar to déjà vu. The snake-wielding Anbu did not release her grip as she turned to those who had arrived with the boy. Have you shown Naruto-kun the training grounds yet? It took a moment for the question to register with Akiko. Juemem, no. We were going there after here. Anko nodded to herself. Come on then, Naruto-kun. She began to head to the staircase. Akiko quickly followed after them. It was not that she did not trust Anko, but at the moment she did not want the boy out of her sight. The other two kunoichi followed, simply curious. Kakashi did not move straight away, and he spoke without turning his head. Yamato, did I miss something? Yamato took a moment to consider. If you did, I'm afraid I missed it too. The copycat ninja nodded slowly and, almost as an afterthought, headed to the stairs, soon followed by the other Yanbu. Anko was still carrying her new little friend, and she was chatting quite happily, telling Naruto about everything they passed. Naruto had seen the training ground, canteen, armory, and several other common rooms. As odd as he was, nothing he saw compared to the people who walked with him. Anko had managed to get Kuri and Mia in on the conversations, and now everyone spoke to the boy easily. He found it was all becoming too much and could no longer hold in the tears that had been threatening to fall for some time. Anko stopped mid-step as they moved back through their common room. Akiko rushed closer. She thought everything had been going well, and in actuality, Akiko had been expecting a much more awkward transition. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? I thought you were glad to be here. Akiko's face showed her worry, and the blonde boy instantly felt bad. I am happy, Akiko-chan. He struggled to find the words for what he was trying to say and simply cried once more into Anko's shoulder. The woman holding him rubbed his back soothingly. Akiko decided that the boy had had enough, and she formed seals. Nemuri Neri no Hutsu. Forced sleep technique. The crying figure fell silent. Kakashi gave a heavy sigh. I think Naruto was trying to say that he isn't used to being this happy. He didn't know how to deal with it. Akiko stroked the boy's hair. He'll get used to it. We'll make sure of that. The rest of the group didn't voice their agreement, but it was clear they would do their best for the boy. He had already suffered more than his fair share of unhappiness. Naruto sat happily on his favorite medic's lap, and the two of them sat with a small scroll in front of them. Akiko moved to pick up the scroll. Okay, Naruto-kun, I think that is enough for today. Naruto's smile receded a little. Can't we do a bit more? The medic couldn't help but smile, as Naruto seemed to like his lessons. She thought that the boy just liked the attention that he got from his small collection of self-appointed teachers. I think that is enough, Naruto-kun. You need time to let everything sink in. If we continue, you'll probably begin to forget some of the words you learned today. Naruto did not look appeased and pouted just a little, but he rarely complained outright. Akiko gently put her hands under the boy's arms, lifting him so that he stood next to her, as she herself stood. How about you come and keep me company while I finish off some paperwork? Naruto instantly brightened, confirming the woman's suspicions. He was an easy child to please, as all he seemed to want was companionship. Akiko-chan. He held out his hand ready, and it was taken, as the two headed out the room. Three figures sat at around the large table in the briefing room. The expressions of those around the table showed that the current topic was as serious as the atmosphere suggested. The two sitting with the captain knew he was frowning. I think the risk is too great. Anko was grateful she had been invited to this meeting. Kakashi and Akiko tended to take charge of the boy, but it was known that Anko cared greatly for him. I agree. Akiko saw that they were all thinking the same thing. Naruto had shown no interest in leaving the Anbu grounds, and no one had suggested he needed to. Then we are agreed. Naruto-kun will not attend the academy until the final 2 years. They might not have wanted Naruto trained as a ninja at all, but they all knew that the boy had to learn to defend himself. Kakashi placed his elbows on the conference table. We have already been working hard on Naruto's basic education. What he lacks in academic ability, he makes up for with enthusiasm. I would think that the next logical step would be for us to begin training him as a shinobi. I think Naruto-kun is perfect for learning my fighting style. Anko surprised the others. Kakashi's one visible eye showed he had not expected such an announcement. You want to teach him the dance in no Hibi? Dance of the Snake. Akiko understood, though. Naruto-kun has already shown unusually progressed agility, strength, and stamina. They may not have trained him yet, but that did not mean they had not played games with him. Kakashi gave the impression of smiling. I know the others will want to help. The group did not realize how much effect the outcome of the meeting would have on a certain blonde boy's future. Akiko sat with her student once more. The medic-cum teacher was explaining to him just what chakra was again. It was difficult because the blonde boy was young, but he was more than willing to learn. Since the medic had the most free time, the onus fell on her to teach the boy the basics of ninjutsu and chakra control. There was a puff of smoke, and a sickly-looking clone appeared beside the original. Akiko sighed. I don't know what's wrong. Your control is not bad enough to make something like this happen. She turned to the door as a silver-haired Anbu walked in. Naruto tried not to look defeated, but he did not want to let his friends down. Sorry, Akiko-chan. Akiko's frown softened. Don't be sorry, Naruto-kun. As your teacher, I'm equally responsible. If we both keep trying, I'm sure you can master the Bunshin no Jutsu. The copycat ninja held his chin in his hand for a moment. My sensei once told me that he found it almost impossible to create a simple Bunshin because his chakra output was too high. The result was similar to Naruto's execution of the technique. He saw that he had earned the attention of the medic and her student. Naruto, can you copy this seal? The copycat showed the boy a seal that looked like a cross. He had to carefully explain, as simply as he could, how to manipulate his chakra appropriately. Now make the seal while focusing chakra, as I explained. This technique is called the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kakashi watched Naruto form the seal and could feel the boy trying to manipulate large amounts of chakra. Kakashi gave the pink-haired Kunoichi a meaningful look. The captain wondered if perhaps the problem was that Naruto felt under too much pressure. "Come on, Akiko. I'm sure Naruto will be all right while we get some lunch." Akiko had understood the look. "We'll be back in a while, Naruto-kun, and we'll be in the canteen if you need us." Naruto nodded absently as the two left. His mind was impressively focused for a child his age. Kafebun sin no jutsu. There was a puff of smoke. In the canteen, Akiko sat with the silver-haired Jounin. "Why did you try and teach Naruto-kun a Jounin-level technique, Kakashi?" She sipped a cup of coffee while the man opposite drank a mixed fruit juice. Kakashi shrugged. "I can sense something about him. He sounded unsure of himself. A rarity. Potential." Akiko knew better than to discard the man's words lightly. But still, even someone like Itachi would have been unable to perform that jutsu so young. "Do you really think he can hope to learn it?" Kakashi was not going to pretend he was certain. There is only one way to know that. Wait and see. The library was the ANBU's archive of techniques, to which each ANBU had contributed during their term of service. There were thousands of techniques recorded in the building specifically for the purpose. The only kind of jutsu that were specifically excluded were clan jutsu. Even forbidden jutsu were included in the repository of knowledge, since ANBU were trusted enough to have access to them. The only reason that there was less concern over the library than the original Forbidden Scrolls was that the library was incredibly secure. Access to the library was tightly controlled, and even new ANBU had to wait 6 months to gain access. It said a lot about the old man's guilty conscience that he had given a mere child access to the intellectual goldmine. Yamato was currently giving Naruto a tour of the building, so that in future he could make his own way around the place. He had already given the boy a serious talk about the responsibility placed on him by the Hokage. The boy had remained respectfully serious throughout. He assumed that Kakashi had given the boy a similar talk, but the copycat had been put on a mission hurriedly. Kakashi's absence was why Yamato found himself giving the tour, since even Akiko was not allowed in the building and Anko was on a mission too. Naruto seemed to reverberate with energy as they finished the tour by actually removing a scroll from one of the shelves. Naruto had appeared enthusiastic about learning before. However, it was a mere shadow of the eagerness he was currently displaying. The dark-haired Anbu thought it probably had something to do with the boy wanting to emulate the person he looked up to the most, the absent copycat. The experienced Anbu sat down and put the young boy on his knee, the scroll in front of them. There were many words that the boy needed help with, since they scrolls were written with already experienced shinobi in mind. Naruto had learned by now not to be embarrassed about asking for help, knowing that ignorance was only shameful if you did not try to overcome it. Naruto was currently reading a section about chakra control. "Yamato, what's tree walking?" The scroll mentioned an advanced form, including kunai and large stones. The corner of Yamato's mouth turned up. He would put Naruto's enthusiasm to the test. "I'll show you later." Anko stood opposite her young friend. She found it hard to look into his large blue eyes and keep her resolve. "Naruto-kun, I know we are friends, but this training is going to be hard. I cannot afford to be gentle with you. If you're not prepared, then it is best that we do not even start." "Anko-chan." The boy smiled at the snake-wielding woman, pleased that she was concerned for his well-being, before his face became more serious. "I'm used to pain." Even Anko winced at that remark. "Then let us begin." As Anko harshly trained, she had to think about something the old man Hokage had told her once. But in this case, she was being more brutal than cruel to be kind. Considering that Akiko was not a combat ninja, she exuded violent intention strongly. The medic looked like she was ready to wrap one of the other woman's own snakes around her neck and choke her with it. Anko was actually somewhat scared, having never seen this side of the medic. Naruto was young, but did not miss the tension. "Akiko-chan, it's okay. Anko-chan warned me that she would not be gentle and gave me the option to quit. It was my decision." Naruto surprised the two women with his adult tone of voice. Akiko continued to glare at Anko for a moment, but she appeared to relax. The medic knew what Anko was doing, giving the boy the physical conditioning that neither she nor Kakashi could bring themselves to. "Fine." That did not mean she had to like it. See you later, Naruto-kun. Anko gave Naruto a half-smile before she rapidly departed from the room. When she was halfway along the corridor, she finally allowed herself the shudder she had been suppressing. Kakashi watched Naruto as he slid down the tree he was attempting to walk up. Naruto's chakra control was undeniably terrible. The silver-haired ninja turned to the Hyuga woman beside him. What do you think, Kuri-san? Hyuga were known for their excellent chakra control. The light brown-haired Hyuga shook her head. The only way to improve his control is through control exercises. There is no shortcut. Yamato showed his tendency to think laterally. Strictly speaking, there is no shortcut. Naruto needs to put a significant amount of hours into training on chakra control. The helmeted Anbu paused. But why not put in some of those hours at the same time? The Hyuga caught on quickly. You mean shadow clones? Use the collective memory of them to practice. If Naruto-kun has the chakra to maintain enough clones, he could progress exponentially faster. She gave a rare small smile. It would also help increase his already high stamina and chakra reserves. Kakashi decided to waste no time. Hey Naruto, come over here would you? The group watched as the blonde boy stopped charging at the tree before he immediately headed towards the Anbu. Kakashi crouched down slightly so that he could look the boy in the face. Naruto, do you think you can make your shadow clones last for some time? Naruto looked uncertain. I have not tried, Kakashi-sensei. Well, produce as many as you can, and let's see. We have an idea to help your training. Kakashi stood up straight once more. Naruto quickly formed a cross-shaped seal. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. There was a puff of smoke. Kuri's eyebrows rose slightly. That is 2 more than he could make last time. Kakashi nodded once. Naruto, you and the clones go back to the exercise. Naruto nodded, and 20 blondes ran back to the row of trees. They trained uninterrupted for just over an hour. Yamato shook his head in disbelief. Not only is he still going at it, he's still managing to sustain that many clones. The masked captain did not know why he was still surprised. I did not expect him to be able to keep going this long. He cleared his throat. Naruto, that's enough for now. The blonde boy staggered a little as he approached the adults, panting heavily. Yes, Kakashi-sensei? The copycat had to admire the boy's drive. You can dismiss your clones, but you should brace yourself. Naruto nodded and formed a ram seal. Gei. He abruptly slumped as his head spun from the sudden mental impact of absorbing the clone's memories. Kakashi passed him a nutrient bar. Naruto had proved to have a large appetite during his time at the base. After a few minutes had passed, Naruto was already standing straighter. The boy not only had incredible stamina for his age, but recovered quickly from exertion. Kakashi saw that the boy was still a little tired, but as usual the boy did not complain. Right? I'd like you to try that just once more. No clones this time. Naruto obediently headed to the tree, picking up his pace as he got closer. The fox boy was surprised when the first foot he placed on the tree remained firmly fixed. His next steps proved the same as the first, and he walked up the length of the tree with little difficulty. The overjoyed blonde boy charged chakra into his feet and pushed hard against the trunk, shooting back while flipping over. He turned and ran back to his teachers. Did you see that, Kakashi-sensei? Did you? The 3 adults smiled at the boy's enthusiasm, each of them feeling a small swell of pride in their shared student. Kakashi put his hand on the young blonde's shoulder. You did really well, kid. I think it's safe to say we will be using clones in all your training. You can even use them to study in the library, as long as you split them up between floors. The mental exhaustion will become more pronounced, but as long as you have a rest and something to eat, you'll be just fine. Yamato gave the boy's shoulder a squeeze. I have to go now, Naruto, but keep up the good work. He quickly made his way from the training ground, already running late for a debriefing with the Hokage. Kuri gave a slight bow. You are already well on your way to becoming strong, Naruto-kun. She knelt down in front of the child. You are making us all very proud. She saw the boy give a rare blush, and she could not help but laugh lightly. I'm afraid I have to go as well, as I have some clan business to attend to tonight. With her usual grace, the pale-eyed woman stood straight, giving the boy one last look before she too headed elsewhere. Kakashi ruffled the boy's hair. Come on, let's get some dinner. Akiko is due to meet us in the canteen soon, and Chef has prepared something special. You ever tried ramen? The blonde shook his head. He had tried a variety of delicious foods since he had learned he was allowed as much as he could eat, but he had never even heard of ramen. Naruto sat cross-legged on the small floor of his room, his hands resting on his knees, as he breathed deeply and steadily. It looked like he could have been sleeping, but in fact he was meditating in the manner Akiko had taught him. It was impossible to tell how long he had been there, or how long he would remain that way. Silence reigned. The cultivated silence in the room was broken when a figure opened the door. Kakashi entered the room without knocking, as usual. Naruto, had you been training again? It's your birthday. Take the day off for once. His tone conveyed annoyance, but his one showing I was crinkled in a smile. The blond boy gave a foxy grin as he opened his eyes. I honestly didn't mean to this time, Kakashi-sensei. I went for a walk to stretch my legs and... He scratched the back of his head bashfully. Well, you know, the Jounin indeed did know. He was no longer part of Anbu, but still visited the boy almost daily when he was not on a mission. The copycat also visited Akiko, who still worked at the base. He suspected she remained for the boy's sake, having become even more maternal towards the fox boy. The only original Anbu on Naruto's floor was Yamato, since most Anbu only served 3 or 4 years. The subsequent Anbu had befriended Naruto, but not to the same degree as the original 5. Come on, kid. The Jounin waited patiently for Naruto and led the boy from the room. Naruto had no idea where they were going. He recognized their destination as they passed through the common room and turned left at the bottom of the stairs. Naruto walked into the canteen with the silver-haired Jounin, ex-Anbu, being welcomed back to the base as long as they left honorably. He did not think anything unusual about being brought here, as he and Kakashi often ate together. Happy birthday, Naruto! The shout took Naruto completely by surprise. The boy had enhanced senses at his disposal, but only when he activated them consciously. Naruto was shocked when the lights came on and all of his Anbu friends shouted out. Anbu had a reputation of being emotionless killing machines, but there was a big difference between an Anbu on duty and an Anbu off duty. Anko, Akiko, Mia, and Yamato were all in attendance. Naruto could not help but laugh at the group of Jounin and Anbu wearing party hats. Kuri looked decidedly uncomfortable, and Naruto guessed that Anko had forced the Hyuga into the hat. Kakashi was tempted to let out a sigh of relief. It had not been easy arranging a surprise party for the observant child. Happy birthday, kid. There would have been many surprised by the attendance of one old man wearing a white set of robes. The Hokage didn't wear a regular party hat, but instead he had put a hinge on his own ceremonial headpiece so that it looked like a giant party hat. The wizened old man pretended nothing was out of the ordinary, making the hat even more comical. Chef had made a huge chocolate cake, and everyone had to help themselves before the guest of honor. Naruto would most likely have been able to eat almost the entire thing himself. It was not long before presents were brought out. Kuri had bought Naruto a bonsai tree. Caring for bonsai is a pastime introduced to many Hyuga children. It is supposed to impart patience. Naruto embarrassed the chestnut-haired woman. Thanks, Kuri-chan. He gave her a tight hug. Next, Mia gave him a shogi set, a game popular with her clan. I plan to make you into a worthy adversary, Naruto-kun. I promise to do my best, Mia-chan. Naruto hugged the Nara, who had no qualms about returning the gesture. Yamato had bought him a pair of kamas, like small hand-held scythes/sickles, which were obviously expensive. I know you still have not discovered all the weapons you are comfortable with. Even if they do not suit you, they should look nice on the wall. He gave an honest smile. Weapons were a tricky present to buy for fellow shinobi. Thank you, Yamato. The birthday boy hugged the helmeted Anbu, but it was briefer than with the kunoichi. Anko was almost twitching in anticipation as she waited for her turn to bestow a gift upon Naruto. However, when he approached, she seemed to forget the present as she pulled the boy into a strong embrace. You're growing so fast, Naruto-kun. She held onto the boy's shoulders, holding him now arm's length. You're already on your way to becoming a fine young man. Naruto could not help but blush faintly. Thanks, Anko-chan. Anko liked to tease the boy sometimes. He was so cute when he got embarrassed. The Jounin pulled out her gift from under her long coat. It's a katana designed to complement our taijutsu style. I want to start teaching you some kenjutsu. Naruto could not yet see the blade of the sheathed sword, but he would be grateful regardless of the craftsmanship. Thank you, Anko-chan. His eyes became a little moist. Anko had put so much time and effort into his training. He was glad to know that the purple-haired Kunoichi was not becoming bored of it. The old man was next. These should prove useful to you, Naruto. The old man pulled out two rather chunky bracelets, one of which he passed to the boy. Put that on your wrist and put a good amount of shaka into it. Naruto took the proffered bracelet and looked at the accessory curiously. The bracelet looked to be simple hardened steel, except for a half-sphere protuberance that had curved lines separating it into sections. After slipping the bracelet on, the young boy began to let chakra flow into the device, and a small blood of chakra appeared at the apex of the half-sphere. The light expanded along the thin lines, and a fraction of a second later the metal sections seemed to fold away. A roll of silvery wire was revealed, which was also glowing with chakra. The roll began to unwind, and soon spoke-like protuberances unwound, sticking out equidistantly. Naruto had no idea what was coming. While for a moment nothing seemed to happen, and he realized that he needed to use more chakra. As soon as the necessary chakra was fed into the device, a faint blue, shimmering disc appeared. The old man chuckled at the boy's amazed expression. That's a chakra shield. They're not widely used because of the large amount of chakra they require, but you should not find that much of an issue. Naruto nodded absently. I can feel it absorbing my chakra. I think I could only keep it going for about 20 minutes or so. The birthday boy stopped the flow of chakra, and the device began to wind itself back in. Thanks, Ajisen. Don't forget this one. It's not as impressive, but potentially useful. The Hokage handed the boy the second bracelet. Naruto didn't have to ask how to work it, as it looked very similar to the other device. He put on the accessory and began to feed chakra into it. The half-sphere on the top of the bracelet began to glow brightly, a faint yellow. A torch. Naruto smiled brightly at all those attending. He had enjoyed every birthday since he had moved into the base, but this was the best yet. Kakashi pulled out a package from nowhere when it was his turn. Your old one is getting a little small. Naruto opened the pack to find an Anbu-like outfit and a new mask. In the same manner as Kakashi's mask, the one he wore hid his face while allowing him to see clearly. Though it was similar to what he was already wearing, the outfit was more like the actual Anbu and came with a light jacket. The boy admired Kakashi in almost every way, except perverseness and punctuality. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. From the rest of those attending, Naruto received several scrolls of techniques not yet added to the library. It was an unofficial competition as to who could teach Naruto the most. It was also a competition between them to show the blonde something he couldn't learn, with the exclusion of clan techniques and bloodlines. Akiko intentionally waited last to give her gift to Naruto. When the blonde boy inevitably approached, she pulled out a small envelope. She held the item out with a slightly shaking hand, surprising the boy. Naruto watched Akiko's anxious face with concern, even as he opened the envelope and caught a set of keys that slid out. There were two keys on the key ring, both clearly for cylinder-style locks. There was no clue as to what the keys might unlock. The blue-eyed boy could only give his favorite medic a confused look. I'm moving out of the base, Naruto-kun, and I would really like for you to come with me. That's a second set of keys to my new apartment. But even if you choose to stay here, you will be welcome anytime. The pink-haired woman tried to keep the nervousness from her face. Akiko didn't want Naruto to know how disappointed she would be if he turned her offer down. The medic never adopted him, but she felt very maternal towards him. Naruto was warmed to the bottom of his heart by Akiko's offer. Akiko-chan, I'm honored. Thank you. Naruto struggled to deal with the overwhelming gratitude he felt. Naruto had little to offer in return, but nonetheless he picked up a piece of wrapping paper. He sliced the paper into a square with wind-imbued chakra blades. Next he formed a short set of seals. Origami no jutsu. The piece of paper slowly began to fold and soon formed into a paper rose its petals closed. He handed this to his housemate and mother figure. I humbly accept Akiko-chan. In his emotional state, though he noticed the smiles of all those around him, he did not notice the averso slight hint of sadness on a certain individual's face. A beaming Akiko took the flower in surprise. Another technique. Where did you learn this one? Naruto looked sheepish. It's my own creation, designed to help my chakra control. Though it is not as bad as it used to be, there's always room to improve. My goal was to help improve my medical jutsu. He pointed to the paper flower. Apply chakra to the stem, Akiko-chan. The medic did as her new housemate bid her, having no idea what to expect. The mild-mannered woman watched in wonder as the multicolored flower began to bloom. Naruto, this is amazing. How does it work? She was genuinely curious. Sometimes Naruto surprised even her with his talents. Naruto gave a grin. Well, I don't have an affinity for lightning, but I still have enough talent to statically charge the petals to such a point that a small amount of chakra will increase the charge. The extra charge makes the petals repel each other and causes it to bloom. He tried not to look too pleased with himself, but despite its complete lack of use on a battlefield, it was rather unique. There were several impressed mutterings around the room. The Anbu mascot had surprised them once more. The party continued in earnest as everyone drank and ate, talking amongst themselves. Anko spiked the punch, and things got a little too weird for Naruto. He snuck out after letting an inebriated Akiko know he was going. Naruto sat on the very high roof of the Anbu building in the light rain and smiled. He looked out at the village, and his smile receded a little. He had not socialized outside the walls of the base since he had moved in. He still had bad memories about his time out there, of his life before he had found security and people who cared for him. Naruto didn't just feel like he was safe here. He felt accepted and that he belonged. He knew that there was no way to repay those that had taken him in for their kindness. What he failed to realize was that he had helped them in return. The happy child had allowed them to keep a healthy perspective of life, otherwise tainted by service in ANBU. The blonde boy was nervous because he knew that soon he would be in the village as an entity rather than just geographically. He knew that he would be going into the academy for the final 2 years. 2 years at the academy generally being mandatory to become a genin. Exceptions could be made under extenuating circumstances, but everyone agreed it was for the best. It would do Naruto no favors to be even more singled out. Naruto found himself once again wondering what he wanted to do with his future. Obviously, he could aim to advance until he became ANBU. He was already part of it in spirit, but he got the feeling from his friends here that they didn't want him to be an ANBU. After all the time he had spent here and intense training he had gone through, he had retained his innocence and childlike enthusiasm. No one wanted to see that stripped away too early, least of all those who had grown attached to him. Naruto stared at the gray sky, but he didn't need it to be clear to find it pleasing. The sight of the seemingly never-ending horizon always inspired him. Naruto relaxed his body, allowing himself a light meditation. He slowed his heart and took slow, deep breaths. When he had decisions to make, this state allowed him to see things more clearly. In the end, he knew that for him, just like everyone else, long-term plans were never assured. Naruto did not mind that sometime later he had still made no decision as to what he wanted to do with his life. He sat back up with a content feeling, deciding that he should go take charge of the adults at the party. The agile boy slid down the wall using chakra and swung through the window and into the canteen. Naruto chuckled to himself as many of the ninja were weaving about, some not even aware they were drunk. Anko had fallen afoul of her own practical joke and looked to be in a worse state than most. Naruto walked over and guided the Jounin to a chair, where she proceeded to fall asleep. Naruto found Akiko next, and his hands began to glow green. "Can I have a hug, Akiko-chan?" The pink-haired medic turned away from the person she had been jabbering to. "Okay." She wrapped her arms around Naruto, putting more than a little of her weight on the boy. Naruto was not affected in the least by the pressure. As to him, Akiko weighed almost nothing. After a quick hug, he raised his hands to the woman's head. Akiko closed her eyes at the pleasant, warm sensation that ran through her head. As the seconds passed, her face slowly became more controlled. It was not long before her green eyes opened. Oh, she blushed slightly. Well, we should probably sort the rest out. She formed an unusually malicious smile. Except Anko. She deserves a hangover for this. Naruto did not protest, knowing he would simply visit Anko in the morning to cure her ailments. Sure thing, Akiko-chan. Naruto sat on the new bed in his new room, which, like his old bed, folded into the wall to save space. The room was the size of his old room at the base, his few belongings tidily organized. Naruto was not fond of clutter or pointless trinkets. The blonde scrolls had their own shelf, weapons were hung on the wall, and his clothing was stored in a chest. His small bonsai sat on a tiny shelf beside his bed, which was devoted solely to the task of holding it. Naruto-kun. He heard his name called by a gentle voice. Naruto took one last satisfied look at his room and headed toward the door, closing it with a quiet click as he exited. He went to the living room where a certain pink-haired medic was waiting for him. Akiko was just putting the last of her things out in the main room. A picture of her niece sat on the mantel, and Naruto noticed that Sakura now looked more like the picture he had seen of Akiko's sister. The Haruno females all bore certain similarities. His favorite Haruno turned to face him with a slightly tired expression. Well, that's everything. She took a deep, satisfied breath. Well, it's a bit late now. So as a thank you for helping out with your clones, I'm taking you out for dinner. There's a small place nearby called Ichiraku that Yamato recommended. He was sure you'd like it. Naruto's face instantly brightened, because if there was one thing he liked more than learning jutsu, it was ramen. The fox boy consumed vast quantities of the noodle-based dish, to the point that Akiko was giving him dietary supplements, so he didn't stunt his own growth with the lack of a varied diet. Not surprisingly, Akiko monitored Naruto's health intently, which was why she had discovered his almost superhuman metabolism. The amount of food he required was largely responsible for his incredible stamina. Thanks, Akiko-chan. Akiko shook her head gently in amusement. At times, the masked boy could be entirely predictable. At others, Naruto was an enigma to her, very strong for his age, tough as old boots, and surprisingly intelligent. She didn't know what mattered, though. No one treated her better than Naruto. Come on, then. As the medic headed out the room, she checked her purse and hoped she had enough money for the inevitable feast. Naruto wasn't famous for his appetite. He was infamous for it. The two of them left the apartment at a casual pace, happy just to be in each other's company. As they walked, Akiko noticed that Naruto's whole attitude changed. Naruto became reserved and alert, though he didn't voice any concern, but the medic was not really surprised. Naruto had long ago begun to associate Anbu HQ with being safe. It wasn't a huge surprise that he was uncomfortable outside the base. She just hoped he would adjust. Naruto stopped in his tracks as a rich aroma reached his nose, one that he recognized immediately. His stomach began to rumble loud enough that his companion gave him an amused glance. The pair saw a stand bearing the establishment name they were looking for, which looked simple but clean. Naruto gestured for the woman that accompanied him to precede him, showing his innate good manners and chivalrous nature where Akiko was concerned. Stepping into the small eating establishment, Naruto cautiously sat in front of the counter. A young woman soon came and stood before the new customers. Welcome to Ichiraku. What can I get you? Naruto was surprised by the girl's smile and genuinely warm welcome. Akiko-chan. The boy instantly went up in the ramen stand girl's opinion, being very polite for his age. Akiko thought for a moment. 1 beef ramen, please. Naruto saw the girl turn to him. 8 miso ramen, staggered, please. There was no point in the latter one's cooling down. Akiko saw the girl behind the counter frown. I'm afraid he is not being facetious. The young woman's frown disappeared for now. I am. Akiko nodded recognition. Naruto-kun has special dietary requirements, eating 5 or 6 times that of an adult male. The waitress's eyebrows rose slightly, as even in Konoha, such a thing was unusual. The young woman's friendly expression returned. 8 miso coming up then, Naruto-kun. The brown-eyed girl seemed to have no qualms being familiar with strangers. Naruto decided that this girl was one of the friendliest people he had ever met. The girl didn't realize that she was bypassing all the boy's usual emotional defenses without trying. Thanks, I am Chan. I am had to laugh kindly at the blonde's awkwardness. The boy seemed an oddity, with the mask and the unusual metabolism, but he seemed a sweet kid. Before she moved away to relay the order to her father, the man in question came round from the back of the stand. Oh, new customers. I assume my daughter introduced herself. My name is Tucci, and I'm the owner of Ichiraku. The old man's smile showed where his daughters had come from. The pink-haired woman decided she liked this place. My name is Akiko, and this is Naruto-kun. Nice to meet you both. Did you order yet? The old man managed to be friendly and businesslike at the same time. 1 beef and 8 miso, 2 san. I am replied for them. Being older, the man wasn't as surprised by the high number. I best get cooking then. He chuckled to himself as he wandered off again. The old man reminded Naruto of the Hokage in some ways. Maybe aging really did soften people. The ramen stand girl left her father to the cooking. She would fetch them when they were ready. So, are you two new around here? Naruto didn't realize, but he was making his first friend since leaving the Anbu base. Naruto moved rapidly across the rooftops to his new favorite training ground. Anko was due to meet him with his new sword for training. He knew he could body flicker there, but enjoyed the gentle physical exertion. He also took the opportunity to memorize all the street names as he traveled. He was still learning the geographical layout of the main village. When Naruto arrived in the dark forested training ground, he landed straight in the center of a large pond. As soon as his feet touched the water, snakes shot out towards him from ashore. Rather than jump over them, however, he ceased the chakra flow to his feet and slipped beneath the water as the snakes passed overhead. Had he jumped, he would still have been visible and an easier airborne target. Now he could move quickly and discreetly underwater, and he did just that. Anko watched in amusement as 7 clones launched themselves from the pond. As they drew near, she wondered briefly if any of them were Naruto. The purple-haired Jounin held Naruto's new sword halfway up her chest with her arm pulled back, the blade flat and parallel to the ground. Most observers would have thought she was about to jab the blade forwards. Her left hand was held out to perfect her balance. The partially closed palm faced forward. The kunoichi's legs were bent, with her feet 19 inches apart, one slightly back and one slightly forward. The snake-wielding Jounin knew what he was doing and approved. Naruto was testing the value of what it was she was going to teach him, learning what it could do rather than simply accepting it blindly. She gave a small smirk as she loosened the muscles in her sword arm and prepared to show Naruto just what it was she was going to teach him. Anko suddenly began to drop down as if her legs had crumpled. The sword in her loose grip was spun from pointing forward to pointing back, held against her arm with the blade facing outward. She made as if to elbow the first clone, but the blade was flicked forward and caught the blonde shadow clone, which puffed into smoke. Anko had to take the fight seriously. She had invested a lot of time and effort into training the blue-eyed boy, and it showed. Naruto's speed was impressive. Even she was not sure just how strong and fast Naruto really was. Even if she could measure the blonde's capacity, the measure would not be accurate for long. Naruto watched Anko moving and gave a small smile, impressed as she destroyed clone after clone. He was one of the few people privileged to see the grace with which she was capable of moving and not subsequently die. For a moment, he remained unmoving as he watched his sensei, simply taking pride in his sensei's show of skill. There was no doubt in his mind that the demonstrated style of Kenjutsu was worth learning. Naruto knew that possessing a variety of ninja skills was important. Specialization could lead to stagnancy, which would most likely lead to a painfully short shinobi career. Naruto walked home from his training, enjoying the sensation of the cool night air as it soothed his healing wounds. He was recovering quickly from his exertion, and the numerous lacerations over his body were already almost healed. With every step, he was a little less stiff, the bone fractures and small internal bleeds taking a little longer to repair than his external injuries. The blonde boy was nearly home when he sensed someone approaching rapidly from behind. Naruto immediately got into a defensive stance and turned towards the sound of running steps. He was surprised when he recognized the person running towards him, with familiar pink hair around a slightly less familiar face. The boy recognized the girl as Akiko's niece, who looked scared out of her mind. "Help me!" The girl shouted at him, and he looked behind her to see a large dog appear, making a beeline straight for the girl. Naruto's analytical skills kicked in. He took into account the animal, the girl, their location, and the fact that when he focused his hearing, he could faintly hear feminine laughter. Naruto stepped around the girl as she ran past him, blocking the path of the dog. The surprised animal didn't have time to change direction, and, in a last-ditch effort to avoid a collision, the creature began to visibly tense its leg muscles. Naruto was ready for it. As the dog jumped, so did Naruto, and the dog's intelligent eyes showed surprise as Naruto intercepted it. Naruto had instinctively calculated the dog's trajectory and reached out with his arms. Naruto landed, holding the dog firmly but not tightly around the stomach. The dog was bigger than him, but he lifted it easily. The dog gave him a rather embarrassed look, trying to keep its dignity rather than struggle. "Hey, put her down!" A female voice called out from the rooftop. Naruto gently placed the dog on the ground and gave the animal a brief but friendly stroke on its head. The dog then gave a bark, apparently taking a liking to the boy. "Oh!" The voice was much quieter as the woman became visible. The young woman was much taller than Naruto, seemingly around 16 or 17. Her face bore red, inverted triangles on either cheek, and her dark brown hair was pulled back tightly into a ponytail. Naruto was a little wary of strangers, but couldn't very well ignore her. "Inuzuka-san." He gave a small nod in respect of her clan, on which he had read a small amount in the library. Hana had never seen the blonde boy about. Because of his hair and eye color, she could be certain of that. Judging by his outfit and how he had caught her companion, she decided he was a ninja. He looked to be no older than her little brother, who wasn't even out of the academy. "Who are you?" She forgot her manners. Naruto simply stared at the girl, not particularly appreciating her rudeness. "Uzumaki Naruto." While he spoke, the dog had pushed her head under his hand, which idly stroked the animal. "Why were you chasing Haruno Sakura?" Hana snorted in apparent irritation. "Little B, she hit my brother when he said that the Uchiha brat was a team. He was right, the Uchiha is a jerk." She crossed her arms. "Do you know her or something?" Naruto shook his head. "I only know of her. She's the relative to a close friend of mine. Look, I know you were just trying to scare her, and you succeeded. So how about we leave it at that?" He too crossed his arms. Hana glowered at him, but her dog barked at her a few times. "What? Fine." She then turned around and began to walk away, when the Inuzuka girl remembered her manners. The young woman turned around, the dog already racing ahead of her. "Inuzuka Hana." She continued on her way. Naruto couldn't help but wonder at the girl's personality. To say it was abrasive was an understatement. Realizing that the peculiar encounter was over, he decided that it was best he keep going and quickly continued on his way. As the blonde fox boy stepped into his home, he could sense that there was someone else there. The skilled young ninja couldn't help but tense slightly as he reached for his new blade. He pulled it from the black leather sheath that Anko had given him at the end of his training, which had been her own and he regarded somewhat as a good luck charm. Naruto stepped lightly and suppressed his huge quantity of chakra, which took no meager amount of concentration. "Naruto, we're in here. Don't worry." Akiko's voice called out to him from the kitchen, the kunoichi being particularly attuned to his presence. Before Naruto relaxed, he analyzed her voice for any sound of distress and, satisfied, put his sword away before continuing to the kitchen. "Who's he?" a curious voice asked. The voice belonged to the young girl with pink hair he had seen only minutes earlier. "Hey, you're the boy I ran past earlier." She suddenly looked nervous and a little sheepish. Akiko put a reassuring hand on Sakura's shoulder. "Don't worry, that's Naruto. He's a friend." Sakura gave Naruto a searching look, as if trying to measure him up. The girl's expression began to change to one of worry. "She didn't follow you, did she?" Naruto tried not to show his amusement. "No, I persuaded her to let the matter drop, but I wouldn't hit her little brother again if I were you." Akiko breathed in sharply. "Sakura, who have you been hitting?" Sakura had the decency to at least look embarrassed. Kiba said something bad about Sasuke-kun, and I smacked him in the head. Akiko sighed, but then her mouth twisted into an amused smile. You have your mother's temper, Sakura. Sakura's father had said as much to her before. Yeah. She looked at Naruto, who had fallen silent, and then back to her aunt. Well, even if it was because you were being chased, it's nice to have you visit our new home. Do you want to stay for dinner? Akiko stood up to make some tea. The word "our" caught the young girl's attention. Does Naruto live here too? Sakura's voice showed obvious curiosity. He does. I'm acting as his guardian. She didn't know how else to phrase their relationship. You can speak to him, you know. You won't bite, will you, Naruto-kun? Unlike the Inuzuka, he deadpanned, earning a laugh from the older Haruno and a look of irritation from Sakura. You can let that go, you know. She sounded annoyed, trying to cover her embarrassment with bluster. Naruto took a seat at the table, nodding in the girl's direction. I'll bear that in mind. Akiko noticed that Naruto had again become reclusive now that he was around someone unfamiliar. The medic hoped he'd managed to grow out of it, and it was one of the reasons she had moved out of Anbu HQ. She had wanted Naruto to be given the chance to learn how to interact with others of his own age group. I haven't seen you around before. Are you new here? Sakura nodded, thanks to her aunt for the tea put in front of her. Naruto glanced at Akiko. I recently moved here. This was technically not a lie, since he was new to the apartment in which he stood. Are you going to join the academy? Her voice contained obvious curiosity as she sipped her tea and looked over the rim of her cup at him. Naruto took a small sip from his own cup. It was lemon, his favorite. I will attend in the new year, yes. Sakura thought that Naruto was being a bit cold, but put it down to him being new to the village and most probably shy. She was used to worse behavior from her own crush and managed to brush his off. Sakura felt she should be friendly towards the boy because of her aunt, though it was unusual for her to pay attention to any boy that was not her Sasuke-kun. Thank for the offer, Akiko Abakin, but I best get home. Dinner will already be cooking. The young girl drank the remains of her tea and stood up. Bye, Naruto. The pink-haired girl gave him a polite wave and, after kissing her aunt on the cheek, promptly left. Naruto turned to the medic. Interesting. He couldn't think of anything more intelligent to say about the events of the evening so far. Akiko just laughed, though in reality, she was just relieved that the first meeting with his almost cousin had not been a disaster. The blonde boy took a deep breath and relaxed. How about I have some clones do dinner tonight, and we can play shogi? Akiko lost her smile and gave a small pout. It wasn't that she didn't enjoy the strategy game, nor was she particularly unskilled. It was just Naruto inevitably always won. She felt he cheated in his education of the game. Naruto had extended the use of clones from learning shinobi skills alone to mastering shogi, among other skills. Akiko saw his cheerful face and just didn't have it in her to say no to someone who just wanted to spend quality time with her. After getting the board from its home, she set the game up, while Naruto produced 2 clones that moved to the kitchen. If she was lucky, they would have just the one game, which wouldn't last very long. Naruto shot upright in his bed, his eyes looking around wildly in panic. Sweat drenched his body, and it took him many deep breaths until he was able to calm himself down. He'd had another nightmare, and his eyes burned while he rubbed them with the heel of each palm. The blonde shook his head as if to dispel the pain and memories of the dream. He knew what the dreams meant, and it scared him. More than occasionally, he dreamt of the destruction that he knew had occurred 10 years ago, on the fateful day of his birth. The blonde's hand instinctively went to his stomach, though there was nothing obviously out of the ordinary. He had kept the fact he was having these dreams to himself, but he began to wonder at the wisdom of that choice. He hoped in vain that his mind was just creating these horrific scenes for some inexplicable reason, though deep in his heart he knew they were memories. He was haunted by memories that were not his own. Naruto raised his hand and created a gentle breeze localized around his body, cooling him and drying his clothing. If he got up to shower, Akiko would know there was something wrong, and he did not want to worry her. The responsibility of containing Kyuubi was his task, and his alone. It was that thought had helped him reconcile his former feelings of self-loathing, and now his self-realized task was deeply embedded in his psyche. He had to be strong enough to carry the burden of that which was within him. If the nine-tailed demon was trying to escape, then it would have a fight on its clawed hands. Lord of Demons or not, Naruto would not let it win. Not while he had a single breath in his young body. Naruto crossed his legs and began to meditate. He would always be ready to fight for what he believed in, no matter who it was against. He would protect Konoha and his friends. It was these thoughts that allowed the young vessel to get back to sleep, for now his nightmare gone. Kakashi gave a sigh as he dodged Naruto's wind-based attack with unusual ease. The silver-haired Jounin signaled for him to stop and approach the boy, who landed from his jump with a light thud. "What's up, Naruto?" Naruto at first looked surprised at the words of his sensei, and then one side of his mouth curled up into a wry smile, unseen beneath his mask. He should have known Kakashi would detect his concerns. He had purposefully avoided Akiko as much as possible, because she too would have seen his worry effortlessly. People who didn't know him may not have noticed anything at all. The only sign that his mind was suffering unrest was that he was less focused than usual. But to those who knew him, this spoke volumes, including the fact that Naruto wasn't even offering Kakashi a challenge. It was clear to the Jounin the boy was worried about something. Kakashi nodded, having his suspicions confirmed. "You're worried about starting the academy tomorrow?" Kakashi slouched against a nearby tree as he watched the young boy with a lazy eye. Not doing justice to the concern he felt for the closest thing he had to his son. Naruto's mouth formed a thin line under his mask, but he remained silent as he took a moment to think. Naruto decided to follow his sensei's example and slouched on a tree, facing Kakashi side on. "The closest thing I have done to socializing with those my own age was the 2-minute conversation with Akiko-chan's niece. I'm not worried about making friends, it's just that I don't wish to draw attention to myself. If I fail to socialize, I will stand out." Kakashi couldn't help but smile. "I'm afraid you overestimate your peers, Naruto. You think like an adult, and forget that the rest of the academy students will most likely not. Not everyone is as observant as you, and if someone of your skill doesn't want to be noticed in class, you won't be. Anyway, I took the liberty of getting some background information on the students in your class." Kakashi pulled out a dossier from nowhere. Naruto smirked. "Our good friend Ibiki settling up another debt." Kakashi's unhidden eye showed his amusement at the comment, but Naruto was of course correct. He played poker every 2 weeks with Anko and the head interrogator, who were very good at poker. Ibiki could keep his face stony and generally read people like an open book, meaning he almost never lost a hand to anyone. Kakashi was the man's natural weakness, wearing a mask over most his face and one covered eye that showed little but mild disinterest. Unfortunately, the bandana-wearing Jounin refused to give up his quest to better the copycat at the game. In an absurd way, he reminded Kakashi of a certain green-clad, mammoth eyebrow-wielding, supposed rival. Kakashi didn't mind the rivalry with Ibiki and almost never claimed his winnings, but Ibiki did owe him a lot of favors. Yeah, Naruto opened the document, each of his soon-to-be classmates having a detailed profile and overall summary. Each person's profile was divided into physical, mental, academic, and general subsections. Kakashi waited patiently while Naruto took in all the information, and by the end of it the boy's blue eyes showed his smile as he spoke. "I see. The other students are either too loud, lazy, broody, introvert, piggish, or fangirlish to notice me at all." His smile thinned as he had a thought. The only exception is Sakura, who may feel an obligation to associate with me because of my relationship with Akiko. I won't be able to avoid that if it happens. Still, this puts my mind at ease. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi just waved the boy off. Don't worry about it. To be honest, I have a hard time thinking of ways to call in the favors Ibiki owes me. If I leave it too long, he gets really weird about it. Kakashi liked Ibiki, but the man was one stop short of psychotic. The copycat ninja pushed himself once more off the tree. "Well, now you've got no distractions, how about we try this again?" Naruto put the paperwork in one of his numerous pockets, where it would be safe from damage during the spar. Feeling suddenly energized, he developed a devious plan and turned a less than benevolent gaze on Kakashi. Kakashi tried not to wince, knowing that when Naruto got that look he was in for something more than a simple spar. The copycat jumped back as he uncovered his Sharingan. If you think you're getting your hands on that, then you are mistaken. I will protect it with my life. The copycat for once sounded serious. Naruto smiled. Here, Aika, Aika, Aika. The blond boy put his hands in a cross-shaped seal and jumped. Naruto watched the class around him, noticing that the intelligence report courtesy of a Biki was, unsurprisingly, accurate. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura were indeed over-enthusiastic fangirls, and Naruto almost pitted Uchiha Sasuke. Almost. Aburame Shino kept to himself and never offered a comment of his own volition. Nara Shikamaru spent most of the day sleeping, but surprisingly offered correct answers for most questions thrown his way, which implied an innate intelligence. Hyuga Hinata was unlike any Hyuga he had heard of, constantly stuttering and so shy it was incredible she could leave her own home. Inazuka Kiba was fairly typical of his clan, loud, brash, aggressive, and didn't seem disposed to use his brain. Akimichi Chuji didn't talk much, but was far from silent as he continuously ate snacks. The boy ate nearly as much as Naruto himself did at the moment, at least volume-wise, but he respected that since his clan techniques were not to be sneezed at. There was only one thing that the report had not contained that would have been relevant: the Chunin teacher that currently stood in the front of the class. Naruto had nothing against Irika. Indeed, the man was a good teacher and a kind man. Unfortunately, the Chunin had already focused on Naruto several times already. Apparently, something about him worried the man or otherwise caught his attention. Aside from the occasional glance from the Hyuga girl and the occasional polite conversation from Sakura, Naruto was ignored for most of the day. Some of lectures from Irika were actually interesting, if only because the Chunin's perspective was refreshing. Irika seemed an idealist, trying to shape the current generation's moral values appropriately. Naruto respected him for that. When the academy day ended, Naruto let the rest of the class leave. Almost no one even glanced in his direction as the class emptied. Naruto moved down the aisle between seats as Irika sat at his desk, doing paperwork of some sort. Naruto. The Chunin looked up at the blonde masked boy. Irika took an interest in Naruto because the boy was an orphan like himself, and judging by the way he failed to interact with people, he wasn't completely happy. Though Irika felt Naruto handled his problems differently than he had as a child, he knew that each person had their own way of dealing with emotional pain. Irika felt he should reach out to the boy, both as a teacher and a human being. Naruto stopped in front of the Chunin and looked at the older man's scarred face, seeing concern there. In actuality, the fox boy had half been expecting his teacher to speak to him. Yes, Irika-sensei, how did you like your first day? The brown-haired teacher put his pen down, giving his attention to the boy in front of him. Naruto was about to speak when someone else entered the room. Naruto was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar pink-haired kunoichi appear. There you are, Naruto-kun. Akiko realized that she was being a little rude, ignoring the brown-haired man at his desk. Oh, sorry, I'm Akiko. It's nice to meet you. She gave him a warm smile. Irika gave the woman a similar smile in return. Irika, it's nice to meet you also, Akiko-san. You're here to collect Naruto. Akiko nodded. Yes. I thought since it was his first day, I'd pick him up. She walked over to the blond boy, draping an arm around his back in a clearly maternal fashion. Irika found his worry quelled at seeing the pink-haired woman's gesture. The teacher had read on Naruto's registration forms that he had a guardian and was relieved that she seemed a genuinely nice person. Well, don't let me keep the two of you. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto. He waved casually to the boy, who nodded back and moved to leave. As Akiko left with Naruto, she turned her face to him. So how was your first day? Your sensei seems nice. It was fine. Irika is nice enough, passionate about his job certainly, and seems to care for his students. Before you arrived, he was about to talk to me one-on-one. He seemed concerned. The way he kept shooting me worried looks throughout the day. I think you put his mind at ease, though. Akiko just nodded. Well, it's nice that he cares so much. Naruto had to agree. True, it was attention that perhaps he did not want, but the man's heart was in the right place. Hey, Akiko-chan, can we get some ramen? Naruto looked deceptively innocent. Akiko had just recently taken up a job in the hospital, and it looked like she would be pulling overtime already. Sure, as it's a special occasion. When Naruto awoke, he was greeted by silence, but he didn't need any alarm clock. He He still woke up at the same time every day, though he had been attending the academy for a few weeks. The only thing that changed from his first day was that Sakura was making an obvious effort to get to know him. The fox boy didn't really mind. When Akiko's niece was distracted from thinking about Sasuke, she could be a really nice person. After getting washed, Naruto sat down to eat a large bowl of porridge. The complex carbohydrates in the oats were a good way to start his morning meal. He was surprised when there was an urgent knocking on the door as he was finishing his food. He knew it was unlikely to be anyone for Akiko, as she was already at work. The blonde hastily opened the door, and standing there was Kakashi looking worse than he had ever seen him. The worry in his one visible eye was clear, and Naruto felt his blood run cold. Naruto didn't get a chance to phrase a question. It's Akiko. She's been hurt. The Jounin raced off, knowing that Naruto was already following. Naruto raced alongside Kakashi. What happened? He struggled to keep his voice calm. Akiko was treating a prisoner that Ibiki had been working on to allow further interrogation. Turns out the man was booby-trapped and let off an explosive seal under his skin as soon as he got the chance. Kakashi couldn't bring himself to look at the boy, himself struggling to keep calm. Because of Naruto, the copycat had become good friends with Akiko, and he was sick with worry at the thought that she might not make it. How is she? Naruto's voice wavered with repressed emotion. She's critical. The explosion only did minor damage, since she was halfway across the room from him, but she was thrown onto a tray of one of Ibiki's toxins. They're trying to remove it now. Kakashi had seen the woman briefly, and she had been so pale. Naruto had to take a moment before he could find his voice, as he felt pain even he could not suppress. They were already nearing the hospital, and he forced himself to swallow hard. Will she? Will she? Kakashi's head fell forward slightly. They don't know Naruto. They just don't know. Naruto's eyes squinted as he fought tears trying to break free, but he couldn't let his emotions defeat him. Akiko needed him to be strong. Thanks for being straight with me. It was only moments before they reached the hospital, where Kakashi led them straight to the room where the pink-haired woman lay on the bed. Several of her fellow medics stood around her with their hands glowing green, wearing expressions that told him things were not going well. Naruto briefly wondered where Akiko's sister was, but he didn't give it much thought. Naruto moved towards Akiko's bed and reached for her hand as he looked upon her ashen features. It was frighteningly cold to the touch, but even so it clutched his own weakly. The medics' hands all ceased to glow, but their faces showed it wasn't because they had succeeded in improving the woman's condition. Akiko turned her head towards Naruto, painfully slowly, as she managed to give him a faint smile. Naruto-kun. Her voice was almost a whisper, but it was filled with her usual affection. Naruto couldn't help it, despite his earlier resolve, and tears began to fall from his eyes. As he openly cried, he was glad that at least he managed not to sob. Akiko-chan, shhhh, Naruto-kun. She too began to tear up, not scared of dying, but of leaving the blonde by himself. You know, Naruto-kun, I always saw you as my son, and I love you. She managed to keep smiling through her tears. Naruto's face contorted in pain and anger as he turned to the medics still in the room. Can't you do anything? None of them answered him, but Akiko did. It's not their fault, Naruto-kun. The toxins are only supposed to be used in minute doses. I received a lethal dose. Naruto couldn't accept this. Why can't it be extracted? Akiko was warmed in her heart that Naruto cared so much, even as she felt tendrils of cold reach into her chest. This time a petite female medic responded, since their dying colleague was too weak to continue. The toxin is designed to infiltrate individual cells and weaken people to the point of death. It causes all the major organs to begin to shut down, and that's just the normal dose. Akiko-san received 5 times that dose. The woman looked like she was upset by her own words. It's not that the procedure is too complicated, but the chakra required to pull it out from each cell would be more than every medic in the hospital put together. Naruto's face became beguilingly neutral. So, with sufficient chakra, it could be done. His voice was quiet but firm. Yes, but there are no medics in Konoha with that much chakra. The medic put a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Naruto began to think quickly. Akiko had taught him a lot about medicine, and he had been taught basic poison extraction. You say it's not complicated. How so? Akiko knew where Naruto was going with this and put her hand out to him weakly. Naruto-kun, you have a lot of chakra, but even you don't have this much. Naruto turned to her. Akiko-chan, if you think I'm going to let you go without even trying, then you're wrong. He turned to the medic. Tell me how it's done. The medic looked at him in plain disbelief. Even if you had the chakra, there's not enough time to teach you the particular medical jutsu, and even if you knew basic medicine, it would take months. Naruto became thoughtful once again. How long does she have? The medic looked pained, not wanting to speak of such in front of her dying colleague, but it was likely Akiko knew already. No longer than 3 hours. I'm sorry, but I have to leave you, Akiko-chan. I have to do this. He kissed Akiko on the forehead and turned to the medic. Come with me. Look, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I can't just leave my patient. The medic began to worry, knowing the boy was distressed, but she could only accommodate his feelings so far. Naruto's face set in determination. To save her you will. Now come. Kakashi, who had stood back until this time, decided to speak. Let him try. Naruto smiled thanks to the silver-haired jounin. Please stay with Akiko-chan, Kakashi-sensei. I will be back within 3 hours. Naruto led the medic out the room, still not even knowing her name. Kakashi wandered over to his friend's bedside. Looking down, he felt a tear run down his face before it was absorbed by his mask. Hey, Akiko smiled up to the jounin. Hey, yourself. Her smile faded. I don't want Naruto-kun to hurt himself. Kakashi gave a snort. I don't think anyone has been given a choice here. You know how much you mean to him. It wasn't a question. Akiko smiled, even as she began to feel burning pain throughout her body. I'm lucky. Naruto stood in a park with the medic. Show me the technique. The medic shrugged, not daring to argue with the child. Okay. She picked up a leaf which had fallen from a tree. Using this technique means that you have to locate the substance which needs removing and then extract it from each cell. Once in the blood system, it needs to be immediately extracted before it makes its way into the cells again. The female medic showed him how to detect different substances within the leaf, the plant cells being good practice. If he mastered the medical jutsu with a leaf, then animal cells would be easier to perform on due to the lack of a cell wall. Naruto watched the procedure several times from beginning to end, and each time the leaf ended up a light brown as the medic removed all the chlorophyll from it. And that's it. The medic nodded. That's it. It's not complicated, but it is hard to master. Naruto nodded and immediately formed a cross-shaped seal. Tahukage Bunsin no Jutsu. Mass shadow clone technique. Nearly 2,000 clones appeared. Right, everyone, get a leaf and practice? The medic's eyes went understandably wide as she saw this feat, yet she could not hide a worried frown. Even if the boy managed this stage of the training, she couldn't imagine he had enough chakra to perform the technique on an entire human body. He would surely be chakra depleted by the point he even began. Naruto didn't even see the medic anymore as he practiced with total focus. He looked at the leaf in his hand, while sending out tendrils of green chakra to try and identify the chemicals within. Kakashi watched out the window next to Akiko, knowing Naruto would find the nearest available place to train. Indeed, he could see Naruto in the distance, or rather he could see thousands of him as the clones worked. He turned back to Akiko, whose eyes were closed. He doesn't know when to give up, does he? Akiko smiled without opening her eyes. No, and though I hope he doesn't hurt himself, I wouldn't change that for the world. Kakashi took a seat next to the bed, holding his friend's hand, and he felt his heart wrench. He didn't know how he'd react if Akiko died, and he just couldn't see his life without her in it. Between the two of them, they were the closest thing Naruto had to parents, and he liked to think of himself as a father and Akiko a mother. The truth struck Kakashi like a punch to the gut. The copycat really wished that he was Naruto's father, that Akiko was the boy's mother, and that the two of them would take care of him together. He wanted to be together with Akiko, and only now, when he imagined her gone from his life, did he realize it. The Jounin didn't say anything, however. He didn't think it was a good time to reveal his newly realized feelings. Nearly 2,000 puffs of smoke appeared as one figure fell to the ground. Naruto's body and mind wanted to shut down right then. Never had he attempted anything as insane as training with so many clones. When the medic ran over to him, she crouched down. Naruto-san. Naruto lay for a moment, not moving. What's your name? The medic was surprised by the question. Suki. Naruto managed to put his hand out to the side of him. If you could help me up, Suki-chan, I would be grateful. Naruto wouldn't usually use such a familiar suffix with someone he barely knew, but the circumstances were far from usual. Suki pulled the blonde boy to his feet, and, even as he wavered, he gave her a grateful smile. Suki-chan, I'm going to ask you to do something I know you're not going to like. Nevertheless, I'm asking, because I'm desperate. Naruto's expression indeed did seem desperate. Oh, okay. The medic was a little unnerved. I need 4 soldier pills. Naruto kept a calm expression. No. Suki thought the boy was insane. Naruto's face didn't waver. Suki, you know that Kyuubi was sealed into a child 10 years ago. Suki was confused by the change in topic. Why, yes, that child was me. He waited for her reaction, but either way would work for him. If she hated him, she would help him do something dangerous to end his life. And if she didn't, she would help him from kindness. So he hoped. Suki was completely shocked by the confession. No one had heard of that child in so long that everyone had assumed that he had died or left the village. She thought she should have been scared. The story she'd heard had given the impression that the boy had been evil. Here he stood in front of her, exhausted, asking her to help him risk his life to save the woman he considered his mother. There was no way she could see him as a monster. How does that help? Naruto avoided the temptation to sigh in relief. My body has adapted to cope with the strain of Kyuubi's essence to my chakra system. If I use 4 soldier pills, my body will be able to take the flux of chakra. Suki shook her head. Even if that is true, you would die afterward when your body tried to claim the energy back. Even 2 would probably kill someone. Naruto, however, wasn't so certain. Normally that would be the case, but I'm not normal by a long way, Suki-chan. My metabolism is supercharged, and I have to eat huge quantities of food to keep up with it. He took several small packages wrapped in paper. Akiko-chan made these for me. Special nutrient bars designed for me. Each one contains 3,000 calories, as well as high levels of complex carbohydrates, proteins, and fat. I carry extra in case I need them after training. If I consume these with the soldier pills, I should survive. Suki didn't like the word in its current context. Suki, Akiko is like a mother to me. You hurt her yourself, and I would gladly risk my life to save her. She has done so much for me. It's time I did something for her. Naruto's face showed he was virtually begging her. Suki knew she didn't have time to decide, but she realized that she didn't have the right to decide. Only he did. Okay, Naruto, I'll get you the pills, but you'd better survive. Naruto's eyes showed his grin. I don't give up so easily. With that, the 2 ran off towards the hospital. Naruto stood next to the bed of the pink-haired woman, who meant more to him than words could describe. The group of medics had returned to supervise the boy's efforts, all of them amazed at what Suki had told them. Akiko's eyes opened only slightly, and ever so slowly she turned her head to the blonde boy. The kunoichi struggled to try and smile for him. Hey, don't overdo it. Her voice was now so weak that anyone but a shinobi would have had difficulty making the words out. Naruto gave her a casual wave, belying the danger he was about to place himself in. Don't worry about it, Akiko-chan. Everything will be fine. Just rest now. He squeezed her hand, which was even colder than last time. Suki checked her patient's vitals once more. The woman only had half an hour or so left. She's too weak to anesthetize. Naruto's eyes showed his frown. If Akiko remained conscious, she would know what he was up to. But then again, when she realized it would be too late. Without rushing, Naruto took out his nutrient bars, turning to Akiko. Just to keep my energy up. It was the first time he could remember lying to her. Hidden inside each of the 4 bars was a soldier pill. Because of his abnormal metabolism, the bars and pills would be absorbed into his system almost instantly. Naruto began to eat them rapidly, so no one could stop him even if they figured out what he was doing. Naruto clapped his hands together in an attempt to energize himself, his body still exhausted. Making a pretense of not to being tired was even more tiring, but he had little choice. Abruptly, the pills kicked in. Kakashi's one eye went wide, and he lifted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan when he felt Naruto's chakra flare sky high. What the dash? He quickly covered his Sharingan up, the transplanted eye unable to look upon the boy. Akiko's eyes widened, and she managed to shout despite her condition. No, Naruto-kun, you didn't. She understood instantly what he had done and wanted to cry in despair. Naruto was in tremendous pain because of the amount of chakra in his system. Even his coils were not designed for such a torrent of power. He wondered almost idly if this was what the Akimichi clan pills were like. Naruto saw the worry on everyone's face. Don't worry, Akiko-chan. I will take care of you. I promise. The mental and physical strain was too much for Akiko, and she lost consciousness, which was most likely a blessing. Kakashi remained silent as he watched intently, knowing it was too late to stop the blonde boy. There was nothing for the copycat to do but let the boy get on with it. As worried as he was, however, he couldn't help but feel pride in the boy. Naruto's hands flared bright green, so that it was almost blinding to look upon, and the whole room was bathed in it. The blonde lowered his hands to the unconscious woman, setting about the task of finding the poison first. Suki had explained to Naruto what he would be looking for, a substance that would feel jagged to the senses as he scanned his patient. He focused first on one area of the woman's body, analyzing the various chemicals therein. After only a minute, he found what he was looking for. Now came the hard part, extracting all the poison and destroying it in one move. Naruto closed his eyes, since he didn't need his vision for the procedure. He focused on the kunoichi's whole body. The concentration required formidable even for him. His head hurt as he tried to focus on every cell in Akiko's body and the chemicals within. He did not give in to the strain and, never letting up, eventually had them all within his mind. Naruto took a deep breath as he focused on his chakra. He began to pull. Kakashi watched as Naruto began to strain as if against some invisible foe. To an observer, it looked more like the boy was lifting some huge weight rather than doing a medical jutsu. The veins in the blonde's head began to stand out slightly as sweat ran down his brow. Though it appeared as if the young boy was already feeling ill effects from the overuse of chakra, the light from his hands became more intense. Suki watched in amazement as she saw the procedure begin to work, though it was hard to be sure from a visual inspection alone. The boy's actions were like nothing she had witnessed before, both the feat itself and the fact it was to save the life of another. She saw Naruto stagger on the spot for a moment, as if he was going to fall. She began to move forward to help him remain standing, but he managed to find his feet again on his own. Damn! Naruto managed to voice roughly, though it was unclear why until the light in his hands began to flicker. It was clear that it was becoming more than just an effort for the fox boy to keep up the flood of chakra. As the chakra began to fade, Naruto's mind was filled with a certain memory from years past. He recalled when the old man Hokage had told him he would be staying at Anbu HQ. Akiko had picked him up and put him on her hip, for all the world like she had done it numerous times before. To Naruto, it had been amazing and something he would never forget. The demon vessel had never felt physical affection before. He hadn't been able to believe how warm and safe he had felt right then. It had been Naruto's first embrace, a life-changing gift that had been offered to him freely. Naruto had never known a mother, and it was something he had resigned himself to living without. He couldn't help but wonder, though, to have someone so wonderful hold you like you were the only thing in the world. Was that what it was like to have a mother? Unconsciously, the boy's hands began to glow brightly once more, fiercer than ever. Everyone in the room had to turn away as the medical jutsu took on an almost unholy level of power. When the light suddenly died, everyone had to take a moment to adjust to the now comparatively dark room. A thump was heard, and Suki saw that Naruto had collapsed on the floor, unconscious. She and Kakashi moved to pick the small figure up as the other medics went to check on the woman he had been trying to save so ferociously. As the two picked the blonde up, he began to convulse violently, and Kakashi had to use chakra, enhanced muscles, to keep the boy from hurting himself. or them. Kakashi was not even sure who spoke, as the words seemed to reverberate through his mind. He's going into shock. The darkness seemed peaceful. The silence in the room remained uninterrupted, bar the sound of quiet and ragged breathing. But not all was as peaceful as it seemed. Naruto sat bolt upright in his bed, his eyes open wide, obviously in great distress. He had been having a nightmare, though not the one he used to have of Kyuubi's memories. The unconscious vision was a newer one, though it was not the first time he had suffered it. He dreamed again of Akiko's death, visions of desperately trying to save her, but failing. He gave a deep sigh, trying to forget his dream and put his nightmare behind him. The blonde was only a little surprised when the door to his room opened and a figure walked in, before seating itself on the end of his bed. "You had that same nightmare?" The pink-haired woman's face was filled with concern. Naruto just nodded, almost afraid to look at her so soon after the dream. Immediately after he awoke from the nightmare, there was always the fear that this was the dream and that Akiko indeed was gone. "You shouldn't worry, Naruto-kun. You did save me after all." Akiko patted the boy's leg under his blanket. Naruto looked at her sheepishly. "I know, but it was close, too close." Akiko sighed wearily, though not unkindly. "Naruto-kun, I don't know what to say to make you feel better. You saved me against all odds, nearly dying yourself, and whether it was close or not, you came through for me in the end. You did more than anyone had any right to expect." It was then that a second figure walked into the room. "Joe." Kakashi moved to stand beside the pink-haired medic. "Your mother's right as always, Naruto. I can't say you'll always manage to save your precious people if they are in danger. The world is not that fair. But the fact is we all know that you die trying. That you seem to feel guilty about nearly failing is pretty stupid." The Jounin finished lamely, but with his eye crinkled as he smiled. Naruto looked down at his legs. "I guess so." He didn't sound certain, but didn't refute the point. The two adults just sat for a moment and kept the young blonde company. There was nothing else to say on the matter. Naruto had only had the dream a handful of times, and they weren't overly worried. Naruto's face seemed to settle once again as he visibly relaxed, suddenly feeling tired. His eyes began to feel heavy, and he turned to his parents with sleepy eyes. "Cousin Tusan, thanks." Kakashi ruffled the boy's hair, even as he began to fall back to his bed, comfortable at displaying such affection. Soon, gentle snoring could be heard, and he gave a chuckle. "I think Anko overdid training again today. I think it's Naruto who overdid it. I saw Anko earlier today, and she was barely able to move." The medic gave a chuckle. Naruto was really growing into a strong young man. Kakashi gave a chuckle of his own. "Serve her right. She pushes him even harder than we do." Akiko got up from Naruto's bed, pulling the silver-haired Jounin to her. She expertly pulled his mask down and gave the man a passionate kiss, letting him go after a short time. Kakashi nearly fell over, feeling like he'd been heavily drugged by the beautiful medic. He could never get used to it, and the pink-haired Kunoichi could turn him into a blithering idiot. When Akiko walked out the room, he struggled to move in a straight line, glad that there was not much breakable in the room. To think that he had been married to her for just over a year. He was a lucky team, and he knew it. He remembered clearly when he had confessed his feelings, only days after she'd left the hospital. He'd only told her because he thought she should know, and keeping it a secret had felt wrong on some level. He had never expected a whirlwind romance that found them engaged after only 4 months. Kakashi sat on the sofa, and Akiko sat lengthways, her feet on his legs as she read a book. The book made him remember what Naruto had to say when he found out the two were dating, and he suppressed a shiver. Furasubaku no Jutsu. Flashback technique. Kakashi had been back from a mission for only a couple of hours and was still a little tired from his exertions. When there was a knock on his front door, he simply ignored it, remaining slumped on his favorite couch. The knocking continued steadily, but when he still didn't answer, there was a puff of smoke, and in front of the Jounin appeared a familiar blonde boy. "Naruto, I didn't know it was you. What's up?" Kakashi perked up a little until he saw Naruto's serious expression. "We need to talk, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto crossed his arms, looking even more serious. Kakashi resisted the temptation to swallow hard. "Oh, what about?" Naruto gave him a hard look. "What are your intentions towards Akiko-chan?" Suddenly, Kakashi realized how much trouble he was potentially in and that he had to answer very carefully. I care about her. He realized that wouldn't cut it. He had to be honest. I love her. Naruto's expression did not change. I see. Well, Kakashi-sensei, I like to offer my blessings. Kakashi was swept with relief. However, this time Kakashi did swallow hard, audibly. You had better treat her right. If you ever hurt her in any way or form, I will destroy you completely, and even Pakin won't be able to find your remains. Now, Kakashi was visibly sweating, the boy giving off a large amount of killing intent. And Naruto began to form seals rapidly. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Naruto used a small amount of chakra to send a miniature fireball across the room. A shelf, the orange books thereon, and a small area of wall behind it were incinerated. Are not allowed. With a puff of smoke, the blonde boy vanished, and Kakashi sat there, unable to move for 5 minutes. When he managed to stand, he immediately left the small apartment to buy Akiko flowers, chocolates, and write some poetry as if his life depended on it. It probably did. Fura subaku ge. Luckily for Kakashi, things had gone well, and Naruto continued to get on well with him after he and Akiko got married. When they legally adopted him, things had only improved further. It wasn't only because of the pink-haired woman reading next to him that he felt lucky. As Sakura sat in her kitchen, she watched a familiar boy, now legally her cousin, step into the room. After her aunt had adopted Naruto, she made an extra effort to get to know him, and they'd been good friends for nearly a year. Morning, Sakura-chan. How are things this morning? The blonde boy made a habit of picking her up and taking her to the academy every day. She'd learned from her aunt that the boy had a strong protective streak, but she didn't really mind since she knew Sasuke knew they were cousins. What she didn't know was that he wouldn't have cared. Okay, I suppose, a little nervous. What about you? She had to wonder at the boy's relaxed disposition, considering his grades. Naruto shrugged. Not really. Sakura could only shake her head in disbelief as she left the rest of her breakfast in front of her. When her mother walked in the room, she looked at her daughter disapprovingly. The elder Haruno didn't care about the waste, but she didn't think her daughter was eating enough. Naruto frowned at Sakura too, and under the blonde's stern gaze, she caved in. Giving a dramatic sigh, she ate the rest of the meal before her cousin began to lecture her on the importance of a proper diet. She blamed her medic aunt for his zeal. Sakura's mother gave a chuckle as Naruto's expression became normal again. Come on, Sakura-chan. I may not be worried about the test, but that doesn't mean I want to miss it. The pink-haired girl looked at the clock, and her eyes widened. I didn't know that was the time. Well, you do now. So let's get going. I don't really want to stay at the academy another year. The boy opened the door for his cousin. Sakura was not surprised by the blonde's pronouncement. Naruto acted very differently in class, really distant, but when he was with friends, he was himself. It was just one of the many mysteries of Naruto. Sakura's mother sighed as her daughter ran out of the room, but smiled when Naruto nodded to her. By Aiko-chan. He ran out too, leaving her with the washing up. She didn't mind though, at least the plate was clean for once. Naruto stood in front of the exam panel, noticing Irika's barely perceptible nod. He remembered how they had become friends nearly a year ago and hoped he wouldn't let the mild-mannered Chunin down. Furasubaku no Jutsu. Flashback technique. Irika sat at his desk in the medium-sized classroom, a pen in his hand hovering over a half-marked paper. He had gone through about half of the class's work so far, but he'd stopped halfway through one particular test. The Chunin was worried about one of his students' grades. Naruto was barely getting by. The boy didn't seem stupid, and he decided that he'd speak to Akiko, who he knew was now the boy's legal mother. Knowing that he could come back later, Irika decided to head over to Naruto's home while it was early. Though he had never been there, the address was on the blonde's registration documents. 15 minutes later, Irika was at the small Hitaki apartment and was just about to knock on the door. As he raised his hand, he was forced to jump aside when the door burst open. A woman with purple hair rushed out the door, laughing maniacally. A familiar voice shouted out the apartment as Irika watched the scene play out. Enko-chan, this is not funny. Give me back my mask. Naruto was visibly angry as he stood in the doorway, staring at the purple-haired jounin. not even noticing Irika. Irika almost laughed at the sight of Naruto with a tea towel round his face, giving him a comical appearance. "You're going to have to make me. Naruto-kun." Anko stuck her tongue out. She saw Irika, but didn't know who he was, and she was too caught up in her little game to think Naruto might do anything stupid. Naruto was smarter than he let on, but that didn't mean he never did anything stupid. Fine. Kafebun sin no jutsu. 10 tea towel masked Narutos appeared, ready to pounce. Anko's smile dropped instantly, and she smacked her forehead. "Baka." She looked over to where Irika was standing. Naruto and his clones froze in place as he finally noticed the other person. Irika was stunned. Naruto was his worst student, and he'd just seen him pull off a Jounin-level technique like it was nothing. And Naruto, shit, Naruto swore. He glared at Anko, who had the decency to look bashful at having indirectly blown Naruto's cover. Almost meekly, she tossed him back his mask, which he caught without looking at it. The blonde boy gave a sigh. "You'd better come in, Irika-sensei." Irika was still too surprised to argue when Anko moved behind him and guided him into the apartment. Naruto had already put his true mask on by the time the Chunin had entered the main room, apparently adept at putting it on speedily. Akiko appeared from the direction of the kitchen, not looking worried at the scene before her. "Is everything okay, Naruto-kun? Could be better, Aki. I mean Kazan." Irika saw me use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto looked down at the ground, feeling foolish. Akiko gave a small sigh. "Never mind, Naruto-kun, these things happen." She had no reason to be angry, it having been Naruto's idea to hide his talents. What's going on?" Irika asked the room in general. Naruto pushed a chair towards Irika with his foot. "You might want to sit down, Irika-sensei." Irika took the seat and positioned himself to face his student. Naruto stood in front of him as everyone left the room, his eyes showing that he was still frowning. It was not long before the boy took a deep breath and proceeded to tell him about who and what he was. It turned out Irika had already heard rumors of him being a Jinchuriki, though he was not sure of their origin. He told the story of his childhood and some details of his training with the ANBU members that had become his friends. Irika did not find it difficult to sympathize with the boy's past, since he too was an orphan. The two ended up talking long into the evening. Naruto found that Irika was very easy to talk to. He found that he was a little relieved at sharing his secret with the Chunin. Irika left Naruto at nearly midnight, remembering suddenly he had not finished marking the tests on his desk, which the students were expecting the marks for the next day. Sharing this secret with Irika and the fact they were both orphans allowed a bond to form between them. After that, the two became friends, and Irika was genuinely interested in what the blonde boy could do, which Naruto generally answered candidly. They even ended eating ramen together some days, before Naruto went off to train with Anko, Kakashi, or by himself. Soon Naruto found that Irika was what he would like an older brother to be like. The Chunin also stopped bothering Naruto about his performance in examinations. That was until the Chunin had approached him about his Genin exam. For his Shibaku Kai, Bunsin no Jutsu. There was a puff of smoke, and Naruto turned to look at a pathetic clone. "You fail," Irika shouted harshly. Mizuki put on a fake expression of kindness. "Irika, he did produce a clone. We could let him pass." Irika shook his head. "No. If he can't make a simple clone, he could get himself killed on his first mission, or worse, his whole team." "I'm sorry, Naruto, but you fail." Naruto's shoulders slumped as he walked out the room morosely. Walking through the door, he found Sakura waiting, since her name was alphabetically just after him now. "Oh no, Naruto-kun." She felt really bad for her cousin, his eyes showing sadness. Naruto just shrugged. "It's okay, Sakura-chan. Good luck with your test." His eyes showed he was smiling for her, but she assumed he was putting on a brave face. It was supposed to be just them in the hallway, since only one person at a time waited outside the door, but another pair of eyes watched the scene. "Thanks, Naruto-kun. Wait for me by the swing, okay? We'll walk home together." The pink-haired girl resolved to follow Sasuke around another day. Naruto gave a small nod and headed outside, staring at the ground before him. As he sat on a swing, Naruto continued to look at the ground, though it offered him no answers. It was not long before he felt someone approach him from behind, a familiar presence. You know, Naruto, there's another way for you to pass the test. Mizuki gave a false smile. Naruto turned to face the white-haired Chunin. Really? He kept his neutral front up despite the circumstances. Mizuki nodded. Yes, there's a special scroll in the Hokage's office, and if you learn a single technique in it, they have to let you pass. Naruto nodded, allowing his eyes to crease ever so slightly. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. The Chunin gave a sympathetic smile. That's okay, Naruto. Meet me at the forest, and I'll help you with your training. Okay? Naruto nodded. Okay. Naruto got off his swing as Sakura came from the hall, trying hard not to smile. Mizuki watched the boy walk away with his cousin, the pink-haired girl obviously trying to cheer the boy up. He'd found out the boy was the demon from some of his fellow demon brat-hating acquaintances. He'd secretly spread it around to the adult population, but not to the children, since then it would be more obvious the third's law had been broken. Mizuki began to head back to the hall to finish the test for the other students. Sakura saw that Naruto seemed a little happier. Did Mizuki-sensei talk to you? Naruto nodded. Yeah, he was just offering me support. Sakura was glad that their white-haired teacher was so nice. Come on, let's get some ramen to commiserate. I've only got enough for one bowl each, though. Naruto perked up at that. Thanks, Sakura-chan. Naruto looked battered and bruised as he rolled the large scroll up again. He sat within one of Konoha's numerous small forests. Moments later, Irika appeared in front of him. What are you doing, Naruto? Naruto's eyes showed a confused look. Mizuki-sensei said that if I learned a technique from here, you have to pass me. A ninja star came from the trees, heading straight for the blonde boy. Irika jumped into the path of the speeding projectile, feeling the sting as one of the points embedded itself in his back. Thankfully, his Chunin vest took the brunt of the attack. Naruto, give me the scroll. Mizuki appeared from the trees. No, Naruto, don't do it. Irika shouted, despite being right next to the boy. Naruto looked confused, as if unsure what to do. Don't listen to him, Naruto. Irika hates you as much as everyone else. Do you want to know why? Mizuki's voice dripped with smugness. Naruto looked confused once more. Why? Mizuki gave a chuckle. Because... He paused dramatically. 12 years ago, the fourth Hokage sealed the nine-tailed fox into you. Naruto, you are the nine-tailed fox. Naruto's head fell in between his hands, and soon loud sobbing could be heard. Mizuki grinned as he prepared to strike at both figures before him. However, he froze when the sobbing turned to laughter. Naruto stood up as he wiped tears of laughter from his eyes, and he dropped the hinge he had been using, showing that he was not injured at all. I already knew that. His face became entirely serious. You just broke the third's law? You also tried to take the forbidden scroll, and for that you're going down, Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki's face showed his rage. How dare you, brat? Naruto turned to Irika, whose face no longer showed fear. Since you have a 3-foot ninja star sticking out your back, I'll handle this, Irika-sensei. Irika rolled his eyes. Thanks, Naruto shrugged. Mizuki-baka-sensei. Naruto decided to pause dramatically, parodying the rogue Chunin. Prepare to have your ass handed to you. Huh? As if you could do anything to me. You couldn't lay one finger on me. Mizuki sneered. Naruto looked thoughtful before he abruptly smiled. I don't intend to lay just one finger on you, Mizuki-baka-sensei. Kafebunshi no Hutsu. Mizuki's eyes widened in horror before they were swollen shut moments later. Irika grinned at Naruto. Good job, Naruto. Come over here for a second. Naruto raised an eyebrow in inquiry, but did as his friend asked. Okay, close your eyes. Irika prompted, still smiling. Naruto did as he was bid and closed his eyes before he felt something touch his arm. Opening his eyes, he noticed Irika's headband was missing, and looking at his arm, he saw that it was wrapped thereon. That's for completing your first C-class mission, Naruto. You're now a fully fledged genin. Irika gave him 2 thumbs up. Naruto was genuinely pleased at the touching thought on the part of his teacher. He was also pleased that the man had not put the protector on his forehead, since it would have caused his hair to stick up lamely. Thanks, Irika-sensei. Irika put his arm around the boy's neck. You are welcome, Naruto. Just do me a favor? Naruto nodded. Sure, Irika-sensei. Take this damn star out my back. Irika spun round, showing the massive bladed weapon was still there. Naruto just stared for a moment before he burst out laughing. Even as he pulled the star, Irika gave Naruto a sour look. I have half a mind not to take you for ramen after that. Naruto's laughter died abruptly. Well, you didn't have to get in the way. I'd have been fine. He saw that Chunin was not impressed by his argument. Okay. Sorry, Irika-sensei. Let's dump this fake, and we're done. He shook the scroll, which was actually blank. When the doorbell rang, Sakura went to answer the door, since her mother had left the house that morning. She was surprised to see her cousin at the door. Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled under his mask, and Sakura was familiar enough with him to recognize the shape. Morning, Sakura-chan. Sakura's face dropped. You didn't have to take me to the academy today since, Naruto was amused by her expression, and he pointed to his arm. See this? Sakura's eyes widened at the slightly battered forehead protector. How did you get that? The blonde boy seemed to hesitate. I'm going to tell you some things about me, Sakura-chan, things you can't share anyone else. Naruto's face became serious. He'd had a hard time making this choice, but felt he owed it to his cousin and only friend his own age. Sakura nodded her agreement. Of course. Naruto stepped into the house and headed towards the kitchen, where he began to make a sandwich, which was not unusual behavior. He turned to the pink-haired Kunoichi. There's some things about me. Well, a lot about me you don't know. Where do I begin? He finished the impromptu sandwich and sat down, Sakura opposite him. I guess it starts 12 years ago. Sakura listened intently as Naruto told him about the demon inside him, his having been raised by Anbu and faking his intellect in the academy. At the end of his story, Sakura remained silent at first. Then her face slowly transformed in anger. Naruto began to worry, having been sure Sakura would understand. I'm not a demon, Sakura. His voice was quiet and pained. Sakura's anger evaporated at seeing the pain in her cousin's eyes. I know that. That's not why I'm angry. She gave a sigh. Why didn't you tell me sooner? We're supposed to be friends. This time Sakura was the one who sounded hurt. Naruto caught Sakura's gaze in his own. Sakura, I love and depend on my family and friends. His tone made it clear that she was included in those. But this has always been, and will always be, my burden and mine alone. Sakura realized that Naruto honestly believed he had been protecting her. So why now? The young Jinchuriki smiled fondly. I can't guarantee that my secrets will be so easily kept now we have graduated, and I wanted to be the one to tell you. Sakura seemed sated with the answer, until she began to scowl once more. Naruto was confused by the sudden recurrence. What now? The waitress gave them their menus without comment, though her expression turned a little sour when she looked at the male student. It seemed the rumor of who and what he was had spread, and, from the look of it, most people believed the gossip. Naruto was just glad that no one was certain, so he wasn't usually confronted or attacked as he was when he was younger. The look didn't go unnoticed by the three females, though only Kurenai understood the reason. The Jounin was less than happy about the woman's attitude, considering this was her favorite place to eat. What would you like, Naruto? The Jounin decided to pull him out of whatever thoughts he seemed to be having. Miso ramen, please, Kurenai-sensei. Thank you. The blonde boy nodded in appreciation of the woman's kindness. Hinata. The older woman noticed the younger female looked indecisive. Would you like teriyaki with me? Tea, thank you, Kurenai-sensei. The girl tapped her index fingers together as she spoke, something that her sensei decided she needed to work on. Kurenai watched as Ino looked longingly at some of the larger meals. Prawn salad, please, Kurenai-sensei. The girl looked like she needed something more substantial, but for now the older woman let it go. The waitress overheard some of this and came to take their orders, not even needing to ask the Jinjutsu mistress. Ino spoke up once more. Kurenai-sensei, is there any reason why we're here? The question seemed a little ungrateful, but her sensei thought this was probably just how the girl was. She decided it was best to try and not take offense. I find that it's easier to socialize with a meal. Something about sharing a meal puts people more at ease. I guess it's because otherwise awkward silences can be filled with eating. The Jounin wanted her students to be comfortable with her. So why don't you all tell me something about yourselves? Whatever you feel like. She didn't really think the standard introduction questions were all that good. You first, Ino. Ino thought for a moment before she answered, the fingertips of her right hand resting on her jaw. Well, you all probably know I'm Yamanaka Ino. I'm from a clan that specializes in mind techniques. I'm an only child, but I have quite a lot of cousins who live nearby. My birthday is September 23rd. I like training in our clan techniques with my father, and I'm going to start learning a new one next month. I like Sasuke-kun, who is really cool and amazing. I dislike Sakura Forehead Girl, who is always clinging to him. The Yamanaka seemed ignorant of her own hypocrisy. My ambition is to win Sasuke-kun once and for all. Ino sat back with a smirk, assured she would complete her so-called ambition. Kurenai gave a mental shrug, but the girl was still young and would most likely grow out of it. She hoped. Hinata, your turn. Hinata seemed to shrink into her jacket even further than she already had. I am Hyuga Hinata. I like spending time with my little sister Anabi. She did not admit that the feeling was entirely one-sided. My H hobby is flower pea pressing, and my A ambition I is to make my clan P proud. She didn't voice that she was specifically out to make her father proud. The timid Hyuga restrained herself from sighing in relief at having finished speaking. Kurenai still had a hard time believing there was a Hyuga as shy as this girl, but there she was sitting across from her. She realized she would have to try hard to work on the girl's confidence, and it would take her teammates' help as well. Naruto, your turn. Naruto had to think about what he intended to say, not sure how much information to give up. Half of him wanted to be up front with his team. In the future, they would no doubt be fighting alongside each other, and there would need to be trust between them. He decided to hold out for now. After all, he could always tell them about himself later. My name is Hitaki Naruto, formerly Uzumaki Naruto. I like spending time with my friends, family, and I like ramen. One of my hobbies is shogi. I dislike people who judge others without taking the time to get to know them properly. Kurenai thought the boy's comments were a little simple for the amount of time he had taken to consider his words. His last statement made her wonder if he was indirectly commenting on how people treated him. She saw that his two teammates were paying attention, but neither suspected what he might have been implying. Well, normally at this time I would tell you about the Genin test. Ino's face showed her confusion. But Kurenai-sensei, we already did a test. Kurenai gave a small smirk. That was your Genin exam to see if you had the potential to become a Genin. Usually there's a test to see if you're really ready. The failure rate is over 66%. Naruto frowned under his mask. So 18 students will return to the academy? Kurenai nodded. Yes, but Jounin-sensei don't have to give a test. Personally, I don't agree with them, since the test is supposed to assess teamwork. I think that it's my responsibility to teach you the importance of that as much as anything else. I don't think sending people back to the academy will teach them anything about teamwork. She gave the three genin a reassuring smile. Eat your meals. Tomorrow you will meet me at Training Ground 16 at 8, and I'll assess your individual skills. With that, the Jounin tucked into her own meal, which had arrived as she'd finished. The newly formed Team 8 continued to eat in silence. Not uncomfortable, but not warm either. It was a start. After they finished, their sensei paid for their meal and her students thanked her. They said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Naruto relaxed to the white noise of rushing water, with his hands together as he stood in a semi-meditative stance. He felt slightly tired, but it wasn't enough to bother or distract him. Yo! Naruto opened his eyes, even though he already knew who was there. Smiling under his mask, the blonde boy stepped from the precipice of the large waterfall on which he was standing. It was a training technique he had created himself to improve his chakra control. It took a very high level of control to resist the flow of water and remain standing on it. The meditation helped him focus on the task. Hey, Tusan, what's up? Naruto stepped onto the riverbank. Just met my team. Interesting bunch. The Jounin put his hands in his pockets. Naruto had to laugh at his father's analysis, knowing who his team were. You think Sasuke can lose that chip on his shoulder? Naruto walked with the silver-haired Jounin as they walked aimlessly. Kakashi shrugged. In truth, I don't know. Though he's had to deal with a lot. In the end, it's up to someone's strength of spirit to overcome these things. The Jounin was thinking of his adopted son's past. The blond boy nodded. Spa. Naruto feigned innocence. Kakashi knew that Naruto was not yet a match for himself, at least not that he was aware of. Then again, he'd never seen Naruto go full out. Perhaps the boy never had up to this point. Naruto was very devious, though, and the Jounin thought it was a trait from his snake-wielding sensei. His pride demanded that he take his son's challenge. However, just like the blonde knew he would, even though Kakashi knew that he knew. The two stood off against each other, but Kakashi decided not to take any chances and lifted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan eye. His son was sneaky, and the boy always seemed to be coming up with new jutsu. The Jounin had already asked the boy for permission to copy his jutsu. The blonde boy was only too happy since he decided they were family jutsus, and now he was a Hitaki. Furia no jutsu. Flare technique. Naruto released a flare of chakra that would have surprised anyone who didn't know him well, and the Jounin saw a bright light emit from Naruto's body. Kakashi had to look away from the technique. It was so blinding. Kakashi grimaced and covered up his spinning eye before he was able to face his opponent again. The boy let the chakra flow subside, and before long, the only thing that remained of the jutsu was the spotted after image in the Jounin's covered eye. The copycat was both surprised and impressed. Just what was that? Naruto smiled mischievously. That, Tusan, was my latest technique. Warn me next time, would you? Kakashi showing I was watering slightly in sympathy with his transplanted ocular organ. Sorry about that. Naruto, however, didn't look sorry at all. Three Genin stood in front of their sensei for their first official meeting. Unsurprisingly, Hinata looked nervous, but less predictable was that the young Yamanaka girl also looked apprehensive. The only person who felt at ease was Naruto, but this did not overly surprise his teammates. In the whole time they had been in the same class as him, they had rarely seen any form of emotion from him. Hinata, I'd like you to go first. I know the Hyuga use their own unique taijutsu style. Please demonstrate. The woman gave an encouraging nod to the young Hyuga girl. Naruto knew the gentle fist form, his friend Kuri being a main branch Hyuga with whom he sparred on many occasions. He could see that his teammate's form was sloppy, but suspected that it was due to her nervous condition more than actual ability. He watched as their sensei sparred with the girl, while slowly the girl's stance and general form improved. Kurenai could see the girl's potential. Hinata had the potential to be very nimble with her slight frame. Kurenai stopped the spar. Okay, Hinata, that's enough. I think it's safe to say that your biggest problem is your confidence. If we can overcome this, I think you'll be surprised by how good you can become. Hinata blushed slightly at the praise, but smiled. It was not often that she received compliments about her fighting skills. You're up next, Ino. The raven-haired woman watched as the blonde girl approached. Kurenai knew some of what her clan was capable of, but according to the girl's school report, she had little skills otherwise. Ino was surprisingly fierce with her attack, and, if nothing else, she had mettle. Her taijutsu proved to be terrible, and it didn't even have a form that was identifiable. Still, she had spirit. The older woman stopped the fight after only a few minutes. You have guts, Ino. I'll give you that, but we have to work on you taijutsu. I can't help you with your family jutsu, as you know. I think you'll spend a lot of time training with Hinata, working on her confidence and your style. Ino took the news with surprising grace, unable to deny that she needed to work on her hand-to-hand skills. She had spent most of her time at the academy on more feminine and Uchiha-related pastimes. You're up, Naruto. Kurenai watched as Naruto stood in front of her and took a stance she was unfamiliar with. Naruto didn't feel great about misleading his new sensei, but until he was sure he could trust her, he wouldn't let on about his real talents. He had taken his normal fighting stance, mentally preparing to slow down his movements. Kurenai moved to kick the boy in the side of the head, though the attack lacked vigor. Naruto caught the leg in a loose grip and pushed it away again, higher than it had been. It was enough to alter Kurenai's center of balance, so that she was forced to shift her body to compensate. Naruto flat out blocked a punch aimed at his chest and gripped the Jounin's hand firmly in his own. He pulled on her outstretched limb and forced the woman towards him. As he aimed an uppercut to her jaw, she easily avoided it by simply moving her head to the side. Kurenai continued the spar for some time, until she thought she had gauged the blonde boy's skill. That's enough, Naruto. You have some skill in taijutsu and good instincts. We'll help you refine that interesting style and work on your speed. Naruto nodded, keeping his eyes completely serious. Thank you, sensei. Does anyone want to demonstrate any of their techniques? The Jounin saw the shaking of heads. Well, it looks like we're done here. Since the assessments didn't take too long, we'll head to the Hokage Tower for your first mission. The three students, who at this point were rather somber, cheered up at this news and followed their sensei as she led them away from the training field. Even though Naruto had not been expecting anything amazing for his first assignment as a genin, he was still surprised and disappointed at his first D-rank mission. Ino groaned. We're going to transport animal feed for the Inuzuka? Kurenai nodded. Yes, they are restocking supplies at the veterinary center, and you three are to help transport the goods from the trader to the storage room. Hinata surprised everyone by speaking out. How much Ai is there? She fretted a little, not being very powerfully built. Kurenai tried to hide her amusement. They stock up enough for about 2 months for as many as 70 animals. The three genin hoped that that wasn't as much as it sounded. Naruto was a little annoyed, since he could be perfecting some of his skills, but he remained silent. Hey, I remember you. A voice to the side of Naruto bombarded him as he literally stepped foot inside the building. He turned and recognized the girl who had spoken immediately. He was surprised that she seemed the same age as she had before and decided he must have misjudged her age. The fox boy wondered if Inuzuka matured faster than most, though this meant that Kiba was the runt of the litter. Hana-san. Naruto gave a polite nod to the girl, who looked pretty much the same as when he had last seen her. Kurenai was a little surprised. You know Naruto? Hana laughed as she remembered the circumstances of how they had met. I wouldn't say I know him, since I didn't even know his name was Naruto, but we've met before. A large dog suddenly appeared and rushed straight over to the blonde boy, remembering him straight away, and the animal barked a greeting. Naruto began to stroke the animal's head, which she seemed to enjoy immensely. Hana looked curious. That's odd. Tamaru isn't fond of strangers. The girl shrugged. Anyway, thanks for being on time. The trader will arrive shortly. I'll show you our storeroom. As teammate walked through the building, they were surprised by the size of it. But then again, it was the only veterinary surgery in Konoha, so they supposed it had to be. The storeroom turned out to be about 4 times the size of their old classroom, and inside there were shelves upon shelves. At the moment, the shelves were mostly empty, and that gave the genin a bad feeling. On the bad side, it turned out that there was a lot to come in from the trader, several carts worth in fact. On the good side, their sensei was helping out, and Hana was also helping between her rounds with the animals. Naruto kept his pace only slightly above everyone else, though he knew he could carry many times as much as he did. He didn't want to bring attention to himself if he could avoid it. 3 hours later, the team were over halfway through their task and stopped for lunch. They were pleasantly surprised when the teenage Inuzuka girl brought them a basket containing rice balls, wraps, and various other small food items. It was well received by Hinata and Ino, who were exhausted and slumped slightly as they ate. Naruto felt unaffected by his labors, but didn't make a show of it as he gladly ate his meal. The fox boy also discreetly ate some of his nutrient bars. Under his mask, Naruto smiled slightly as he chewed the special bars. Though often he would make his own, this time they were made by his mother. They always seemed more tasty than his own, even though they contained the same ingredients. But he guessed it was just one of those mysterious things about mothers. Inuzuka noses were famous for their sensitivity, and one in particular picked up the odd scent of the bars. Hana saw that Naruto was trying to eat something unnoticed. Hey, what are those? The young woman's voice contained unabashed curiosity. Naruto could have cursed himself, knowing he should have realized that Inuzuka could pick out the odd scent undoubtedly coming from his bars. It's a nutritional requirement. He hoped that the young woman would accept the answer, but knew it was unlikely. Hana looked at the bars. Do you mind if I have a look? The 3 women of Team 8 were amused when their client didn't even wait for a response and took the bar. The dark-haired girl sniffed the simple brown-looking bar before she took a bite. Hinata and Kurenai were shocked by the girl's audacity, while Ino just laughed out loud. Naruto was a little nervous since the girl was a vet and was going to notice something unusual about the bars. Hana chewed slowly with her head tilted ever so slightly, as if in thought. After a few moments, she turned a confused and curious look towards Naruto. Exactly how many of these do you eat a day? Naruto considered lying outright, but Hana seemed perceptive. Usually about 6 or 7. Hana's eyes widened. In Kami's name, why? Kurenai had no idea what was going on. What is it? Hana threw the bar to the Jounin, who caught it deftly, but it didn't look particularly interesting to the Jinjutsu mistress. If anything, the bar looked a little bland. A simple oat bar with what looked like jam in it. Naruto knew what was coming, but couldn't very well make a scene. He should never have brought the bar out. That is a nutrient bar high in calories, vitamins, minerals, glucose, starch, carbohydrates, and proteins. It contains almost everything a body could want in a small package. The Inuzuka girl turned back to Naruto. How many calories exactly? She was genuinely curious. Naruto resisted the temptation to sigh, but he supposed it didn't really matter at this point. The truth would seem odd, but it wouldn't give anything important away. 5,000 calories. The bars had been increased in potency as he had grown. Hana whistled as the 3 female members of Team 8's jaws dropped. What exactly do you do with 35,000 calories a day, plus everything else you eat? Naruto shrugged. It's a medical condition. It wasn't exactly a lie, since his metabolism was bordering insane. Ino couldn't believe her ears. Naruto didn't look scrawny, but was far from fat. What the hell kind of medical condition is it? You eat more calories than Chuji's dad. The girl had seen the Akimichi clan leader eat when their parents had dined together. Hana was thinking about the implications of the boy's nutritional requirement. The blonde boy didn't seem to exert a lot of energy, considering how much he was apparently metabolizing, and she had to wonder where it was all going. You're an interesting one, Naruto. She decided to leave it at that for now. Naruto was glad the older girl left the subject, though he could not help but get the feeling he had not heard the end of it. His teammates eventually stopped staring at him, thinking he was a medical freak rather than anything else. The rest of working day seemed to go by without a hitch, though it remained uninspiring. Naruto's medical condition was soon forgotten, or at least not mentioned. He noticed that Hana would occasionally throw him a curious glance, but he ignored it. Eventually, all the sacks of food were unloaded, and even Kurenai was feeling tired. The group noticed that Naruto didn't seem tired at all, but put it down to his medical condition. Hana thanked them all, her friendly smile revealing extended canines. Soon the team began to depart, though Naruto was the last to leave. Hana's companion wanted to say goodbye and receive a final petting. Naruto didn't spend a lot of time around animals, but found that he quite enjoyed the company of a large dog. Hana was waiting impatiently, annoyed as her companion basked in the boy's attention, when her nose detected something acrid. She knew instinctively that it was not good. Naruto noticed that the Inuzuka girl's head turned back towards the surgery, and a moment later the dog in front of him began to whine. What is it, Hana-san? Hana's face went pale, and she began to run towards the building. Fire. Naruto could detect nothing at first, but soon flames began to lick the sides of the building in one area. The blonde boy guessed that was where some of the hay and sawdust were kept for the animals, considering the speed at which the fire had taken root. He had no idea what could have caused the fire, though. Hana began to panic, and she ran towards the burning part of the building. All she could do when she got there was stand outside, not having a clue what to do. Not many Inuzuka learned elemental jutsu, and now she cursed herself for being so typical. A water technique would have come in handy right now. The animals. Naruto appeared at the side of the distraught girl and looked around him, wondering what he could do to help. It only took him a moment to see that there was a pond nearby, and Naruto was grateful for their luck. Are there any animals in that area of the building? What? No, it's another storage area. Hana realized that she would have to find help. Someone nearby must be able to help her put it out. She turned as a voice behind her shouted out, "Kakebun sin no jutsu." Naruto shouted out, and a single clone was produced. Naruto turned to the clone. You know what to do. Hannah just stared at the boy in mute surprise. She had to wonder how he knew such a technique and why he was choosing to employ it now. What are you doing? That's not going to help. Naruto just ignored the distressed girl as he and his clone moved to the edge of the burning section of the building. Move! Naruto's voice was so forceful the Chunin girl was surprised to find herself doing just that. Each Naruto began to form seals, though the clone was noticeably slower than the original. The original finished first. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Dragon Missile Technique. The nearby pond began to bubble, and the surface began to move and contort. One section began to rise, and soon a massive body of water rapidly rose and elongated into the form of a dragon. As soon as it was completely formed, the water creature shot towards the fire. Hannah's eyes widened with wonder and fear as the water dragon soared through the air. She was not only surprised that a mere genin knew yet another powerful technique, but also that he would use a jutsu that would most likely destroy the building. She had forgotten that the other blonde was still forming seals, which had currently finished. Doton, Doryudan no Jutsu. Earth Dragon Missile Technique. The clone took its turn. A section of earth uprooted itself and formed into an 8-foot elongated dragon, about a third the size of the water dragon. The darker dragon rushed towards the group, not quickly, but with inescapable momentum. As the water dragon was just about to hit the building, the large earth dragon hit the water-based technique head-on. The earth-made beast broke the head of the other dragon, which quickly lost its shape. The larger dragon was destroyed, but the water it was made from had lost little of its inertia. The airborne body of water began to spread out as the earth dragon collapsed and lost its shape as well. Hannah watched as the large mass of water hit the side of the building, but failed to smash it to pieces as she had feared. The flames were extinguished in seconds with a slight hissing noise. The young Inuzuka stood stock still, knowing she should move, but unable to. Her eyes were fixed on the blonde boy, and she watched on as he began to form more seals. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Dragon Missile Technique. This time unseen by the Inuzuka girl, water inside the building began to move, and a water dragon a little smaller than the first shot from the building and back into the pond. Naruto felt a little faint from his exertion, so he pulled out another of his bars with a shaky hand and began to eat it. A silent Hannah watched Naruto, her mind trying to cogitate over what she had seen. She knew the boy's chakra level must have been insanely high and realized that he was metabolizing at an inhuman rate to refuel his reserves. His body was already absorbing the nutrients he had given it, and Naruto began to feel his energy return to him, though he would take a little while to recover. He noticed the girl opposite him staring. "We best check on the animals." It was saying something that Hannah had forgotten her companion, who was still beside her, until the dog barked agreement with the boy. Hannah shook herself out of her daze and rushed into the nearest door. She immediately noticed there was still an inch of water over the floor. She knew they were lucky because the storage area of the building was a foot lower than the rest of the building due to a slope of the ground. Because of the thick door to the room, the fire and water had not gotten to the rest of the building. Naruto appeared beside Hannah as they looked at the damage that had been done by the fire and the jutsu the genin had used. There was hay and ash floating in the water, producing a muddy substance that flowed everywhere. Luckily, there was nothing else in the area, except in the corner of the room was a small burnt-looking rat. Hannah groaned, pointing at the deceased creature. It must have nested in the hay and chewed through an electrical wire. Stupid damn rat. Naruto looked around at the place. The damage looked worse than it was. Everything considered, things could have been worse. Hannah sighed as she felt depressed by the result of the fire, and her animal friend gave a sympathetic whimper. This is going to take weeks to sort out. Naruto thought for a moment at the girl's words. Hannah had already found out that he was not what he appeared. Considering how open she had been over the whole bar incident, he had no idea what she'd do. "Hannah, I'll do you a deal. If I help you clear this mess up tonight, will you keep what I did a secret?" Hannah turned a confused expression to the genin. "A secret?" Naruto nodded. "I'm a private person outside my family and close friends. I'd appreciate it if no one else found out." Hannah gave the boy a surprisingly tender smile. You just saved the whole place and probably all the animals. I'll keep your secret, and I give you my thanks. Naruto was pleased at the girl's attitude. In that case, I'll help you out as a friend. If Naruto would only trust his friends, then he decided this girl would become one of them. Hannah nodded. Sure, friends, but how are we going to clear this lot up? She looked around her despairingly. Naruto smirked under his mask. Tahukahe bunsin no jutsu. Mass shadow, clone technique. Suddenly the storage room was filled with blondes. Hannah was once again surprised before a mischievous grin formed on her animalistic features. I think I'm going to like being friends with you, Naruto. You're something else. Naruto put his hand behind his head, feeling sheepish at the kunoichi's words. He found letting his guard down more easy than he would have expected, perhaps because the girl had a spunky attitude that reminded him a little of Anko. Let's get to work. Naruto shouted to his clones in a firm voice. He had to be forceful with this number of clones. He had learned that the more clones he created, the more badly behaved they tended to be. Shouts of "Hi" were his response, and the small army got to work. Naruto woke up feeling refreshed. When he had gone to sleep the previous night, he had been tired to the point that he barely remembered getting into bed. It was true that he had a lot of stamina, but even he had been tired out by the use of all the chakra at the veterinary surgery. Naruto jumped out of his bed as his stomach unsurprisingly rumbled. He immediately headed into the kitchen wearing his pajama bottoms. It was usually his first port of call in the mornings. Morning, Naruto-kun. Akiko was sitting at the kitchen table, eating what looked suspiciously like lunch. What time is it? Naruto pulled some leftovers out of the fridge, piling them on a plate. It's only 11. I have to have lunch now because I've got a meeting at the hospital at 12, and I'll be busy most of the day. Akiko gave her son a knowing smile. Inuzuka Hannah came over earlier. She mentioned innocently. Naruto stopped as he was about to take his first mouthful, having just sat down. Oh, his mother just laughed. She told me what you did yesterday. I had to wonder why you missed dinner last night, very unlike you. I'm proud of you. You didn't let your secretiveness get in the way of helping someone. She didn't want to wake you, but left you something. Naruto had not expected any reward. She didn't have to do that. I did say that you would say that, but she didn't seem to care. The pink-haired woman stood up and disappeared out of the room. Returning a moment later, she handed a small package to Naruto. The blonde boy looked at the small package, which was about twice the size of a box of matches and was wrapped in simple brown paper. Naruto unwrapped the item as his mother watched on, revealing a small red box. He opened the box and was again surprised. Inside was a necklace. The chain was rather thick silver, and hanging off, it was a large canine tooth, which had been coated with a shiny substance. And on it was written the kanji symbols for loyal companion of the Inuzuka. Naruto looked up at his mother, slightly confused. Kazan, what is this? Akiko looked at the necklace. It's a ceremonial piece, though some wear it regularly. It officially announces you as a recognized friend and ally of the Inuzuka clan. Naruto looked at the necklace. It was odd-looking, but he found he liked it. How was Hannah able to give me this? Surely only the clan head can do that. Akiko nodded. Normally that's true, but a request can be made by the heir to the clan. Hannah is the Inuzuka heir, and it looks like she made such a request to her mother, which was accepted. Naruto couldn't help but grin and didn't hesitate to put the necklace on, the tooth hanging about his chest. When he had asked Hannah to be his friend, he hadn't realized she would take it to heart, and he was touched. He would have to make sure to thank her when he next saw her. Akiko had to smile at her son's obvious contentment at having another friend. She had to wonder if the Inuzuka heir had anything else in mind for her son, but she was probably just thinking too hard. Naruto watched his prey as he approached silently and slowly. Still his target paused, a sixth sense seeming to alert them to his presence. Naruto decided it was now or never an attack. Miu. The cat tried to scratch the blonde boy to death. Apparently cats hated him as much as dogs liked him. His teammates appeared moments later, and Naruto handed the cat to Hinata. He seems to like you better than me. Naruto didn't sound like it bothered him, but true enough the cat calmed down under the gentle care of the Hyuga girl. As if to rub salt into the wound, it began to purr heavily. Returning the cat to the owner, who should probably have been charged with animal abuse, Team 8 completed another mission. They walked back towards the Hokage Tower in silence. As a group, they were more comfortable with each other than when they had first formed. Naruto was still distant, but Ino and Hinata were getting on surprisingly well. Ino naturally bossy, and Hinata naturally submissive. Minutes later, they stood in the Hokage's office, where Naruto waved to Iruka, who was standing beside the seated Hokage. "Right here's your next D-class mission." Iruka, however, got no further. Ino wore a scowl, and Hinata swallowed. The timid girl recognized her friend's expression and opened her mouth to head her off, but she was too slow. "Hokage-sama, we've been doing these missions for a month now. Can't we have a C-class mission?" Ino had hidden her scowl. Iruka frowned. "Ino, each Genin team has to do a set number of D-class missions. We can't make exceptions." As the Chunin spoke, the Hokage was observing Naruto, knowing some of what Naruto was capable of. He felt a C-class mission was within the team's scope of abilities. If need be, Naruto could carry off a C-class on his own. "It's okay, Iruka-san. I think they can handle it." The old man coughed. "Come in, Tizuna-san." The Hokage's voice didn't increase in volume, but seemed somehow to carry further. A moment later, the door opened, and a middle-aged man came into the room, holding a bottle of sake. "Hey, what are you trying to pull? I pay you good money, and you're trying to give me a bunch of kids. They look weak, especially that dark-haired girl." Ino growled and made as if to attack the old man. Hinata already had confidence issues, and Ino was trying hard to help her build her confidence. "Now, Ino, don't try and kill the client, even if he is an idiot." Naruto put his hand on the blonde girl's shoulder to stop her. Ino scowled but stopped, glad at least that her other teammate had tried to make the old man's words less hurtful. Hinata, whose eyes had gone to the ground, looked up when Naruto called the man an idiot. She was glad that her teammates were sticking up for her, and she looked up with more confidence. She didn't want to let her team down, and she looked the old man in the eye. The Hokage, though a little annoyed, acted like nothing had happened. "You were to protect the bridge builder, Tizuna, back to the wave country. You leave in an hour." This was Naruto's first mission outside the village, so he made sure that he had plenty of supplies and was outfitted properly. Most of the items he carried were hidden, and in some cases sealed away. To the casual observer, it seemed he only wore a small backpack, which was filled with nutrient bars. He only wished he could have brought some ramen with him, but survival came first. Kurenai checked all her team as they stood outside the main entrance and saw that everything seemed to be in order. "If everyone's ready, let's go." As the small group walked along the dirt track, Kurenai watched each of her students in turn. The red-eyed Kunoichi did her best to decipher their feelings about their first mission outside the village. Ino seemed her usual brash self, walking as if she owned the immediate area. Hinata walked with noticeably more confidence than a month ago, but still a world away from the platinum blonde that walked beside her. There was something she had wanted to ask her male student since they had met up at the gate, but it had been the wrong time. "Naruto, I notice your uniform is different." Ino and Hinata did not hear over their own conversation from their forward position. It was not so noticeable at first. The body armor he was now wearing was matte black and didn't stand out noticeably from his usual black sleeveless top. What was more noticeable was that he wore the separate full arm-length sleeves that Anbu also tended to wear, which didn't quite connect up to his top. On his right arm, his forehead protector covered the gap, leaving very little exposed skin on his upper body. He also had forearm armor on, but again, this was matte black, so as not to stand out. His teammates hadn't noticed because they were up ahead of them, and when they had left, they had been far too excited to pay attention. What struck Kurenai the most was that Naruto wore a sword on his back, which he seemed to wear very comfortably. "It was a gift from my father. I thought I would wear the complete outfit in honor of my first real mission." This was actually the truth, though he also felt better with the armor. It paid for a shinobi to be prepared. As for the sword, Naruto couldn't be more at ease with the weapon. As he had trained with it more and more, the harder it was to leave it home. He had taken to carrying it around in a small seal scroll, from which he had brought forth the sword in sheath earlier. Unseen by the others, he also wore the 2 bracelets he had received at the age of 10, one each hidden under the forearm armor. Both could be slipped out at a moment's notice, the chakra shield on his left and the torch on his right. There was also his 2 commas under his body armor, A leather flap had been sewn inside the armor to come between the blades and the boy's abdomen. As they walked on, Naruto began to detect faint chakra signatures ahead, and soon he could see something that to him stood out the proverbial mile. In their path sat a puddle, blatant in the middle of the hot road as it miraculously resisted the bright sunshine. Looking to his sensei, Naruto saw that she had also noticed, not surprising considering that she was known as the Genjutsu mistress. Any ninja worth their kunai would see such an obvious trap. Naruto's mind began to race as he reached a battle-ready state. He and Kurenai were guarding the rear, meaning they would be the first to be attacked. Naruto knew his sensei could fend for herself, and that the Genjutsu mistress was not a jounin for nothing. His concern was that she would try and protect him if he didn't defend himself, and he wouldn't put anyone in danger for his secret. If he could think of a way around it, he would be happier. He would just have to wing it for now. Kurenai watched her students subtly, not wanting to let the group know about the ambush. That would alert the enemy and was likely to cause a drawn-out battle. She'd have to be quick. Her taijutsu and ninjutsu were not as good as some of her peers, but she was no slouch. Kurenai prepared herself. Naruto was not surprised when two ninja jumped from the puddle, which quickly faded. He saw Kurenai begin to move, going for the nearest ninja and punching him in the chest with surprising force for her size and build. The ninja dropped his end of a long chain they had been wielding when he was knocked back with a grunt, but the other end was being held by the second ninja. Naruto had to hand it to the ninja. He compensated quickly as he whipped the chain solo and threw it around the blonde boy. Kurenai cursed, having underestimated the enemy's adaptability. She moved to save Naruto, but was already too late, and she watched the chain wrap around the blonde. The enemy ninja pulled hard. The ninja, who had been forced back into the ground by the female jounin, watched in satisfaction as the chain tightened. His face fell as the chain broke, and two of the now 3 pieces fell to the ground, leaving the third and shortest piece in his comrade's hand. Kurenai was surprised, but reacted instantly. Moving with impressive speed, she brought a fierce elbow to the side of the still stunned ninja's head. He was knocked out before he even hit the ground. She turned as she watched the other man jump up with an angry look. She threw a kunai, handle first, which struck the man hard in the head, knocking him out also. Naruto was impressed, having underestimated his sensei. Won her Genjutsu specialist and assumed her other skills were lacking, but she was faster and stronger than he would have thought. Hinata and Ino had spun around when they heard the attack begin, but they had hesitated, and by the time they forced themselves to move, the battle was over. Tazuna looked on with worry and more than a little shock. Kurenai quickly tied the 2 unconscious ninja to a tree with wire, wrapping their hands as well so they could not perform seals and escape. Having restrained the enemy ninja, she then turned to Naruto. Naruto suddenly noticed that all eyes were on him, but that was not really surprising considering a huge chain had literally fallen to pieces around him for no apparent reason. Kurenai's eyes narrowed slightly. What happened, Naruto? Furasubaku no Jutsu. Flashback technique. 9-year-old Naruto sat cross-legged opposite his favorite pink-haired medic. Akiko had finished her paperwork for the day, and, with no one to treat for injuries, she had decided to put the time to good use. Naruto-kun, I want to teach you something this morning that I hope you never need to use, but could save someone's life someday. Chakra scalpels. Akiko focused chakra into her hands, and a very faint green light came from her fingers, stretching about 6 inches and coming to a point. With these, a medic can perform certain operations inside the body without damaging the intervening tissue. It's also a very good chakra control exercise. Akiko explained exactly how to manipulate his chakra, which should have been within the boy's scope of learning. The manipulation required focusing chakra into the palm and then into the fingers, with as tight a focus as possible, and then pushing it past the fingers. Naruto tried to do as was explained to him as the Mednin watched intently. Normally, the fox boy picked techniques up quickly, but after 2 hours, he could not manage anything at all. Akiko smiled at Naruto, even though she was a little surprised by his lack of success. Chakra scalpels were a very difficult technique to learn, one that would never normally be taught to a child. She almost forgot he was a child when she taught him because the young boy had a talent for learning complicated techniques. It's okay. Naruto-kun, we could try again tomorrow. Medical jutsu are the hardest for you because of your masses of chakra. Go get some lunch, and I'll see you later for dinner. Naruto gave the woman a quick hug as he decided to have lunch speedily and head to one of the training grounds. He didn't have much to do with his days except train. Naruto was training with a dozen of his clones, having set them all the same task as Akiko had set him earlier. After an hour of training and dismissing the clones, he still had no luck. The blonde boy tried to suppress his annoyance with himself. He had to think carefully about the problem he was facing. Medical chakra was harder for him to use than normal chakra. Therefore, he wondered if he practiced with normal chakra first. Maybe he could use the special green chakra successfully afterwards. If his face had been visible, then people would have seen a resolute expression. Naruto produced another 50 clones and got them to work. 3 hours later, Naruto was beginning to get tired, and he grimaced, knowing that it would only get worse when he got rid of his clones. What was worse still was that his idea had not worked, at least not completely. He could extend chakra from the end of his fingers, and a faint blue line was visible as it extended 3 inches from his fingers to a fine point. But he just couldn't do the same with medical chakra. Now unable to repress his annoyance, Naruto's hand began to make a fist. He was surprised to feel a sharp pain in his hand, and he looked down to see there was a cut in the heel of his palm. The wound was not very deep, since his reflexes had made his clenching fist spring open. Examining the small injury more closely, he could see that it was a very clean cut. He realized, as the blue light faded, that he had forgotten to stop the flow of chakra. Naruto knew a lot about chakra for his age, in fact for any age, and it did not take him long to understand what had happened. He had read about ninja who used their wind affinity with special weapons to extend and sharpen blades, but never from their fingers. He doubted this really was the first time it had been done, but the fact that he had heard of no one performing a similar feat surely meant it was at least rare. He hadn't realized at the time that he had been automatically using his wind affinity, which was the easiest way for him to extend the chakra from his fingers. The blonde boy decided that he had trained enough for the day, as it would not be long until he was due to meet Akiko. As he walked away from the training ground, the bleeding from his hand was already beginning to slow. He didn't know whether he was pleased or not. On the one hand, he'd done something which was undeniably impressive, but on the other, he had failed to succeed with his actual objective. Naruto showed Akiko the next day, and the two came to the conclusion that he could not use normal chakra scalpels yet, but she was impressed with his new skill. Any attempted medical scalpels just turned straight to wine nature chakra blades, and this was unlikely to change in the near future. Fura subaku. Naruto kept a straight face. I think the chain was designed for 2 people, not 1. Somehow using it by himself must have put strain on the metal, and the weapon broke. Ino's confused expression turned to a scowl. If you were less lucky, you'd be dead. Hinata was just relieved that her teammate hadn't been killed, which she'd been certain had been his fate. Naruto was glad that no one thought to look at the chain. If anyone had examined the weapon, they would have found that chain had snapped in clean breaks, and not the twisted breaks one would expect from stress metal. Kurenai didn't believe Naruto's reasoning for a moment, knowing chains like that didn't just break. However, she had other things to worry about. The red-eyed Kunoichi said nothing until she turned to Tazuna. You lied to us, Tazuna-san. This is not C-rank mission. We expected bandits, perhaps, but not trained shinobi. You can consider yourself lucky none of my team were killed. The 3 students noticed that Kurenai's warm demeanor was completely gone, and the old man shivered. All right. The old man gave a defeated sigh. I'll tell you the truth. The bridge builder proceeded to tell the group the full story of the Gata Corporation and the horrors taking place in the wave. Naruto's blood ran cold as he listened to the ordeal that the people of the wave country were forced to endure. Starvation was a horrifying way to die. So much worse than dying by a blade. The slow gnawing away of your life's energy as the agony of your body consuming itself made it excruciating. Right then and there, the boy decided that the greedy, vile man would die. He had been taught by his mother that life was precious, and some would think this meant he would not want to kill Gadu. For Naruto, his concern for the lives of others was exactly what drove him. The people Gato had killed and was still killing. As far as Naruto was concerned, Gato's days were numbered. Kurenai was still facing the bridge builder and didn't notice Naruto's eyes harden. This is at least a B-ranked mission, Tazuna-sen. By rights, I should leave you her dash. No. Naruto surprised everyone when he shouted. None of them had heard him so much as raise his voice, but now they noticed that Naruto seemed to be shaking. No, we must continue, Kurenai-sensei. Tazuna should not have lied, but we cannot blame him. He's only trying to help his country, and I would despise anyone who didn't try and do the same thing. Please, Kurenai-sensei, we cannot let such atrocities persist. Tazuna was grateful to the blonde boy for his words. Somehow the boy seemed to understand his desperation. Hinata spoke up, even more surprising than Naruto's outburst. Naruto-kun is right, Kurenai-sensei. We cannot let the people of the waves suffer like this. Even more surprising than the fact the shy girl had spoken up at all was the fact that her voice was firm and she didn't stutter at all. Ino nodded too. If you two are going, someone's going to have to look after you. No offense, sensei punto. Kurenai gave an amused smile. I was just actually about to ask you all if you wanted to continue before Naruto interrupted. Team 8 saw an expression in Naruto's eyes they had never seen before as he sheepishly put his hand behind his head. Sorry, sensei. The Jinjutsu mistress shook her head. Don't be. The female jounin was impressed by her student's sense of justice. Before long, the group walked on, the mood somber but determined. Naruto knew there was no way they would get to the end of this mission without him using some, or perhaps all, of his strength. Surely a Jounin-level ninja was next. The mood in the small boat was sullen as the passengers looked upon the large bridge. They kept their voices down, and there was only the faint noise of water rippling around the boat as they moved through the water, the motor no longer running. The group disembarked from the small ferry, and the boat quickly drifted off once again. The journey continued. It was only a short time later that Naruto heard a rustling in the bushes, and he turned to his raven-haired teammate. Hinata, can you look to see what that was? Hinata nodded and brought her hands together. Byakugan. Her face showed relief. It's just a little white rabbit. Naruto didn't share the Hyuga girl's relief, though. Things didn't look good for the small group. He knew there was no way that a white rabbit should be walking around the countryside at this time of year. He saw that Hinata had let her eyes return to normal as he tried to sense anything unusual. Suddenly, a giant sword seemed to come from nowhere, and the blonde acted on instinct. Down! Naruto pushed Ino and the old man down, not taking the time to be gentle about it. Hinata was a few feet further away from him and was safe for the moment. Kurenai looked at the man she saw standing on the giant sword that was embedded in a tree's trunk. The red-eyed Kunoichi had to admit to herself she was worried as she recognized the figure. Momochi Zabuza, demon of the mist. Zabuza looked at the Kunoichi, examining her for a moment. Sorry, but I don't know you. Just hand over the old man, and I'll let you go. Naruto knew exactly who this man was. Anbu HQ always had an up-to-date bingo book, and he also knew some of the man's past. He was bad news, very bad news. I think you're underestimating us, Zabuza. Kurenai hoped she sounded more confident than she felt. Zabuza just laughed as he began to emit a killing intent at the group, and three of them soon found it hard to breathe. Let's see how well you do. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Hiding mist technique. A heavy mist began to fill the area, and in seconds the Konoha ninja could only see a few feet in any direction. Zabuza's voice seemed to come from everywhere, though he was not speaking loudly, and he seemed to be speaking from right beside each of them. Which one should I go after? Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, jugular vein, or brain? Hinata once again activated her bloodline limit. Byakugan. She looked through the mist, but it took a little focusing as the mist seemed strangely hard for her pearl eyes to see through. Her eyes widened suddenly, and her mouth shot open. Sensei, watch out. Kurenai leapt aside, just as a huge sword swung down where she had been standing. With his sword still down, Kurenai caught the Mist-nin off guard and stabbed him in the side of the chest with a kunai. She knew it would not be that easy, and This was confirmed as water began to leak from the wound. The mist nin burst into water. Water clone. Naruto watched as Kurenai cast a Jinjutsu on herself, which effectively made her turn invisible. Naruto could just about sense her presence, but couldn't pinpoint her location, and he hoped the same could be said of the mist nin. Kurenai wandered cautiously in the mist, heading in the direction of the body of water in front of her. She had a feeling the mist nin would be near the lake, where the supply of water would be nearest for him to use. The Jounin hoped she was right, as her students' and clients' lives were on the line. Naruto sensed another presence nearby and moved towards it. He steadily moved away from the group, and his teammates were too scared to say anything as the blonde vanished from sight. The blonde met what he assumed was another water clone, and he looked it straight in the eye. "You're different." The simulacrum of the nuke nin paused only a moment before it slashed the huge sword down at him. Naruto nimbly stepped forward and to the side of the attack, before he slashed the clone with a wind scalpel. A surprised expression appeared on its face as it burst into water. Naruto headed towards his hidden teammates once more, feeling no other presence nearby. Kurenai reached the edge of the lake and could now clearly feel the mist nin's chakra presence. She walked slowly on to the lake and approached the enemy. Zabuza seemed unaware of her approach, even when she was only feet away from him, until his hand suddenly moved swayed on Suiro no Jutsu. Water release, water prison technique. Kurenai found water rapidly surrounding her, and her Jinjutsu collapsed. Soon the Kunoichi was trapped in a sphere of chakra-enforced water. Zabuza stared into the sphere at the captive Konoha Jounin. The infamous ninja's mouth was hidden, but an observer would have little doubt there was an evil-looking grin there. "Jinjutsu doesn't work in my mist, Kurenai-san." He chuckled to himself. "I know who you are now. I have seen your technique. An impressive Jinjutsu, I have to admit, but my chakra-imbued mist renders it useless." The Jounin woman cursed herself as the mist began to fade, revealing the nuke nin and his prisoner to the Genin group. Hinata had seen what had happened. The Hyuga girl found it hard to talk at the best of times, but now her terror rendered her speechless. Kurenai faced her students and client, her face showing fear. "Everybody run. This guy's out of your league." Naruto was suffering a powerful emotion of his own, but it was not fear. It was anger. Naruto was angry with himself for having held back this long. If he'd have shown his real abilities earlier, this might not have happened, and Kurenai might not be in danger. Knowing that he could not change the past, he turned the anger to the nuke nin. "I'll give you one chance, Zabuza. Release Kurenai-sensei." The boy's voice became gruff. Now, everyone looked at Naruto as if he had gone insane, and the enemy Jounin just laughed. "You may have destroyed my clone kid, but it was only 1/10 as strong as the real thing. Back down before you get hurt." Naruto's eyes narrowed. Kurenai might not be his friend yet, but she was a kind woman and a loyal shinobi. The secret of Blonde was not about to let her get hurt. He slowly pulled out his sword from its sheath on his back. Kurenai wanted to scream with frustration at the boy's seemingly suicidal bravado. "Naruto, what the hell are you playing at?" Naruto just ignored the woman and held the sword tip pointing in Zabuza's direction. He moved it slowly back so that it lay against his arm, the point aimed behind him and the blade facing outwards. His hand loosened around the handle, and he uncovered a bracelet from under his left forearm guard. Only the Jounin saw Naruto move as he seemed to flicker towards Zabuza. The sword arm came back and the forearm came forward, while blue light began to glow faintly from his left bracelet. The light expanded out into a disc as the metal spokes spread out and conducted the boy's chakra. Zabuza's eyes widened, and he moved to swing his sword at the blonde, who was almost upon him. Naruto saw the blade coming and, in what seemed like an insane tactic, blocked with his shield. The mist nin was shocked when his massive blade stopped dead. Naruto tilted his forearm, so the large sword slid off abruptly, and, as he let the blade fall to his left, he moved around to the right. Speedily, he brought his sword arm forward and made as if to hit the nuke nin with the hilt of the weapon. But at the last second, Naruto flicked the blade away from himself and upward. As he brought the hilt to the left, The length of the blade was aimed at the Nuke Nin's throat. Zabuza had to jump back to avoid the strike, dragging the end of the blade through the water, and he landed several yards away. His new opponent stood calmly, while holding his blade. Kurenai was so surprised at the events she had witnessed that she almost forgot to stop herself falling into the water as the water prison collapsed. At the last second, she expelled chakra and caught herself before she moved over to the blonde boy. Naruto glanced at his sensei before turning back to face a motionless Zabuza, who seemed to be thinking carefully. Sensei. The blonde boy let the shield fade, and the metal spokes wrapped themselves back into the bracelet. The shield was not a problem for the boy to use in short bursts, but was not designed for prolonged use. Zabuza had no idea who or what this kid was, but he had recovered from the surprise. I'm impressed, kid. I've never seen a shield quite like that, and to be able to use that at your age is a rare thing. It's a shame I have to end your life, really. You could have proved useful. Kurenai's eyes narrowed at the demon ninja. Don't forget about me, Zabuza. You caught me off guard, but that won't happen again. She turned to the blonde, knowing she would have to question him another time. Thanks, Naruto, but this is my battle. Naruto nodded acceptance, though part of him wanted to take on Zabuza himself. He knew that it would be irresponsible to take on the Nuke Nin himself. Kurenai was years more experienced than himself. I'll be here just in case, Kurenai-sensei. Now kick his ass. Kurenai gave a smirk at the boy, preferring his spunky attitude to his normal laid-back nature. I will. The Kunoichi turned her attention back the demon, who wasn't stupid enough to take them both on. The red-eyed Jounin said no more as she pulled out a kunai and began to run. The Nuke Nin watched the fierce-looking woman move towards him as she began to form seals. Machin, Huwakusatsu no Jutsu. Demonic illusion, tree bind death technique. Naruto had read about this technique before, though it was known as a Kurama clan technique. He'd never seen it used on water, but as he watched it seemed to be working, and he could only imagine what Zabuza was seeing. Zabuza felt roots shoot out of the water below him and immediately wrap around his feet. The roots continued to wrap around his body, and he saw that Kurenai had disappeared from view. He knew this was a Jinjutsu, and kept sending chakra to the soles of his feet lest he sink and drown. The demon of the mist couldn't seem to move his hands when he tried, meaning he could not release the Jinjutsu. Kurenai approached Zabuza, knowing as she did that another large root was growing in front of him. She held a kunai ready to strike the man down. As she moved in for the kill, she saw Zabuza viscously bite his own lip, and she cursed once more. Zabuza saw the plant that had been revealing the red-eyed Jounin fade away as the Jinjutsu collapsed. He didn't pay attention to the blood running down his chin from the large cut in his lip. Nice try, but not good enough. The two Jounin dashed at each other, kunai meeting blade, and sparks flew. The two jumped apart only to go at each other once more. This went on for several minutes, and nothing seemed to change. Kurenai knew that this could not go on for long, even though she wasn't having trouble with the enemy's blade yet. She only had to deflect the Mist Nin's blade, rather than block it entirely, but she could tell that her opponent's strength and stamina were greater than her own. She wasn't being given the chance to cast another Jinjutsu. She knew she had to think of something and fast. As if he had read her mind, the male Jounin quickly put his blade away and began to form seals. She was too far away to perform an effective Jinjutsu on him. The female Jounin was adept with taijutsu and weapons, but she tended to use Jinjutsu over ninjutsu. Her ninjutsu was admittedly her worst asset. Zabuza wasn't going to give the Kunoichi a chance to act, knowing her Jinjutsu could be dangerous if he gave her more than a moment. The demon ninja smirked under his bandages. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. The water behind the Jounin began to surge violently before gushing up in a long vortex of water, which shot towards the female ninja. Kurenai watched with wide eyes as the massive water spiral shot towards her. She could move, but the attack was so large that she wouldn't avoid the whole thing, and if she was caught off guard, she'd be killed. There was nothing suitably close enough to use for substitution. Her only chance was to stand her ground and brace herself against the attack. She crossed her arms as she used chakra to reinforce them, readying herself for the assault. Naruto saw what Kurenai was doing, and he formed a single seal as fast he could. Two clones appeared beside the blonde in a puff of smoke, and immediately one of the clones began forming seals. Hands moved in a blur as the water attack was just about to hit the Jounin female. As water sprayed everywhere, Zabuza grinned victoriously. However, his smile faded when he saw movement in the corner of his eye. He turned to see two blonde genin standing some distance away on the lake, one of which caught the red-eyed kunoichi he had been fighting as she fell. The kunoichi was wet and had sustained some injuries, but apparently had escaped most of the damage from the attack. Seeing the second blonde catch the woman, he realized that it was a solid clone and realized what had happened. The blonde boy had created a clone, which had used the Kourimi no Jutsu to switch itself with the Genjutsu mistress. The smoke from a destroyed clone had gone unnoticed in the blast of water. The demon of the mist had underestimated the blonde once again. He'd used his most powerful ninjutsu attack with the intent to destroy the red-eyed woman in one move, but he had failed and used a significant amount of chakra in the attempt. Under his bandages, he frowned. Kurenai's body hurt like hell, but she was surprised she didn't feel worse. She opened her eyes and looked up to a masked face beneath blonde hair. And Naruto. Her head was spinning a little. She tried to move her body, but it wasn't responding properly. Sort of. The blonde nodded his head over in one direction. He's the real one. Kurenai turned her head slowly and painfully toward a second blonde. The Jounin felt her carrier begin to move away from the original Naruto. Naruto! Kurenai hurt, even trying to speak loudly, and it didn't help her chakra was exhausted from keeping up with the Miss Nin. Naruto nodded to his sensei, who his clone was taking to the shore. I'll finish this, sensei, don't worry. Naruto then turned to Zabuza, who looked to be thinking. The Demon of the Mist was indeed thinking carefully about his new opponent, since the boy had already surprised him twice. He was usually the type to go straight on the offensive, but at 2/3 full strength, he decided to be wary. Kurenai was beginning to come to her senses, but her body was still not very responsive. The blonde clone placed her on the grass gently, leaning her against a tree facing the original Naruto. At the moment, neither opponent was moving, as if each was sizing up the other. Will he be okay? She watched the clone nervously, who apparently wasn't going to be dispelled anytime soon. Ino, Hinata, and Tizuna arrived on the scene, having been further on along the lakeside. The three headed towards the Jounin and the blonde clone, catching the injured woman's question. Ino and Hinata glanced at the two on the lake and then at the clone. Ino spoke first. Well, she was too worried about her blonde teammate to interrogate him on his abilities. The clone gave a shrug. We have never had a real fight on this level. I honestly don't know the outcome, but we shall see. The blonde figure stood stoically, intent on providing some measure of protection to his creator's team. Naruto watched Zabuza's eyes, the other returning his hard stare and neither breaking eye contact. The tension between the two built until it became killing intent, rapidly building. Even those on the shore could feel the tension, until Naruto's chakra and killing intent soared above Zabuza's own for just a moment before it disappeared. Naruto decided enough was enough and charged chakra once more into his left bracelet, dashing in a straight line towards Miss Nin. Zabuza grinned maniacally under his bandages and lifted his sword, sweeping it around horizontally into the blonde's paths. The speed of the attack was much greater than his usual vertical slash. Naruto pushed chakra into his feet and pushed with his legs as he leaned his head forward flipping just over the blade and through Zabuza's guard. He flicked his smaller sword across Zabuza's chest and ducked under the Nuke Nin's right arm as the man brought the hilt back violently into the blonde's back. Naruto took the blow around his kidney area. Naruto ignored the pain and continued to run before he slid and turned, sending a spray of water up as he faced Zabuza once more. Zabuza grimaced at the gash across his chest, knowing he was just lucky the boy hadn't had time to turn the blade round and stab him. Blood soaked through his outfit and drops of the red fluid dripped to the water, to disperse in a cloud of red before vanishing altogether. This time, Zabuza ran towards the blonde who stood waiting, keeping his sweeping movement constricted with the point of the blade down. He swept the massive blade across the space in front of him. Blade met with blade in a loud clang of metal, and the large sword pressed against the smaller weapon. The Jounin level Nuknin was surprised that the boy was able to match his physical strength. Naruto was forcing a large amount of chakra into his arms to keep his blade steady. With the chakra he was sending to his feet and his shield, he was burning through a lot. Luckily, he had a large reserve, but it would not last indefinitely. Deciding to take a gamble, Naruto focused chakra to two further areas of his body. Chakra flowed to his right hand, in which he began to charge wind-imbued chakra, while he prepared to let go of the blade with his right arm. He also concentrated chakra to the left side of his ribcage. Zabuza was surprised when the resistance to his blade disappeared and it sped towards the boy's chest. When it hit the shield, some of the force was absorbed before it slid off again. The blade continued towards the blonde, but the young ninja didn't dodge, as would have been expected. The boy moved right and forward as the large sword slashed across the blonde's ribcage. The blade didn't penetrate deeply, though, thanks to the boy's body armor. Naruto ignored the pain and continued his forward movement, pushing his right hand towards the Jounin. As the large sword continued its downward path, the boy stamped on it with his right foot. Using the impromptu platform, he sprung forward and attempted to strike the Nuknin with his wind blade. In a flash of realization, Zabuza dived to his right, since he was already leaning that way from trying to compensate for his sword's sudden movement. The wind blade cut into his side, slicing a couple of inches into his flesh. In a reflexive response to the pain, he rammed the hilt of his sword into the side of the blonde's head, sending him flying to land on the water some yards away. Hinata, Ino, and Tazuna watched the battle wide-eyed and unmoving, as if hypnotized by the scene playing out on the water. Zabuza ignored the injury and the blood which was running down his side. He watched as the blonde boy slowly stood up, shaking his head to clear it before standing up straight. Impressively, the boy still clutched his blade in his left hand. Enough swordplay. The Mist-nin put his large sword away. Naruto smiled and put his sword away, while it made a satisfying noise as the sheath's embedded sharpening stones met the blade. Fine by me. Zabuza began to perform seals quickly, noticing that the blonde did nothing. Suiton, Suiryudan no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon blast technique. The water behind Zabuza began to move, and as it rose it contorted into a long shape. It rapidly formed into the head of a dragon. The water attack rushed towards the blonde, who began to dodge, but it looked too late. The dragon just caught the boy, and water was thrown up everywhere. The ascending water and mist hid the two figures from those on the bank and each other. Zabuza was still alert when the water began to fall, but he could see over to where the boy had been, and he gave a smirk. The blonde boy was floating in the water, his face to the sky and his eyes closed in unconsciousness. The demon of the mist sauntered over to the prone figure, determined to put an end to his life. Kurenai's eyes went wide, and she struggled to move, but could not. Even if she could, she would never have made it in time to help. No, she didn't even shout, fear of losing her student filling her. Ino couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. The mission had become a far cry from what she had expected when she asked for a C-class mission. They had been attacked by two ninja earlier. They had then been attacked once more by some eyebrowless, but very strong, psycho. Most unbelievable was that Naruto, who had always been a loser and general nonentity to her, had shown he was stronger than anyone had imagined. Now it looked like he was going to die, and she could do nothing. Naruto, guilt swamped her, as it was her who had asked for the higher-ranked mission. Hinata's pearl eyes were becoming damp as she watched the imminent demise of her teammate. She had hoped to befriend him as she had her female teammate, but it looked like she would not get that chance. Naruto-kun. Tazuna felt guilt gnaw at him. True, the boy was a ninja and an impressive one, but the child was in over his head thanks to the bridge builder. I'm so sorry. Zabuza unsheathed and lifted his sword, pausing as he took a second to enjoy the moment. He looked across the lake to the five figures there for a moment, and the demon ninja moved his blade down in one quick motion. The blonde's neck offered little resistance and was severed easily. Both Naruto's team, Tazuna and Zabuza, were surprised when the blonde turned into a puff of smoke. Zabuza's eyes widened as the water underneath him began to bubble ominously. Naruto had never thought about performing ninjutsu from underwater before, but he finished his seals and tried to speak out. Suiton, Suiryudan no Jutsu. Water release. Water Dagon missile technique. The words were heavily distorted, coming out as bubbles, but as he focused toward the sight of Zabuza's feet, it didn't seem to matter. Zabuza was completely surprised when a dragon's head made from water emerged beneath him and flew upwards. Naruto pushed chakra into his feet and shot to the surface of the water, emerging and landing on the surface. This time he stayed on the surface of the water, taking deep breaths. Everyone watched as Zabuza was carried into the air towards the bank of the lake. The speed of the dragon did not allow him to escape off of the head, and the demon of the mist's eyes widened in fear as the dragon headed towards a tree. The dragon hit the large tree, which cracked under the powerful impact, and the water dragon exploded into water. Zabuza lay against the tree, just barely conscious and apparently unable to move. A tired Naruto headed to the figure of Zabuza, who was shaking his head side to side as if to ward the boy off. He stopped right in front of the bandaged Nuke-Nin. You underestimated your opponent, Zabuza-san. You don't have to be bad to be devious. Naruto unsheathed his sword once more. I will make it quick, Zabuza-san, and for what it's worth, I won't enjoy doing this. Naruto had never killed before, but he was prepared nonetheless and lifted his blade. This time he did not follow his sword style as he began to swing the blade sideways towards Zabuza's neck. Naruto felt a presence closing in with his heightened senses. He saw Sanbon shooting towards a Nuke-Nin, but he moved fast and used his sword to block the airborne needles. Haku was more than a little apprehensive, having watched the whole battle from a distance, and only moved closer when the fight had gone bad for Zabuza. Her plan to save her master had been ruined by the boy. Naruto watched as a Hunter Nin stepped from the bushes and stood up to reveal a shinobi of roughly his height. He focused intently on the person, the way they walked, the scent from them, and the sound of their slightly panicked breathing. Hello, Hunter Nin-chan. He voiced his words casually, but made a few things clear. Haku always made an effort to hide her gender, though the manner was complicated. She used a double bluff by dressing in a very feminine manner. Most people would not think a boy pretending to be a girl was in fact a girl in the first place. The reason behind it may have seemed whimsical, but her master had told her the only thing keeping her from being a perfect tool was her gender. The Demon of the Mist thought females were too emotional to be good ninja. Because of her precious person's belief, she pretended to be a boy and repressed her emotions. The young Kunoichi froze mid-step. It seemed the charade was up and that the boy knew her gender. She reached behind her back, forming seals with her one hand. I have a warrant here from Itsutsuki for Zabuza's execution. Naruto frowned, not believing her, and prepared himself for battle just in case. He did not realize that the girl was able to perform one-handled seals. Sensatsu, Suisho no Jutsu. 1,000 flying water needles of death technique. Haku's attack startled Naruto, and he began to dodge before the attack even manifested. 1,000 needles formed from the puddles at their feet and shot towards where he had just been standing. He was still in the air when Haku grabbed the man he'd been about to execute and vanished in a cloud of mist. Naruto landed a fraction of a second later. Damn. With the battle over, Naruto walked back across the lake towards his waiting team and client, noticing the odd looks he was getting. Stepping onto the bank, Naruto dismissed his clone and moved towards his team before falling on his ass. The quickly vanishing adrenaline and the heavy chakra used were taking their toll. However, he wasn't about to be given the chance to rest in peace. What in the hell was all that? Ino shouted at the top of her lungs, having finally found her voice. It was a question that he saw the group shared. Damn, was his thought on the matter. Naruto sighed, in part because he was tired and in part because he knew he would have to explain himself. I suppose you have questions. Your damn are dash. Ino's rant was stopped before it started by Kurenai. Calm down, Ino. Naruto is exhausted. Kurenai herself was still unable to move freely, though at least it was no longer painful to simply talk. I would like to know, however, how you were able to take on an A-class nuke Nin by yourself. Naruto could not help but feel his spirits sink. Zabuza had escaped him and would no doubt appear again when he was at full health. Now he was faced with one of the few things he was truly afraid of, revealing his secrets. To top everything off, he was soaking wet. Looking over at his sensei, he realized things could have been worse. At least they were all still alive, and his body was already recovering. With great effort, the blond boy pulled himself up off his rear. He took 2 nutrients bars from his backpack and consumed them quickly, turning away from the others since he couldn't eat with his usual speed. He was glad the packaging was waterproof. You already know Sakura is my cousin, and you know my name changed from Uzumaki to Hitaki. He began gathering wood from the close-by trees as he spoke, wanting to distract himself from his own words. I was adopted a little over a year ago by Sakura's aunt and her new husband Hitaki Kakashi. What you don't know is that they helped raise me from 5 years old. Kurenai knew who Kakashi was, even if the girls seemed oblivious. Tazuna wisely kept silent. Your father is copycat Sharingan Kakashi? Naruto had an armful of wood as he came back to the group, putting the wood between them. Yes, my mother and their friends trained me from the age of 5, soon after they began to take care of me. The reason my parents didn't adopt me sooner was that they were not together then. Kurenai looked thoughtful. Kakashi was in Yinbu, then wasn't he? Naruto nodded. I lived at Anbu HQ until I was 10, and the friends that trained me were the Anbu that lived on Tauzen's floor. His old squad are like family to me. Akiko-chan, my mother, worked there as a medic and from day one looked after me like a mother. Naruto formed seals sluggishly and took a deep breath. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Great fireball technique. Releasing only a small amount of chakra, Naruto sent a small fireball towards the wood he had collected, which burst into flame. Naruto took off his jacket and rolled it up, before carefully placing it behind his sensei's head before the woman could protest. Seeing that the embarrassed Jounin was as comfortable as could be expected, he sat down. The food he had eaten was being metabolized already and, along with the fire, was warming him again. The blond boy knew it would not be long before his energy was restored. Ino may not have known who Kakashi was, but she knew of Anbu, the ninja elite. So all this time at the academy, she was too stunned to be angry at her teammate's deception. Why you were hiding your S strength? Hinata finished, also astonished. Naruto nodded. I didn't want anyone who wasn't a close friend to know how strong I was. Ino was confused by this. Why would you not want people to know how strong you were? Naruto hesitated. I can't tell you that. Kurenai frowned. I think you should, Naruto. I agree that, in general, the current generation should not know, but Hinata and Ino are your teammates. You'll be fighting together, camping together, eating together for years to come, and, Kami forbid, there may even come a day that you die together. Trust in a team is very important. Without it, survival becomes that much harder. Naruto sat and stared at the flames as they danced, seemingly without a care in the world. The mesmerizing flames had no need for secrets. Several minutes passed, but no one spoke. Even the infamously impatient Ino knew when not to push. Naruto seemed deep in thought. Naruto wanted to tell his teammates about his biggest secret. Kurenai was right that he must trust his teammates, but more importantly than that they had to be able to trust him. Yet he remembered his early childhood and the things that had been done to him. The only difference now was that he could take care of himself. After what seemed like an eternity of inner turmoil, he took a deep breath. All right, I'll tell you all, but you cannot discuss this with anyone who isn't one of us, my parents, Sakura, or the Hokage himself. This is an S-class secret, and betraying it without my, or the Hokage's, permission means you will end in prison for at least 15 years. Tazuna-san, I hate to say this, but because you are from outside the village, if you revealed the secret, you would not be officially punishable. I know Yinbu, and you can be certain you won't even see them coming. He saw the old man shiver, though he remained silent. Kurenai, of course, was aware of the third's law. Harsh, but it had to be, or it would have been disobeyed years ago. Ino and Hinata gasped at their teammates' words, while Tazuna had no clue what to say or do. The only reason the old man was still there after the boy's warning was because he was under the group's protection. Naruto once again stared into the flames as he began to talk, his eyes unfocused. You will have heard of QB. I expect even you have Tazuna-san, and you know the story of its defeat. He was met with 3 nods. Defeat is the key word here. Nothing on earth has the power to kill a demon lord outright, but the 4th did the best he could and sealed the demon away. It was not a simple solution either, since the only thing able to contain something so powerful had to be living, and it had to have an undeveloped chakra system. The demon had to be sealed into a newborn child. That child was me. I carry within me the QB no Kitsune. Silence reigned around the blonde, but he was not really surprised, and he waited as everyone thought. Hinata was the first to break the silence. What does T that mean in Naruto-kun? Why you can't BB the KQB because you W would have been executed. What are why you? Naruto was pleased that Hinata was using her brain, though Ino remained silent for now. It is as simple as that. QB was sealed within me, never able to escape. Its presence is in part responsible for my large chakra supply, as my system has grown to cope with containing it. It is also responsible for my rapid healing, but other than that, it's had little direct effect on my body. So far. The blonde didn't want to lie. He was not certain that the demon would never have any effect on him. Ino's face showed her confusion as she failed to understand the point. That's horrible for you and everything. But what does that have to do with anything? It seems pretty obvious you're not demonic. Naruto could have almost laughed at the girl's innocence, as they seemed unable to understand his situation. To them, the monster was a distant and faraway thing, its existence academic. Not everyone is as detached about it as yourselves, for which I'm grateful, I might add. What do you mean? Hinata saw Naruto's slightly sour expression, and she had a bad feeling. Ino nodded. Yeah, what does this have to do with you hiding your strength? Naruto gave a bitter chuckle. Put it this way. Can you think what my first clear memory might have been? He received blank looks, so he decided to tell them his first clear memory. Furasubaku no Jutsu. Flashback technique. Naruto tried to sleep on the cold ground, his head on his hands to provide some small measure of comfort. In the dark cellar of the orphanage, he couldn't see anything, but he could hear water dripping down one of the walls. He could hear rats scuttling about, occasionally brushing against him in the darkness. For the orphanage, the rats here weren't a problem. The cellar had a large solid door blocking it off from the rest of the building. This room only had one purpose, which was to store junk, and this included the 4-year-old blonde boy lying on the cold, damp ground in his threadbare pajamas. The boy began to drift to sleep despite his surroundings. The first dozen or so times he'd been down here, he hadn't been able to sleep the whole night, but it was amazing what a person could get used to. As his eyes closed, he heard a thunk, but pretended to be asleep. Behind his eyelids, he could see that the ancient dim bulb, swinging from the grubby ceiling, had lit up. A male voice spoke from the distant doorway. So, you have a vermin problem. My colleague, and I should be able to help you out. That's most kind of you. I'll just let you both get on with it. I need to be elsewhere. What the woman, who ran the orphanage, meant was that she needed an alibi. The matron would go talk to the night nurse, so that she had a witness to say she was nowhere near when the attack had occurred. Of course, we'll clear up the mess once we are done. A second male voice spoke lightly, though his intentions were dark. The door closed once more as the matron departed, leaving the 2 men alone as they began to walk down the stairs. Naruto didn't know what was happening, but it wouldn't be good. Nothing was ever good for him. He opened his eyes slightly and noticed the 2 men were wearing forehead protectors. He didn't know much at his age, but knew a ninja when he saw one. Naruto slowly got into a crouch and began to move to the corner of the room, intending to hide amongst piles of junk around the large cellar. It won't do you any good, demon. A hand gripped Naruto's shoulder. He'd not seen anyone approach that close. Hey, Inoichi, are we getting straight to the point, or are we going to make it interesting? The man not holding his shoulder looked pleased by the prospect. The grip tightened. There's no rush. The words of the man, now identified as Inoichi, came all too easily. Naruto felt something strike his head from his side, which he hadn't even seen it coming. He fell face first to the ground, and a foot started pushing his face into the harsh concrete. He felt his nose break under the brutal force, and pain filled his mind, causing him to feel sick with the intensity of it. The foot lifted, and soon the boy followed. He felt a sharp pain and looked down to see a kunai sticking out from his stomach. More pain. He looked at his attacker, the one whose name he knew. "Why?" he whispered quietly, but a slap in the face was his reply. "For everything you ever did, this is the least you deserve." The man known as Inoichi went red with rage. Apparently his patience was gone. "Come on, Ganto, let's be quick. I feel sick just looking at it." Countless blows followed, and painful wounds appeared all over the blonde's body. Soon he was on the floor, his vision blurry and many bones broken. Naruto had a high threshold for pain, which had been built up over his few years, and sadly the blackness of unconsciousness evaded him. He wanted to die. "There's the lamp oil the old woman was on about." The man known as Ganto moved over to get a large bottle of lamp oil. The large man threw it at the boy, where it smashed over him, and oil went everywhere. The smell filled the child's nostrils, and his wounds were in searing agony because of the liquid. His eyes burned painfully. The demon tried to burn down the orphanage and got itself killed. A just end to a soulless beast. Inoichi pulled out a match from his pocket, having had it ready. Without hesitation, he struck it against a drier spot of the wall. Naruto watched the match burst into life, the flame dancing at the end of the man's fingers. As he looked at it, he knew that his life was over, and in the end he was glad. Life had nothing to offer him except pain and misery. He only hoped that he wouldn't go to hell for whatever sins he had committed against these people. The match flew through the air almost in slow motion, while the two grinning ninja watched on with satisfaction. They were surprised when the boy too smiled as the flaming stick hit him. Immediately, Naruto was no longer glad at his demise. This was a cruel way to die. His skin was burning off, and if he had thought he was in pain before, it was dwarfed by the feeling of thousands of nerves being heated to temperatures the human body is not equipped to handle. Thankfully, darkness overcame him at last. The world and the pain faded away to nothing. The boy woke up in hospital a month later. Despite the condition of the cellar, it had still possessed a smoke alarm, which had been set off by the flesh-fueled flames. When it went off, the matron had been forced to respond, and the night nurse had rushed the boy to hospital, not even able to identify him. The two adult ninja had been long gone. The Hokage sat and watched the boy with a worried expression. The only reason the boy had survived the brutal punishment, including third-degree burns to over 80% of his body, was thanks to the boy's healing ability. Still, it was amazing that he had survived. Naruto saw the old man, but didn't speak any words of greeting and instead sat in sullen silence. He was actually disappointed that he was alive, and he stared at the ceiling wondering why he was cursed to continue living such a life. That same day, the Hokage took Naruto out of the orphanage, but he couldn't prove a crime had been committed, and Naruto refused to speak about the ordeal. The boy was given his own apartment to live in, by himself, but it was better than sleeping in a building where people were willing to torture and kill you. The boy's story would continue for now. Naruto was still staring at the fire, thinking about how long it had taken to overcome his fear of it. No one spoke for a moment. Naruto turned at the unexpected sound of someone vomiting, and he could see that Ino had thrown up behind her. He had to admit he was surprised by such an intense reaction and did not know what to think. Pale-faced and shaking, Ino's mind was spinning from the words her teammate had spoken. She wanted to scream, but felt too weak and instead turned slowly to the concerned-looking boy. "And Naruto, this Inoichi, what did he look like?" Her voice contained obvious desperation. Naruto was confused, but saw no reason to hide this minor detail. He had sandy-colored long hair and a ponytail. He was tall and had brown eyes. I didn't know then, but he was a jounin. I still remember the jacket he was wearing. "Why you never told anyone?" She looked as if she was going to cry. Naruto shook his head. "Not even my parents. It just seemed appropriate at this moment." "Why do you ask?" The others, too shocked to speak, had to wonder at that too. Ino's face contorted as if in pain. "There's only one Inoichi in Konoha, but still I had to be sure. His name is Yamanaka Inoichi. He is my father, Ino was sick again before she collapsed. Naruto felt incredible guilt at the pain. He now realized that he had caused his teammate. It was not Ino's fault that her father had done what he had. He jumped up and knelt beside the girl and turned to the others. If I'd had known, I wouldn't have said anything. Naruto had unwittingly destroyed the girl's faith in her father. And as a young girl, perhaps the person she had trusted in the most. 3 sets of tear-filled eyes turned to Naruto, seeing his concern for the girl. Hinata had to take deep breaths before speaking. In Naruto-kun, it's not your fault. And none of it is. She stuttered even more severely than usual. Kurenai felt her maternal heartstrings twinge. I had no idea. Naruto picked up the blonde girl. Wiping her mouth with a piece of her bandaging, he tore off her outfit. Not many people do, Kurenai-sensei. You can see why I find it hard to trust people. I hid my strength at first because I didn't want people to figure out who I was. When they found out anyway, thanks to rumor, I continued to hide them so I wasn't seen as a threat. Naruto placed the girl next to Kurenai and then moved to the Jounin. Tazuna's voice cracked as he spoke. Makes sense. His words come out sorrowfully. He had thought his life was hard. Naruto had recovered about 1/3 of his chakra. Surprisingly, it had been an hour since the end of the battle. If you don't mind, Kurenai-sensei. Naruto raised his hands, which began to glow green. Kurenai wasn't even surprised anymore, though she was impressed. Your mother? Naruto nodded. My mother taught me so that I could help others. I don't really need it. Kurenai remembered that Naruto had been wounded. Your chest. If it went untreated, he could bleed to death. Naruto chuckled. Remember what I said about demonic healing? He showed the hole in his clothing, through which there could be seen no wound. He would have to remember to repair it later. Kurenai calmed at this. I have to thank you, Naruto. You didn't just save me, you saved us all. You're no monster, which surprises me. That kind of treatment could turn anyone into a monster. Naruto didn't respond as he continued to treat the Jounin's wounds, though he couldn't cure her exhaustion. Naruto opened and ate another of his brown bars, consuming it swiftly. He decided he felt well enough to get the group on their way. We need to get moving. Naruto formed some seals. Kafebunsin no Jutsu. Naruto created a single clone, which picked up the again embarrassed Jounin Kunoichi, and the real one picked up Ino. He turned to Hinata and Tazuna. It's time to go. Ino woke up some time later to the lulling rhythm of someone walking as they carried her gently. She looked up into Naruto's face, but she quickly turned away, filled with shame. Naruto saw this and gently placed the girl down, making sure she was standing firm before he released her. Are you okay, Ino? Ino managed to bring herself to face the blonde boy. I'm so ashamed. I don't have the right to speak to you. Naruto let the clone and the others walk on ahead. You did nothing wrong, Ino. You were a child yourself, and you didn't even know. Ino frowned at this. Perhaps. She did not seem relieved by his words. How can I ever look at him again, knowing what he has done? It was Naruto's turn to frown. It was never my intention to mar your opinion of your father, Ino. I am truly sorry. Ino's face became angry. Don't you dare apologize, Naruto. Not for this. If I can accept that what my father did to you was not my fault, then you have to accept none of this was yours. She crossed her arms. Deal. Naruto felt some relief. Deal. Ino nodded firmly. However, her arms fell and her expression wavered as she turned to continue walking. Her male teammate walked alongside her. I still don't know what to do. How can you be so wrong about someone? He's still your father, Ino. He did something bad, but I'm sure he's been a good father. Naruto tried to be as encouraging as he could. Ino nodded. He was a good father, and I thought he was a good man, but no matter what, that doesn't make it all right. You can't square things off like that. You can't be a good person 99% of the time to allow you to do evil things the last 1%. I don't think I can face him, not for a long time, perhaps not ever. Naruto's face paled. You have to, Ino. What about your mother? Ino stopped again, though they had only just caught up with those ahead. Kami, what if my mother knew? What if it wasn't just my dad? She began to feel even more distressed. Naruto didn't know what to say. He neither could nor wanted to defend her father's actions, and they began to walk once more in silence. Soon the group was together again. Hinata had been thinking a lot since the group had begun to travel half an hour ago, now nearly at their destination. Something bothered her. In Naruto-kun, is that the worst? She was almost afraid of the answer. Naruto looked sad once again. Physically, yes. That's the worst condition I was ever in, and even my healing ability took a month to heal me. But in reality, it didn't hurt the most. There were times when people got me to trust them, pretended to befriend me, so that I began to feel hope before they crushed me. That happened twice before I learned my lesson. For a long time, the only person I trusted was the old man, the Hokage. Hinata shook her head in disbelief. What right do they each have to call why you a monster? It was rhetorical, of course. Naruto shrugged. I gave up asking years ago. I just accepted. Tazuna looked at the boy. You were a strong boy, and I don't mean to fight earlier. Naruto smiled under his mask. Thanks, old man. Tazuna laughed. Anytime, brat. Kurenai was more than a little angry, though she tried not to show it since the clone carrying her would notice. She wanted to invent a terrifying genjutsu just to use on that man. It was not long before they arrived at the small village in which the bridge builder lived. People gave them odd looks as they walked by, but a short time later they arrived at the bridge builder's house. The group remembered their mission and that Zabuza was still at large. Hinata knocked on the door, at Ino's encouraging nudge, and a plainly dressed but attractive woman answered the door. The woman's face showed unbidden relief as she looked upon the group. "Tusan, you're home." It was clear to the Konoha ninja that the bridge builder was very much cared for. "Please, everyone come in. I'm Tsunami. Welcome to our home." The dark-haired woman stepped aside to let them in. She glanced at the blonde boys, of which there were two, one carrying a larger female. The Jounin noticed the look. "Naruto, clone, could you put me down?" Promptly the woman was placed in an armchair with surprising gentleness, and the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke, surprising the bridge builder's daughter. "Are you hungry?" In response to the young woman's question, several stomachs rumbled, and she left the room to get to work. Hinata and Ino sat down, while Tazuna went to speak to his daughter in the kitchen. Soon Naruto also sat down, and the silence in the room was awkward. "Zabuza is going to come back," Kurenai stated simply. Naruto nodded. "He is, and this time he'll be better prepared. Thanks to you, sensei. When I fought him, he was not at full strength." Kurenai nodded. "I'll have to fight him again next time." Naruto had a different idea to his sensei. However, "I am sorry, sensei, but I cannot allow that. I mean no offense, and I do not question your strength or skills, but that man is very dangerous. I can heal most wounds, so I'll be in less danger." Kurenai didn't look happy, as her student was effectively undermining her. The trouble was that the boy had a point. A good ninja knew when to put pride to one side, but that didn't mean she agreed wholeheartedly. "But he's seen your techniques." Naruto surprised them with a mischievous grin. "He's seen a few of them, I admit, but I only used enough to take him down. Tusan taught me to fight smart as much as to fight hard. I only showed a fraction of the techniques I know, so Zabuza thinks he has me figured out, but he doesn't. I trained with my father and several other ANBU for 7 years and was given access to the ANBU library. Do you think I only learned a handful of techniques?" Kurenai shook her head in feigned disbelief. "Why am I not surprised?" Hinata gave a small giggle, simply glad the mood had lightened. Even Ino managed to smile despite how lost she was feeling. Naruto turned serious again. "I'm going to have to do some training alone, Kurenai-sensei. There are techniques I am creating that I want to complete before we fight Zabuza, which could be dangerous. Given Zabuza's injuries, I'd say it will be about 10 days before he will be strong enough to take us on again." He had spent a lot of time with a Mednin. Such knowledge tended to rub off. Kurenai could not disagree with her male student. She wouldn't know what to teach the boy if she was to try, and it annoyed her just a little. "Just be careful. You are still my responsibility. I want to train too, sensei. There's the Hunter Nin as well." Ino's face set determinedly. She didn't want Naruto to have to fight alone. Kurenai thought for a moment. Hinata nodded. "I doubly want to help, Kurenai-sensei." Kurenai smiled at her students. "I'm proud of all of you. I couldn't have wished for a better team." She let the comment sink in. "I'll train you both while Naruto trains himself. There's one more thing, Kurenai-sensei." Naruto waited for his sensei to turn to him. Something I have to do. At that moment, Tsunami and her father entered the room again. Dinner is ready. Kurenai could slowly move by herself now. As everyone headed to the dining area, a little brown-haired boy sullenly entered the room and sat silently at the table. The rest sat down and looked at the sumptuous meal. Naruto realized how hungry he was, but decided to ask his question before they began to eat. Tazuna-san, I need to ask you a question. Where is Gata located? Naruto grimaced in his sleep, with his dreams only at the edge of his mind, but bothering him nonetheless. If he were awake, he'd find that his eyes were burning as they had before. The boy began to toss and turn in his bed, grunting as if in pain. He was in danger of waking up his team with a noise when his movement suddenly stopped. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around him. Instantly, he was alert upon realizing he was in an unfamiliar place. He looked around the immediate vicinity, which was comprised of a dark corridor. Though he was uncertain as to how he had woken standing on his feet, he was grateful due to the half-inch of suspicious-looking liquid on the ground. Though the ceiling was not high, it was surprisingly difficult to make out in the gloom. The faint light that existed seemed to come from the pipes running along the walls for as far as he could see. The pipes seemed to be as grimy and dark as everything else, yet the light seemed to come from their direction. Naruto approached a pipe and put his ear near to it, only to be met with silence. The blond boy began to stretch out his senses, including his hearing, sight, and even his sense of smell. Things began to look clearer with his heightened sense, but nothing more was revealed aside from more hallway. Surprisingly, there was almost no smell, even with his sense of smell at its peak. His hearing, however, picked up something. Naruto heard deep and long breaths that suggested whatever was taking them was large. There was also an occasional scratching noise that he could make out, and he had to wonder what was further along the corridor. Naruto made his way cautiously down the length of the dark corridor, but it felt like he wasn't progressing as it looked all the same. There were side corridors at regular intervals, leading from the larger corridor, but the sounds were not coming from any of them. After about 5 minutes, he saw the corridor turn, leaving him no other option than to go right when he got to that point. With an equal sense of foreboding and determination, Naruto made slow, splashing steps towards the bend. Turning the corner, Naruto unexpectedly found himself in a huge room that only increased his worry. Despite more light and his enhanced eyesight, the blond boy could not make out the distant ceiling. At the other end of the room, there was a large set of bars, which looked decidedly ominous. Each one was square and as wide as his body, the gap between them just a little wider than their width. They rose from the floor up into the dark heights of the ceiling, the full length hidden from his eyes. On the middle 2 bars, there was a small piece of paper, on which was written the kanji for seal. Naruto, not scared but aware something unusual was going on, spun around to check on his escape route. He turned only to find that behind him was nothingness, not even a wall, and he tried to look into the distance. The blond boy couldn't even make out an edge to the room. It looked as if he was trapped here for the time being. Scratch! Scratch! Naruto's head spun around once more to the bars, noticing as he did that an actual source of light was visible, and he moved closer. As the boy moved closer, the light didn't seem any nearer, even as he was right in front of the bars. Snap! A huge set of saliva-drenched teeth closed with a resounding noise just the other side of the bars, and in reflex Naruto jumped back away from the bars. He watched as the giant teeth seemed to grow a muzzle and then a huge set of red glowing eyes, narrowed and angry-looking. The rest of a house-sized head appeared in his field of vision, before a body to match became visible also. An animal that looked poised to pounce upon him stood before him, 9 tails swaying angrily behind it. Each appendage was the size of the Hokage Tower, and the fluffy fur on them did little to detract from their menacing presence. Naruto's face showed nothing. QB. The blonde realized where he was. The large fox watched as the blonde boy flared his chakra and tore towards the bars. The boy didn't slow down as he passed through them. Naruto charged chakra into his fist and plowed it straight into the side of the 9-tailed demon's face, managing to cause the muzzle to shift a few inches. A huge tail slammed into the blonde with rib-shattering force, pinning him against one of the bars. The monster's eyes were evil-looking and hateful as they narrowed slightly. "You have got a pair on you." Naruto was surprised that the demon's body language and expression gave off an evil aura, yet its voice seemed oddly neutral, though it seemed to ripple with intensity. Naruto felt the weight crushing his chest, but his arms had been left free and the gasping blonde charged chakra to both of his hands. Forming chakra blades, he sliced at the fox's tail, cutting through swathes of glowing red fur and eventually into flesh. He didn't take time to think how he and the fox had seemingly corporeal bodies in here, or how he could use chakra. The blue-eyed genin used chakra to stick to the bar as the tail was pulled back reflexively, but as he watched, the tail healed in a mere second. Another tail rushed forwards just as the blonde finally released the chakra grip he had been holding, making him slide just beneath it before he hit the ground running. Naruto ran towards the main body of the QB, and jaws snapped at him as he moved, but the boy dodged to the left and rolled. Quickly jumping back up, he continued to run with obvious purpose. Reaching the creature's underbelly, the blonde forced chakra into and out of his feet and shot high into the air, landing on the leg of the creature. He ran up the limb and then jumped off again, doing half a somersault backwards. He slashed at the animal's stomach mid-flight, but even though the blade sliced, it was only a minor injury to the beast. The creature's stomach was less sensitive than the tail's apparently. The demon's container didn't even feel the paw that hit him, slamming him across the cage and into the floor. The wind left Naruto's lungs as he heard his bones crack, and he began to feel dizzy. It was then that it occurred to him in a detached manner that he did not know how he had a body in his own mind or how it was able to take damage. QB's head moved across the distance in moments, its large head just above the blonde, and its razor-sharp teeth inches from Naruto's head. In a single bite, the creature could consume him whole. As he lay in a prone position, saliva dripped from one of the long canines and dripped onto his chest. Naruto looked into the demon's eyes and found that there was only malevolence therein. The colossal mouth was formed into a snarl, and it looked certain he was going to die. Whack! QB did nothing for a moment, surprised that the blonde had punched it square in the nose. Naruto watched the massive jaws as they flashed open and shot downward. The last thing he saw was the endless darkness that the mouth led to. Naruto woke up in cold sweat and looked around, noticing in the moonlight that he hadn't woken anyone up. He knew that it had been more than a simple dream, the details too clear and memorable. He'd met the infamous QB, and predictably they had not got along. Naruto took deep, relaxing breaths as he assured himself that everything was fine, just as he had done so many times before. He created a gentle breeze around his body, evaporating the sweat and soothing his mind. Soon he fell asleep, and the breeze died down. There was no sign that he'd woken up at all. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground in the forest that evening, not meditating but deep thought. After a pleasantly non-eventful first day guarding Dazuna on the bridge, the team had decided to get straight to training, taking some snacks with them for their evening meal. Naruto had left his teammates with his sensei some distance away in the woods, far enough to hide most of the loud noises he would most likely be making. Naruto's mind was focused on one thing, a technique that he hadn't seen in its complete form. Kakashi, in one of his more inquisitive moments, had shown him the incomplete version to see what the boy would make of it. The silver-haired Jounin knew the principles behind it and had explained what he knew about it in detail. Naruto had a knack for creating and mastering jutsu, so he had hoped the blonde would be able to combine both these traits to recreate one technique in particular. Progress had been slow without a real demonstration to work from, even with all the clones that the boy could use to speed up his training. In the end, it had been put aside in favor of training in other areas and with different techniques, but it had always been Naruto's intention to master it one day. Now the fox boy decided that day would be sooner rather than later. Naruto stood up. Kafebunsin no Hutsu. With a puff of smoke, there was 100 Narutos, and they got to work with a determined air. Kurenai stood in front of Hinata and Ino, back to full health thanks to a full night's sleep and a restful day. Well, I'm going to show you both now, is the key to mastering almost any jutsu you care to name. Tree climbing. Excuse me. Ino wasn't sure she had heard right. Over the day, she had made an effort to put her feelings about her father to the back of her mind. She needed to focus on their mission and did not intend to let her teammates down. Hinata looked confused, but politely remained silent, trusting Kurenai to teach them what they needed to know. She was already beginning to see the older Kunoichi as a mother figure, something she had been lacking for some years. Let me show you. Kurenai formed her hands into the ram seal and pushed chakra into her feet as she approached the tree in front of her, putting one leg on and then the other. The Jounin sensei proceeded to defy gravity and walk vertically up the tree. The Jounin walked down again and saw that her two Kunoichi genin looked impressed. Kurenai sensei, we're going to learn that. Hinata would have paled had her skin not already been so fair. Kurenai nodded. Yes. This exercise will help increase your stamina and your chakra control, the foundations of performing jutsu of any kind. Ino looked at Hinata, who smiled back nervously, and then back at the tree Kurenai had walked up. Come on, Hinata. The trees won't climb themselves. Just like that, any anxiousness the two felt evaporated. Hinata, encouraged by Ino's example, and Ino strengthened by having to lead Hinata by example. The two began to train, while Kurenai watched with a smile on her face. After several hours of training, Naruto was lying on his back, exhausted, looking at the starlit sky. He was already eating one of his bars, and, despite its already pleasant taste, he tried to imagine the taste of ramen instead. Despite his tired and ramen-less state, Naruto smiled. He'd made real progress that evening. He'd learned a lot in the last year, and his chakra control had improved enough to be a real help him. The trees in the small clearing showed the damage from his much improved, but still imperfect, technique. Naruto felt a little re-energized from his snack and slowly got himself up, heading back to where his teammates were training. During his 15-minute walk, he looked at the sky and realized the hour was later than he thought. It must have fast been approaching midnight. It being so late, he was surprised to find his team still where he had left them. Kurenai was amusingly enough sitting back against a tree, asleep, yet the red-eyed woman was surprisingly graceful even as such. Naruto was under no illusions, however. At the first sign of danger, she would be wide awake and set for battle. Hinata was lying on the ground, but she was not asleep. Her winded breaths were just visible in the cool night air. It showed how tired she was that she didn't even notice her teammates' arrival. Ino was still on her feet, though only just, and staggered up to the tree as she made the ram seal. Naruto could tell from where he was standing that there was not enough chakra in her feet to make it up the tree, but Ino was too tired to realize this. The blonde girl put a foot on the tree and tried to lift the other foot, but the first couldn't support even her meager weight, and she slipped. Lucky for Ino, Naruto had the foresight to move towards his teammate and get ready to catch her, which he did. Ino looked up at her teammate's face and gave a vague sort of smile, before proceeding to fall asleep. Naruto had to hold in his laughter at the sight. By this point, Hinata had realized that her male teammate was back, and she managed to sit up. She managed a small smile as Naruto approached her and put her other teammate beside her. You've been training hard, I see. Naruto's voice showed his approval. Hinata was still breathing hard. Aino, she's a slave driver. The pearl-eyed girl covered her mouth, unable to believe what she said about her teammate. She was just so tired, and she ached. She does seem particularly driven. Naruto had not seen Ino so motivated before. I have to admit, I'm impressed by both of you. You've obviously only just stopped doing the exercise yourself. Hinata had lain on the ground only moments before the time she guessed Naruto had arrived. I think she's trying to take her mind off of... She left the rest unsaid. Naruto frowned under his mask, unsure if there was anything to say to the sleeping girl to ease her mind. In a way, the issue with her father was nothing to do with him. It was the fact that the image she had of her father had been shattered that was the problem, at least from his point of view. I guess it's good to focus on something else, better than trying to keep it all inside. Hinata nodded, having spoken briefly to Kurenai when Ino had gone to answer the call of nature earlier. The two of them had been forced to agree on the same thing. Kakebunsin no Hutsu. Naruto managed to perform the technique quietly enough not to wake the two sleeping females. Hinata had been caught by surprise as she had begun to stare at the clear star-filled sky. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata already had a startling idea. Naruto's eyes showed his mischievous smile. Helping my teammates after a hard day's training. The three clones proceeded to pick up one of the three women, each with skillful care. Kurenai's eyes flickered open in reflex, but her subconscious was satisfied with her current circumstances and sent her right back to sleep. Hinata was blushing slightly as she was carried and wished she was asleep like her teammate and sensei. It still came as a surprise that Naruto was so warm and kind once you got to know him properly, a far cry from his former apathetic behavior. Naruto and his little group headed back to the Tazuna residence. It promised to be an interesting week. Naruto had already sent some clones to scout the town, hinged so they were not recognized, and he'd found that Gato had left town for a few days. The blonde would have to wait for him to return, but he had not forgotten his self-appointed task. 4 days later, a lone figure crept around in the shadows in the dank, gray alleys, jumping from one dark corner to the next. The only sound was the movement of the air as the individual moved and the heavy rain falling from the gloomy sky. The high wall proved no obstacle, and the figure was up and over in a matter of seconds, no one the wiser. Naruto stood in the shadows of the wall, watching the guards pace back and forth lazily. He ignored the raindrops falling on his head, which made his hair hang down. He could tell some of the guards were inebriated, too confident in themselves as they moved. The men were large and looked powerfully built, but the blonde knew he could overpower any of them without even using chakra. His dark outfit showed its true purpose in so much that it hid it, and Naruto moved unseen across the courtyard into the large building. Even without his senses heightened, he could hear music, the sounds of a party coming from within the 4-story mansion. The fox boy moved to the darkest part of the wall and proceeded to scale it using chakra. He made his way to the first-floor window and looked in. The room contained even more of Gato's men, lounging around and drinking, talking about Kami knew what. Naruto didn't care and continued up past the party. This time he continued to the top floor and headed towards the largest window in the middle of the wall, having guessed the crime lord was the type to put himself in the biggest room. Soon the blonde ninja was outside the largest room, and sure enough, behind an absurdly large desk, sat the man Tazuna had described to him. The man looked particularly smug as he talked to another man, who looked particularly unsavory. Naruto restrained himself from just blasting into the room and decided to listen in to the conversation. He focused on his ears, and soon the man's words became clear. Going to attack the Konoha group in 5 days' time at the bridge. Even if he wins, he'll be so beat up that he can be disposed of. Spread the word around. I need a large number of men, the usual big muscles and tiny brain type. We'll show Zabuza what a foolish little baby demon he is. The green-suited man leaned back in his chair with a smirk while his underling bowed and left the room. Naruto continued to hesitate, wondering what to do with this information, and realized he had 2 options. The blonde could smash into the room and kill the crime lord in a heartbeat as he had planned, and he'd have to deal with Zabuza afterward. The man was completely psychotic, so he might attack the Konoha group in anger or just leave. If he waited for Gato to arrive on the bridge and betray Zabuza first, then the chances of him leaving the Konoha group alone were greater. It wasn't that Naruto was a coward simply avoiding battle, but he had his teammates and even his sensei to think of. Clinging unseen to the wall for 10 minutes, the blonde made his decision. He slowly made his way back down the wall and back into the darkness from whence he came. Gato had no idea how close he had come to death that night. The Konoha team sat with Tazuna and his family at the meal table. The atmosphere was somber after Naruto had filled them in on what he had heard the night before. By an unspoken agreement, they decided not to rush their meal, but even though Hinata's silence was not unusual, Ino's was almost deafening. The silence was suddenly broken by the person they expected it from the least, Inari. Why are you bothering? You're all going to die. You can't defeat Gato, so why bother at all? Everyone was too stunned to respond to the boy's outburst, even his mother and grandfather. Naruto understood the boy's sense of defeat, since Tsunami had told them about the boy's father figure's fate. Inari, we all want to give up sometimes. It hurts to keep trying, to keep going. We find ourselves asking ourselves, is it worth it? Why? Keep trying. But in the end, it comes down to this. Naruto looked the boy straight in the eye. Are you willing to bear the pain of trying your hardest? To push yourself beyond your limit? To do what people tell you that you can't? In order to protect those you care for and honor those who have fallen doing the same. Inari's face was blank as he took the words in, but Naruto had not finished. No one can live forever, Inari. All we can do is the best with the time we have. Your father understood that. I wish I could have met him. He was a real hero, and he still can be if you learn from his example and do what's right. Naruto stood up and headed out the room, needing to get out of the house to think. Behind him, silence reigned. He knew that at least some of what he had said got through. Naruto sat high in a tree, at first thinking about his family. Kuri, Mia, Enko, Suki, Yamado, Sakura, Akiko, Kakashi, Iruka, and now Hinata, Ino, and Kurenai. He would make sure that he survived and that all his teammates would live. He would not lose to Zabuza or his companion, because he had too many people to protect to die anytime soon. This thought inspired him, and he began to train, the hardest he had done since Akiko had nearly died. Elsewhere in the forest, Ino and Hinata were training intently, having themselves been inspired by their teammates' words. Hinata practiced her family's fighting style by sparring with her sensei, and Ino tried to learn a genjutsu that Kurenai had shown her. The Yamanaka girl could not bring herself to train in her family jutsu, the very thought nauseating her. Kurenai and her two female students were surprised when Naruto didn't make an appearance. They rested for a time before heading in the direction the blonde had gone. The three kunoichi walked for a while before they heard heavy panting as they walked into a clearing. Ino looked around at the destruction. There were boulders smashed to pieces, trees literally torn in half, and craters in the ground. The blonde-haired girl's jaw dropped. Hinata saw that Naruto was barely able to stand and moved over to him. Naruto-kun. Naruto was covered in sweat and not a small amount of dirt. Being tired, he hadn't heard them arrive. Hello, Hinata-chan. Naruto nodded to the raven-haired girl a little shakily. Kurenai found the landscape a little disturbing. You've been training hard. Naruto's eyes showed determination. It's not enough, Kurenai-sensei. I won't stop until I have done it. Done it. Ino's curiosity was piqued, more so because of the carnage around them. Naruto nodded. One of hardest techniques I've ever attempted. This caught everyone's interest, but Hinata was more concerned over Naruto's condition. And maybe you should finish F for the end, Knight. She was surprised he hadn't fallen over yet. Naruto shook his head. I have to keep going as long as I can. You three go home and rest. I'll be back when I'm ready. Ino didn't look best pleased. Naruto, don't you think? Naruto's voice came out almost desperate. Please, Ino-chan. I have to get stronger. I just have to. Ino was just about to push the point when Kurenai put her hand on the young girl's shoulder and shook her head. Just don't stay out all night, Naruto. Naruto nodded and took a deep breath. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A few dozen clones appeared as the women left the clearing. Hinata looked back at Naruto for a moment before turning to her sensei. Kurenai-sensei. She wanted to know what the older woman was thinking, and Ino also turned her attention to the jounin. You want to know why I let Naruto continue to train? The red-eyed woman saw the two girls nod. When he spoke to Inari earlier, it was obvious he was speaking from experience. Naruto is pushing himself past his limits to protect others, this country, but most importantly, those he cares about. And I think that includes us. Both girls looked at their sensei in surprise. Despite how distant Naruto appears to most people, I believe he's a very people-oriented person. Now, that he doesn't have to keep up his pretense around us, he's allowed himself to think of us as friends. Kurenai saw that both girls understood. Now what you have to remember is that before he was adopted, Naruto built a family in his mind of those close to him. The girls looked a little less understanding now. Naruto legally has a mother, father, aunt, and cousin. I also think he sees various others in familial roles, but I'm also guessing that Naruto has no siblings or those he considers as such, So it's natural for him to fit that role to two girls a similar age to himself who has become closer to the two of you. Ino and Hinata stopped walking, looking thoughtful, but neither of them said anything. Does that bother you? Kurenai had thought the girls would be flattered. No. Both voices came out quiet but firm. Ino shook her head. I'm glad, Sensei. I don't have any brothers or sisters, and I don't have much faith in my family right now. It would be nice to have someone who I can trust, that I can consider family. Hinata. Kurenai turned to her other student. Hinata gave a small but happy smile. And my family doesn't want me, Kurenai-sensei. She continued when her teacher was about to interrupt. It's true. Hinata looked at the ground, a tear welling up around each pearl-colored eye before she wiped them away. But when she looked up, she smiled once again. At least I know, that somebody wants me in their family. The moment was both tinged with happiness and sadness for the two young girls. The group continued their way back to the house. Hey, you'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this. A peaceful and feminine voice disturbed the sleeping figure. Naruto groaned before sitting up, his body thankfully fully recovered from all that he had asked of it. He'd been so exhausted the night before that he'd actually collapsed where he'd stood. Thanks. He then looked at the girl who had spoken to him, a pretty young woman, and something about her struck him as familiar. Haku. The girl answered his unspoken question. You're a ninja? Naruto nodded vaguely, still in the process of waking up. Something about this girl was bothering him. The girl noticed that the boy had obviously been training hard. Tell me, do you have someone precious to you? She sounded almost anxious, though her face remained calm. Naruto was confused by the girl's question, and things were beginning to feel surreal. Yes. Naruto began to concentrate on his senses, even as he was reminded of those he had been thinking so much about the previous evening. You're lucky. Protecting those precious to you is how you truly become strong. The girl's voice conveyed a surprising sense of sadness. Naruto's eyes widened as it suddenly hit him. Is that why you protect Zabuza? This time, it was Haku's turn to be surprised. What do you mean? Haku surprised herself with her nervousness. She was usually so calm it even worried Zabuza, yet now she felt invulnerable and panicky. I remember your scent. You're the hunter Nin who saved Zabuza. Naruto kept his tone calm. Haku began to back away, but turned around when a voice made her turn back. If you let this continue, Zabuza will die. Naruto crossed his arms, his expression grave. Haku began to feel angry, though it didn't show. I won't let you hurt Zabuza-sama. Naruto shook his head sadly. You misunderstand me, Haku-san. I have no desire to hurt him. If you can convince him to leave Tazuna and my team alone, then I'll let him be. Naruto's expression then turned so hard that even Haku found it intimidating. But if Zabuza tries to hurt my friends, I will not hold back, and if I have to destroy him, I will. It's his choice. Naruto then waited for her to leave, doubting anything would change, but he had to give it a chance. It was the same with the situation with Gato. Haku's face became impassive as she understood the blue-eyed boy. His teammates were precious to him. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded. Goodbye, Haku-san. The girl quickly left, soon invisible through the foliage. Naruto sighed and turned around, heading back to the house. Things had gotten complicated. The girl didn't seem to be a bad person, but she was close to a person who was. He honestly hoped that he wouldn't be forced to hurt her, but he would do what he had to. 3 days later, the workers had been given the day off, but work was going to be the last thing on their minds today. Naruto looked at the bright blue sky, seeing that the shining sun paid no heed to his problems, before he looked around at his teammates. They had brought Tazuna with them for his own protection. Tsunami and Inari would be safe with a clone patrolling, just in case. Naruto couldn't allow himself to relax, as he made sure to keep alert, ready to detect the presence they were expecting. Ino and Hinata sat either side of their sensei. The tension was palpable. They had known now for 5 days that the attack would come this day, but that did not make it any easier on their nerves. Naruto felt the air shift. They're here. Even as he spoke, half a dozen Zabuzas fell from the sky and encircled the group. They burst into water before they got a chance to move, and the only sign that Naruto had even moved was that he had shifted his body weight from one foot to the other. Zabuza stood a little distance away with his arms crossed, but he didn't look worried. Beside him was the masked figure they had seen before, though Naruto had seen her real face. On the other side of the Demon of the Mist were two familiar ninja, the ones who had attacked them near the beginning of their journey. Nice to see your little holiday hasn't softened you up. He turned to the two men beside him, first to the one on the left, then the one on the right. Gozu, Meizu, I trust you can take care of the two girls. The two men just glanced at the girls. No one escapes the demon brothers twice. Gozu's voice was filled with confidence. Zabuza turned to Haku. Haku, take care of the woman. She's Jounin, so you will probably have to use that technique. The masked girl nodded. The Demon of the Mist turned to face the blonde boy. Let's see how you fight against me at full strength, Brad. Naruto took a deep breath. Gata means to betray you. I heard him informing one of his subordinates that he and a band of heavies are going to come later to finish you off after our battle. Zabuza frowned under his bandages, before his expression turned cold. Coward. Naruto knew that the sword-wielding ninja didn't believe him, and his small hope of avoiding a conflict was lost. If they were lucky, they could hold off until Gata came and proved him right. Even then, there was no guarantee what would happen. Have it your way, Zabuza. Kurenai looked towards her team, with concern evident on her face. Don't die, consider it an order. Naruto would have rolled his eyes had the situation not been so serious. He glanced at his two teammates and could smell their fear, but it wasn't overpowering. The two Kunoichi of Team 8 looked determined. Kurenai's face looked blank, but as an experienced fighter, she was bound to suppress any emotion. The group had managed to split into three almost unnoticeably, each with their own opponents. Zabuza turned his back to Naruto and began walking casually away, while Naruto followed at an equally relaxed pace. Soon they were a good distance down the bridge from the others. I don't want anyone getting in our way. Naruto didn't give any sign that he had heard and watched as Zabuza began forming seals. The fox boy prepared himself for anything. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Hiding mist technique. The Nukenin quickly disappeared from view, but he didn't bother with his normal speech. There was not much chance that he would be able to intimidate his young opponent. He waited in the mist for an opportune moment. Naruto began to form seals of his own. Futon, Sippuweki no Jutsu. Wind release. Hurricane burst technique. Naruto released a large amount of wind-imbued chakra in one burst, in one direction, and the effect was immediate. Zabuza watched with interest as a small but powerful gale tore through the immediate area, and the mist between them was blown away. After a moment, he was forced to close his eyes due to the force of the wind that whipped around him. Realizing the boy was a devious fighter, he jumped aside as the gale died down. He opened his eyes in time to see Naruto swipe his blade at the space where he had just been standing. I'm not going to underestimate you again. Naruto smiled under his mask. You already have. Zabuza didn't dodge fast enough, and as the clone in front of him burst, the real Naruto sliced it aside. The cut wasn't deep, but he realized the boy's real ability was harder to gauge than he had first thought. The mist that had been moved aside began to close in once again. You want to play? Mithubunsin no Jutsu. Water clone technique. A dozen Zabuzas formed around the blonde figure. Hinata dodged another blow from her opponent, but so far Gozu had been unable to lay a hit on her. The young girl had an edge in speed, with her slight build, and her activated bloodline pushed the advantage further. The ninja in front of her was burdened with some heavy pieces of armor and weaponry, which slowed him down. She still lacked confidence and was reticent in landing blows. Her opponent was obviously losing his temper. Even though she was fine for now, the claw worried her. Her stamina wasn't great, and soon she would begin to slow down. That claw looked like it could do a lot of damage, and it was most likely only a matter of time before he swallowed his pride and began to use ninjutsu. Ino dodged her opponent's blow, which was already going wide, but she only did so to make it look like he was nearly hitting her. Kurenai had taught the Platinum Blonde a Jinjutsu, which she was putting to good use. Its weakness was that it was easily dispelled, and most genin would be able to shake the jutsu off. Its strength was that it was very subtle, shifting the target's depth perception just slightly so that they misjudged any target's position. Any intelligent fighter would have realized they were under a Jinjutsu pretty quickly, but her opponent apparently wasn't that bright. Still, It was only a matter of time before he realized and dispelled it. It only made it harder that if she struck Meizu a blow that caused significant pain, it would dispel the technique. For now, she kept on the defensive while she thought, and she saw that Hinata seemed to be holding her own. Kurenai didn't find it difficult to match Haku's speed, but she was wary of what Zabuza had said before they had all separated. It seemed likely that the girl's strength was not her taijutsu skills. The Jounin caught a kick from the masked ninja, and then a punch, the force surprising. What was more surprising was that her opponent began to form one-handed seals. Sensatsu Suiso no Jutsu. 1,000 flying water needles of death. The Jounin, who had seen this technique, jumped out the way rapidly, and as she sailed through the air, formed seals of her own. Meisei no Jutsu. Hiding camouflage technique. The red-eyed Jounin vanished from sight. Haku frowned, able to sense the woman near, but unable to pinpoint her location. She also knew the technique was too strong to dispel, leaving her with little choice. Makio Hyosho. Demonic ice mirrors. Naruto noticed that Zabuza seemed pleased, and he wondered what the technique was that he'd heard the masked kunoichi use. Your sensei is out of luck. Zabuza blocked Naruto's attack, while Naruto pushed against the blade. The clones had quickly been destroyed some time ago. Don't underestimate Kurenai sensei. Because of her looks, Zabuza, the loveliest rose, may have the sharpest thorns. Naruto smirked under his mask. You of all people should know that. Naruto was merely amused by his opponent's attempts at mind games. Zabuza grunted and jumped back, hidden once again in the mist. Tommy began to suppress his chakra. Naruto realized he was going to have a hard time locating his enemy's position, the mist making it harder for his normal senses to be useful. He had been relying upon the Jounin's strong chakra signature until now. He had to think fast. Both Ino and Hinata were beginning to tire from their short time in combat. They stood with their backs facing each other and only a little distance between them. Unfortunately, Meizu chose this moment to realize that he was under a Jinjutsu, because the two girls seemed to be occupying the same spot. Ino paled as she lost her advantage, and she saw the man give her a smirk as he raised his claw in a threatening manner. She could only watch as he moved towards her. Hinata was distracted by Ino's immediate peril and didn't completely dodge a blow to her head. Her opponent looked satisfied as he expected her to collapse from the impact. Hinata had no intention of meeting his expectations. Ino froze and didn't know what to do as the man was nearly upon her. She did something entirely foolish and closed her eyes, not quite brave enough to face her fate. A moment later, she heard the sound of the breath rushing out of someone. She opened her eyes and saw another pair only an inch from her own. The eyes moved back unsteadily, and Ino could see blood running down the man's chin. He fell aside with a stunned expression, revealing a rather fierce-looking Hyuga girl behind him with her palm still held out from a killing blow. Hinata saw Ino's amazement, and she herself was amazed at her own actions. The Hyuga heiress had never mastered the Hyuga ability to land chakra, delivering blows. In her training, she was never able to will herself to send the small, but potentially deadly, amount of chakra into someone's body to damage their organs or close tenketsu. Even against one of the demon brothers, she hadn't been able to muster the determination to use her clan's most deadly fighting style. Until now, she had seen her friend in mortal danger and had moved faster than she realized she could. Instinctively, she had blasted chakra into the Meizu's heart from behind. The blow had killed him instantly. Gozu watched his brother fall, and for a moment was too stunned to act. The two brothers had always lived together and had known that one day they would die together. His blood burned with fury as he looked at the girl who had done it. The enraged Chunin dashed forward blindly. Ino saw that the man was looking right past her, his thoughts clouded by his anger. She didn't know what else to do but cast her one Jinjutsu. She succeeded as the man neared and managed to get inside his guard, where she used a kunai that she had pulled out. She drove the small weapon into the maddened man's chest and straight into his heart. The man's momentum carried him forward, where he fell to on top of his brother. Dead. Ino and Hinata just stared at each other with pale faces. They had each made their first kills to save the other. There and then the bond of friendship they had strengthened as to become unbreakable. Ino broke the silence first. "We have to help Kurenai-sensei." Hinata turned, and for the first time noticed the structure that appeared to be made out of ice. She gasped. She saw her sensei standing awkwardly and full of sunbon needles. The two girls ran towards the Hall of Mirrors. Kurenai was still hidden by her jinjutsu, as she watched Haku launch herself again from the mirror she was in. The airborne kunoichi threw sunbon everywhere before she entered another mirror and came out again, launching more sunbon. Haku moved too quickly even for a Jounin to follow, but the airborne sunbon could just be seen. While Haku didn't seem subject to air resistance, the needles were, and Kurenai could at least make an attempt to dodge. She continued to do so for some time, each time avoiding most of the needles and picking out as many as she could when Haku was in between jumps. Unfortunately, she was slowing down due to her injuries, and she wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight for long. Kurenai winced as more sunbon hit her. She lost her concentration, and the jinjutsu fell. This girl seemed an even worse opponent for her than Zabuza. Her shinobi skills exceeded those of the Nukanins, but the girl's bloodline technique more than made up for it. The red-eyed kunoichi had some explosive tags, but doubted they would make a dent in the thick, unnatural ice. Naruto dodged yet another swipe of his opponent's blade, but he had not managed to dodge every one of them completely, and he was suffering some injuries. The lacerations were deep enough that they were taking some time to heal. He was annoyed. As long as the Nukanin was using only physical attacks, the Mist Nin could keep his chakra suppressed. The little Zabuza was using for the mist was being masked by that same mist. The blonde heard laughter. Those girls did well to defeat the demon brothers, weak as they were, but your sensei isn't faring as well. His voice contained mock worry. Naruto had already sensed the fluctuation of his sensei's chakra output and put his plan into action when the Mist Nin last attacked. "I best end this now," then Zabuza. To his surprise, the arrogant Mist Nin appeared just in the blonde's vision. "I've been working on this one technique for some time, and I want you to be the first to see it. I'm honored." Zabuza's tone implied otherwise as he dashed towards the blonde. "I won't let you use another sneaky technique." Naruto simply smiled as the other man was nearly upon him. Too late. The other man was about to swing his sword. Bunshin Daibakua. Clone great explosion. From a distance, the Real Naruto watched the mist evaporate due to the explosion. He was glad he'd left the clone on the sidelines of the fight to trade places with. He'd switched with the clone just after Zabuza's last attack, and his eyes had not been on the blonde. Ignoring his wounds, he rushed towards the ice structure, where he knew his teammates were. Kurenai turned as movement caught the corner of her eye, and watched in dismay as Ino and Hinata entered the ice prison without hesitation. Ino and Hinata were surprised by their sensei's facial expression as they appeared to help her. Until Haku made another pass. Suddenly, the bridge resounded with the noise of a large explosion. Haku felt anxious, but she couldn't see outside and just hoped fervently that Zabuza was okay. Shaking of her misgivings, since she was no good to Zabuza distracted, the young kunoichi leapt out from the mirror once more. Naruto didn't even slow down as he entered the ice structure. He immediately saw that Hinata was on the ground. Ino was standing over the Hyuga, completely unaware of her surroundings as she cried freely over her motionless teammate. Kurenai, despite her grief, had the presence of mind to prepare for the next attack. Haku paused when she saw Naruto enter, knowing what that most likely meant. For a moment that seemed to last forever, she did nothing. Naruto looked at Hinata's still form and felt no chakra at all coming from her. Out of the blue, his head began to hurt as anger hit him like a sledgehammer. "Take it." Naruto understood who was speaking to him and what was being offered. "No." He shook with rage, aimed at the masked kunoichi and the demon trying to take advantage of his grief. "Avenge your friend. I can give you the power." Kurenai was the only one to see Naruto's eyes flicker red for a moment, before they turned blue once more. He seemed to be talking to himself. She had a very, very bad feeling. Naruto's eyes began to flicker from blue to red and back, as his body seemed to tense. Naruto felt a powerful chakra trying to force itself upon him, but he resisted. As much as he wanted revenge for the death of someone he had begun to feel close to, he still had two people who needed him. With a painful blast of his own chakra, he purged himself clean of the foul chakra, and the voice spoke no more. With his own chakra still peaking, he began to form seals. Katon, Fao in Satsuko Kuriwa no Jutsu. Fire release. Killing wave of the black dragon technique. Naruto, who had raised his hands to his mouth, breathed out a large ash cloud of black smoke amidst a huge flame. The swirling vortex of cinders spread out and engulfed the fire, trapping the raging flames inside. Finally, the black cloud began to form a more succinct shape, quickly becoming a dragon. The dragon radiated colossal heat from its black ash hide. The hide compressed the intense heat into a smaller area, making the damage it could cause more concentrated and giving it a larger physical impact. The eyes shone with red-hot fire as it shot toward the mirror Haku was still in. The nose of the dragon met the mirror and merely kept on going. There was a hiss as the ice melted and fell upon the dragon. The ice had been so cold that, as it melted, it actually cooled the dragon. Enough so that when Haku fell to the ground in a heap, she was only singed rather than incinerated. The ice mirrors that had not been destroyed turned to water and fell to the ground. Naruto ignored Haku's prone form and moved over to Hinata. There was the very small chance that he could help her with a medical technique. He began to carefully pull out needles from her fair skin, and as he pulled the ones from her neck, there was a sharp intake of breath from the Hyuga girl. Naruto felt giddy with relief as Ino made an incoherent but loud noise. Kurenai was very glad that her student had survived, but she was still focused on where they were. Naruto. Once she had the blonde's attention, she nodded to the direction where Haku had fallen. The two headed outside as Ino and the unsteady Hinata watched on. Naruto stood over the girl, whose mask had now broken and fallen off, and his anger fled. The unmasked girl had spared Hinata for her own reasons, and he looked down with sadness. The girl did not look badly burned, but the impact had broken several bones, and he guessed that she also suffered several punctured organs. "Let me help you." He kneeled down beside the girl, while her blank face looked at the sky. "Zabuza-sama is dead, isn't he?" The girl's voice wavered as she spoke. Naruto was forced to nod. "I don't see how he could have survived. Then let me die. I have nothing to live for." The girl just lay there as if she was already dead. He didn't know what to say to comfort her, and he could only guess at the depth of the pair's relationship. "I have a request, Naruto-san." "Of course." Naruto felt it was the least he could do. "Take me to him. I want to be with him at the end." She managed to keep her voice steady. Naruto ever so gently picked her up into his arms. He glanced at his sensei, who nodded and walked towards where he had fought the demon of the mist. He hoped it wasn't too gruesome, but there was little he could do regarding that. Naruto was surprised that Zabuza was in fact still alive, though only just with his sword beside him. It was obvious by looking at his blackened limbs, white face, and the strip of white down his chest that he had used the large blade to block some of the explosion's force. Haku saw that Zabuza was alive, and for a moment hope flared within her, but the part of her that knew a lot about human physiology extinguished it. The Mist Nin's breathing was haggard as he glanced up at the boy who had defeated him and then at Haku. He said nothing as Naruto placed Haku beside him, but when the blonde stood up, he spoke. "How is she?" Naruto was surprised by his concern, but shook his head sadly. "I could save her." He didn't need to say that the Nuke Nin's own injuries were too severe. He could tell that the Mist Nin's neck was not quite straight, which explained why he didn't turn his head. The fall had broken his neck, and it was likely as soon as he was moved he would be killed. Zabuza continued to stare up at the sky. Haku was able to turn her head. "Yes, Zabuza-sama." As soon as the clone exploded, I thought I was dead, and when I landed, I knew I was dead. I realized something that surprised me. "I'm going to miss you, Haku." "Why miss a living weapon, though?" "Perhaps you are more to me than I realized. I wish now that I hadn't led you down this path. I don't want you to be like me." Zabuza didn't look sad, but Haku knew he was. The knowledge of his own imminent death was changing him. "Don't die, Haku. I don't wish for you to die. I ruined your life. You saved me, Zabuza-sama." Haku ignored the pain in her chest as she shouted. Zabuza would have shaken his head if he could. I saved you, but I still ruined your life. It would have been better if I'd have left you with someone who wasn't a cold-blooded killer. Look at yourself, Haku. Look what I turned you into. I want you to live and rid me of this one sin. Zabuza-sama, Haku found, for the first time since she could remember, tears running down her face. I don't need a weapon where I'm going. I'm going to die, Haku. I can accept that, if I know you are still living on. Zabuza was finding it harder to breath. Naruto didn't hesitate to stand next to Zabuza where he could be seen. Zabuza, you are one of the strongest opponents I have faced. You're also a good man. I'm glad that it was you who finished me rather than some lowlife. I want you to take my sword and... His eyes showed intense emotion. Would you heal Haku and take her with you? Zabuza wasn't begging, but his voice sounded urgent as his breathing became more ragged. Naruto was surprised, but he still nodded. Oh, of course. Haku looked up at Naruto. You want me to go with him? Surprisingly, she wasn't really angry at the masked blonde for killing Zabuza. It had been a fight to the death that the Miss Nin had insisted on, but she was surprised Zabuza would want her to go with him. He's a man of honor, Haku, and there are few of those left these days. He's also strong. He defeated me at his age, and he'll only get stronger. He can protect you. He can show you the life I should have. Zabuza's voice was getting quieter. Naruto understood and began to heal Haku, his healing chakra blazing forth from his hands. He could sense Haku's vitals getting stronger. Zabuza started to gasp as Haku watched. Haku, if I'd had a daughter, I would have wanted her to be just like you. Zabuza let out one final gasp as he closed his eyes for the final time. There fell a reverent silence, only broken by the crash of waves far below them. Haku continued to look at Zabuza while she was healed. She felt empty, but in a way she felt content. Zabuza's well-being had always been her main concern, and he had never really been happy in his psychotic behavior. But at least at the very end, he had found some peace. Naruto continued to work while his teammates and sensei were respectfully silent. Someone else, however, wasn't as respectful of the passing of the Nuke Nin. So he was weak after all. I guess you saved us the effort of killing him. The group turned towards a crowd across the bridge. Haku was well enough to at least sit up, and she looked at Gato, who looked sickeningly smug. Now all we have to do is take care of you. Naruto was feeling emotional at that moment, and it was soon swung back towards anger. He thought he had hated this man as much as he could, but now he found himself hating him even more. Naruto concentrated chakra to his right hand. No one saw him move. Suddenly, he was past all the thugs and in front of the crime boss. He swung his hand at the man. Gatu's smile faded as blood began to seep from his neck before he dropped, his head rolling from his lifeless body. Naruto took one look at the thugs around him and their expressions. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, there were 50 Narutos. The men looked understandably uncertain. When an arrow landed in front of them, everyone looked up to see Inari with a Naruto clone. The boy was armed, and so were the dozens of people behind him. The young boy spoke up. Get out of here. The men thought about their chances and fled. Naruto looked up at Inari, proud of the boy and his choice of actions. Naruto looked at his team and Haku, as if to assure himself they were all right. His clones all dispersed, including the one by Inari. The blond boy proceeded to close his eyes and collapse. As hundreds of jubilant citizens of the wave stood one side of the entrance to the village, 5 shinobi stood on the other. 3 of the citizens stood in front of them. A certain blond boy was more than a little surprised when Tsunami leant forward and kissed his forehead. Thank you so much for everything, Naruto-kun. She had already thanked the group as a whole, but had wanted to thank the blonde, especially for the way he had changed her son. Naruto's hand went to the back of his head. You're welcome, Tsunami. He got his hair ruffled for what she thought was a cute, nervous habit. Inari stepped forward as he obviously tried to hold back tears. Naruto just smiled down at the boy. Now, it was his turn to ruffle some hair. It's okay to cry, Inari, when you're happy. Naruto put his hand on the boy's shoulder reassuringly. This was all the boy needed, and tears flooded down his face. You will come and visit again, soon, won't you? The brown-haired hat-wearing boy looked to his new hero and idol, hoping for confirmation. Naruto nodded. I'll come back and see how you're all doing sometime. Tazuna came forward and patted Naruto firmly on the back. You did well, kid. Our country owes you a lot. Naruto was once again embarrassed at being thanked so unabashedly. Ino, Hinata, and Kurenai looked amused at his discomfort. Haku's face looked blank, though there was still pain in her eyes. Thanks, old man. Tazuna slapped Naruto on the back once again as he gave out a loud, sharp laugh. I hope your journey back is less eventful than the one here. He stepped back after he'd spoken. It was time for Team 8+1 to leave. Naruto checked he had his seal scrolls on him. His backpack was empty of food, but he had even more in a seal scroll Kuri had made for him. His sword scroll held the large Kubikiri Hocho, head cleaving sword, from Zabuza, while his usual sword was on his back, as usual. He could wield the large sword, but it was too large for him to carry about all the time. He would do something about that when he got back to Konoha. Team 8 finally departed the wave 1 week after the battle on the bridge, which was now completed and stood proudly stretching into the distance. After a couple of days, Kurenai noticed her companion's morale was down. So was her own. The somber group were traveling rather slowly, almost by unspoken agreement between them. Team 8 had formed strong bonds over the period of their mission, and they knew that when they returned they would miss the camaraderie between them. Naruto seemed to be in the highest spirits, but he kept himself in check out of respect for everyone else's state of mind. Ino was not looking forward to returning home at all, to making what had happened to Naruto as a child reality, to find out that her father really was not who she had thought he was. Hinata didn't want to be split from her team, having been denied strong family bonds all her life. She felt her team was more her family than her own clan, which ran more like a business. Kurenai was a very maternal figure to her. Hinata looked up to her as a woman and as a kunoichi. Ino had become like a sister to the shy Hyuga, and she was closest with the platinum blonde girl of their group. After his battle with Zabuza, Hinata had developed a crush on Naruto for his heroic actions, the way he acted towards herself, and Ino made her wonder if that was what it was like to have a brother. Kurenai didn't have an aversion to returning to Konoha. She was sullen because she felt like she had failed her team as a sensei. Naruto had needed to save her 3 times on their mission, and she had felt useless and weak. Haku was simply in no rush to go to Team 8's home village, because her future was so uncertain. Despite her worries, she already knew that she could rely on Naruto. In the last week, he'd tried to be there for her as much as he could, and even though he had little comfort to offer her, his willingness had been important. Naruto was looking forward to seeing his friends and family, but he was enjoying his time with his team, even if the atmosphere wasn't an overly happy one. On their 3rd day of traveling along the dirt road, Kurenai saw a sign that she decided was perhaps a small omen. She stopped the group, who were walking rather than running as ninja might. Let's take a break. There's a bathhouse down this way. She pointed to a small path, which lead off the main road. My treat. No one objected to the idea, and the small group changed the direction in which they were headed. Naruto thought it would be a good chance for the women to relax, though he himself would have to go in a separate area to the women. The group followed the small path for nearly a mile before they found a surprisingly large complex. There was a hotel, the bathing house itself, and several shops. It was like a miniature village. It surprised them that the spa drew enough business in the middle of nowhere. The group didn't know the place had a reputation for its natural hot springs. Appropriately, it was a popular place for people to get away from the world and their problems. The entrance was clearly marked by a sign. The wide single-story building had a large glass door through which the group entered. As soon as they crossed the threshold, they could feel the friendly atmosphere. The reception desk was to the left, and the woman behind it smiled widely. A mere 10 minutes later, Naruto sat in the warm water, with only a few other people spread out in the large pool. A fence separated this side of the main spring from his companion's side. Naruto lay back on a carefully placed boulder and, for amusement, moved water about him with his wind chakra. He wasn't able to control it, but merely pushed at it haphazardly. The fox boy sunk down and closed his eyes, careful not to get his mask wet. He had to acknowledge it was relaxing. His mind was starting to get to a state which one might call sleep when a noise woke him up. Peculiarly, it had sounded like a little girl giggling. After a moment, the sound came again, and Naruto sat up, looking about the pool. At first, he thought it was coming from the women's half of the spring, but it didn't sound quite like the right direction. Unless the girl was standing by the fence on the far side of the pool. Naruto grabbed his towel and headed out of the warm water, but he nearly stopped as his skin hit the much cooler air. It was tempting to stay where he was, but when the giggle came again, he stepped out the pool and wrapped his towel around him. He headed around the large body of hot, steaming water and to the fence. He heard the noise again. It was definitely coming from the other side of the fence, and he silently scaled the wooden perimeter. Naruto was surprised at what he saw over the fence. A middle-aged man dressed in an odd-looking outfit. The man was powerfully built, wearing a green ninja-style outfit with a large red jacket, and his long spiky white hair fell down his back. He wore a headband, but the blond boy couldn't see it fully as the front of it was currently pressed hard against the wooden fence. The thing that was most distinctive about the man was that, despite his apparent size and age, when he laughed, he sounded like a little girl. "Excuse me." Naruto decided to keep calm, despite his annoyance at the pervert. "Go away. I'm Anbu." The man didn't even look at him, but took his eyes from a hole in the fence to scribble on a notepad. Naruto gave a small frown before suddenly giving a small smile under his mask. He just had an idea for a brand new technique. "Sorry to bother you." Naruto only received a grunt in response. Naruto disappeared from sight. He hadn't headed back to the pool, but the perverted man didn't seem to have noticed. Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, looked through his peephole and was looking at one of the women who had just arrived. With wavy hair and red eyes, she was a rare beauty. The toad hermit began to drool, torn between watching the woman and scribbling notes on her perfect form. "Excuse me." A seductive and sultry voice came from behind the white-haired ninja. Even before he turned, he shivered, and he wasn't disappointed. Standing only in a towel was a drop-dead, gorgeous blonde girl. She was almost absurdly proportioned, but in a way that pleased his lecherous eyes. Her eyes were deep blue, and she had cute lines on her cheeks. The veteran warrior seemed to lose his voice. The girl pouted and put her finger to her mouth in feigned innocence. "Why are you looking in there, when you could be looking out here?" The girl moved closer. The perverted man moved closer to the girl, with a leer on his face, but he didn't notice the girl in front of him whisper something to herself. "Well," his smooth talk was interrupted when the girl proceeded to explode and knock him backwards, sending him through the fence and into the women's pool. Before a single second had passed, there were angry shouts and shrieks. Soon one loud and girlish voice screamed louder than the rest as one man got the beating of his life. Naruto sat up the tree, having watched the whole thing. He wasn't being a pervert, as the women had immediately grabbed towels. It was handy that he could intentionally mess up his exploding clone technique so that the force wasn't as destructive. Casting a hinge on the clone had come in an inspired moment. Oiro Bunshin Daibakuha no Jutsu success. Sixi clone exploding technique. Before long, the carcass of a man lay at the bottom of the tree in which the blonde boy was currently sitting in. The blonde climbed down and kicked the lump, which groaned pathetically in response. "You learned your lesson?" Naruto was surprised when the lump jumped up and turned into the perverted man, who looked like nothing had happened. He expected the man to be angry, but was surprised as the man's eyes lit up. "That was an amazing technique. Care to show it to me again?" The old man was leering at the thought, and it was freaking Naruto out more than a bit. If anyone else had happened to be watching, they would have thought the old man was drooling at a young boy. "No." Naruto gave the boy a meaningful look. "And stop looking at me like that, unless you want people to think you like little boys." The old man's expression became serious. He got in enough trouble for being a pervert, and he decided to merely pretend it hadn't happened. "Don't you know who you're talking to, Gaki?" The old man gestured dramatically. Naruto had the feeling he was just about to find out whether he liked it or not. "No, and I don't really want a can dash." The man started doing a weird dance. Naruto had never meditated with his eyes open before, but he found himself hiding inside his own mind until a voice called out. Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sannin. It was too loud for Naruto to ignore, and he recognized the name. Naruto just stared at the man, who was still in his final pose. It looked uncomfortable. You're Jiraiya, the legendary ninja who trained Tauzen Sensei, the Yondaime. His voice showed his uncertainty in believing the man. Jiraiya stood up straight, his face showing surprised. Erasure trained your father? Who's your father, Gaki? He knew the answer already. Hatake Kakashi. I'm Hatake Naruto. Nice to meet you, sort of. Naruto deadpanned. Jiraiya nodded to himself, as if confirming something. He was my student. His eyes became wide and moist. But more than that, he used to be my biggest fan. He used to write me so much fan mail. He read my books with all the passion I wrote them with. He looked annoyed. Then he wrote a letter one day, apologizing that he would never be able to read one of my books again, or he'd be killed. He was such a big fan that I actually believed him. Odd though, Naruto gave the author of the infamous orange books a filthy look. He was right, it did. Jiraiya's expression was curious once more. You had something to do with it. Naruto crossed his arms, forgetting he was still in his towel, and looked a bit foolish. When he started dating Akiko-chan, my mother, I told him he wasn't allowed to read them anymore after I incinerated his collection. Jiraiya didn't appear particularly annoyed. As many people hated his books as loved them. He was thinking about what the boy had said, though he was not sure why he cared. He just had this feeling when he looked at the boy as if he reminded him of someone. So you weren't born Hatake. I thought Kakashi was a bit young to be a father. Naruto had no idea why the man thought it was his business. If you must know, I was adopted. I was born Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya's face became blank. He knew the name of the container of the Nine Tails and the son of his most prized student. Kakashi didn't know he'd adopted his sensei's son. Naruto could guess some of the thoughts the man was having. You know what I am then? Naruto subtly took a defensive stance. Jiraiya looked confused for a moment, before he chuckled. You think when a battle against me? Not that he had any intention of attacking, however. Naruto shrugged. I'd lose, but I wouldn't make it easy for you. He remained in his stance. Jiraiya laughed loudly. You've got guts, Gaki. Naruto began to relax. He was fairly good at reading people, and his heightened senses detected no ill intentions from a man. So they tell me Ero Sennin. The older man's face turned red. What did you call me? Naruto held his gaze. You are a pervert and a self-proclaimed hermit. Jiraiya looked triumphant. I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert. He went so far as to punch the air. Naruto's sweat dropped. You might want to keep it down. The women will hear you. My sensei. He gestured at the man in front of him, who quickly got the point. Jiraiya got a perverted grin. Which one is your sensei, then? Naruto could not believe the man's gall. I'm not going to tell you. He really wanted to get away from this guy. Jiraiya looked like he thought he was being cunning. You know the Daibakuha no Jutsu, which is a Jounin-level technique. I could show you some equally powerful techniques. The Sannin was interested in what this boy could do, not to mention that he felt he should help out the son of his favorite student. The question about the boy's sensei was a ruse, mostly. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but he wouldn't exactly be giving his secret away. She's quite tall, with wavy raven-colored hair, red eyes, and fair skin. Jiraiya began to drool as he thought about the woman who'd caught his attention the most, at least until an angry cough brought him back to reality. Mean kick that one. I take it you're on your way back from a mission? It wasn't as if ninja made a habit of stopping at bathhouses on their way out on missions. Naruto again hesitated. Yes, Jiraiya smiled with questionable motives. I'm on my way to Konoha too. He didn't say that it was normally a 2-month journey because he stopped at every bathhouse along the way for research. Naruto had a feeling where the man was going. And if I tell your sensei that I'll show you some techniques, she'll have to let me travel with you. Jiraiya was practically rubbing his hands. Naruto snorted. Kurenai-sensei doesn't like perverts, Ero Sennin. The Sannin ignored the jibe. You let me worry about that, Gaki. Go get changed, and we'll wait for your sensei. I feel generous enough to show you a powerful jutsu while we wait, as a show of faith. Naruto wasn't going to complain if the man was going to train him just so he could travel with Kurenai. His sensei could look after herself, and Jiraiya didn't stand a chance with her anyway. He walked back to the main building to get dressed as quickly as he could manage. He may not have liked perverts, but he knew Jiraiya's reputation wasn't for nothing. A short time later, Naruto was standing in front of the perverted Sannin, but this time a little distance from the springs. So what were you going to show me, Ero Senin? Do you know what a summon is? The white-haired shinobi ignored the boy's insult. Naruto nodded. I have a contract for dogs from my father. Jiraiya gave a satisfied smile. Oh, that makes this a lot easier, but dogs don't come that big, and they don't have a boss. What would you say if I told you I would let you sign the Toad contract? Naruto couldn't believe he was being offered such a contract on a whim. Will I be able to use both toads and dogs? He hadn't summoned dogs often, since they were largely for tracking, but the ability to summon them had been a gift from his father. Jiraiya nodded. Yes. Not many people are lucky enough to sign 2 contracts, but there is no rule against it. When you have more than one contract, you simply ask for the summoned creature you desire. You can do the same with one contract, but it's not needed. The Sannin began forming seals and bit his thumb before he slammed his hand onto the ground. Gamakushiozi Nujutsu. Todsumonin technique. Naruto watched as an orange toad, which was taller than himself, appeared in front of the white-haired Sannin. As he watched, it opened its mouth and unrolled its large tongue, revealing a scroll for the Sannin to take. The hermit took the scroll and opened it, waving the blonde boy over. Sign your name in blood below the last signature. The Sannin put the scroll on the toad's back as he opened it. Naruto noticed the last name was that of the 4th Hokage. He didn't bite his thumb, as he had a sharp stud on his belt for that purpose. He had to write his name quickly before his thumb healed. Once it was done, the blood dried instantly, and the Sannin took the scroll back, rolled it up, and gave it to the toad. The creature disappeared in another puff of smoke. The Sannin was not much for ceremony, apparently. A few moments passed. Give it a try, then. The Sannin became annoyed when the blonde hadn't done anything for a while. Naruto formed the seals, which he knew from having summoned in the past, and pierced his thumb. He concentrated his chakra, using the same amount as when he had summoned Pakin a few times before. Gamakushiozi Nujutsu. Toad summoning technique. A small toad appeared and looked up at the boy curiously. In a move that reminded him of his father, the toad lifted a web foot up. Joe, I'm Gamakichi. Nice to meet you. You got a sweet. Naruto shook his head. I'm Naruto, and sorry I didn't realize you'd want one. Gamakichi gave a toad shrug. No problem, but if you want to summon me in future, have a sweet handy. Jiraiya was impressed by the ease of the summoning, though he supposed it was because the fox boy could already summon. More impressively still, it didn't seem to take anything out of the blonde at all. Try it again, but with more chakra. How much more? Naruto was already thinking of the man like a sensei, even if a perverted one. Jiraiya wanted him to try and get a horse-sized toad. As much as you can. He intended to get the boy try and use the Kyuubi's chakra to summon Gamabunta at a later date. Naruto decided not to question the wisdom of this, as he formed seals and pierced his already healed thumb. He prepared a large amount of chakra, enough so that he'd definitely feel the effect afterwards. Gamakuchios no Jutsu. Toad summoning technique. Naruto released the chakra. Jiraiya's eyes widened at the amount of chakra released. He knew what this meant. Oh, Gami. Naruto was surrounded by smoke, and when it cleared, he looked down a long, long way. Jiraiya, what have you summoned me for? The voice that came out was loud, deep, and didn't sound overly helpful. Naruto looked at the toad that was as high as the Hokage Tower. There was a massive pipe sticking out its mouth and a large katana strapped to its back. He had heard of a toad such as this, a legend throughout the shinobi world. The new toad summoner jumped onto its nose and gave a small bow. I'm afraid I summoned you by accident, Gamabunta. I mistakenly used too much chakra. Naruto had used about 1/5 of his total chakra, and that was only because his reserves had increased after his last battle. Not too long ago, it would have been about 1/4. Gamabunta crossed his large eyes to focus on the boy, who was dressed like he was a serious ninja. Okay, Gaki, I believe you. My son was just telling me about you. Naruto, right? I like your respectful attitude. The massive mouth curved into a smile, though the blonde didn't see it. I'll allow you to summon me on 2 conditions. Naruto didn't hesitate in answering. Name it. When you're old enough, you'll have your first drink with me, and don't show the same respect to Jiraiya. The toad chuckled as Jiraiya began to flap about far below. And if Jiraiya gets up to his perverted ways, just summon me again. I like excuses to beat him. No problem, Gamabunta-sama, and thank you. Naruto thought he might be overdoing the respect factor, but better safe than sorry. Gamabunta was still laughing when he disappeared again in a puff of smoke. Naruto landed on the ground in a slight squat, having fallen quite some distance. Jiraiya frowned at the blond boy, but anything he was going to say was interrupted when four Kunoichi appeared. For Kunoichi, still in their towels. Though Naruto was a little distance from the baths, the Toad Boss would have easily been visible above the tree line. Jiraiya's face became lecherous as he looked on the group of Kunoichi. Kurenai looked from the pervert to Naruto. Her face showed confusion and irritation at the man she had helped beat earlier. What's going on here? Naruto didn't answer, already beginning to form seals before piercing his thumb. Gamakushi Nujutsu. Toad summoning technique. The Toad Boss appeared again, with Naruto on top. The girl's jaws dropped at the sight of an annoyed-looking Gamabunta. Naruto spoke to where he thought the Toad Boss's left ear was. The softly spoken words were not loud enough for everyone else to hear. Jiraiya had a bad feeling as the Toad Boss turned to him. Jiraiya, you pervert. What have I told you about your ways? The toad began to open its mouth, and the women instinctively backed away from the white-haired man. Jiraiya wasn't going to be given the chance to defend himself. Naruto chuckled as a large tongue shot from the toad's mouth towards the very pale-looking toad Sannin. Soon girlish screaming could be heard around for miles. Kurenai gave the man she was bandaging a dirty look. I can't believe a man of your reputation is a pervert, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya wasn't ashamed at all. Super pervert. The clip he received around the ear was all the more painful from his recent fight with a giant toad, though it had been less a fight than a severe one-sided beating. He couldn't believe the blonde and the Toad Boss had taken such a short time to become pals and gang up on him. Ungrateful Gaki. Let him sign the Toad Scroll, and this is the thanks I get. Jiraiya continued to mutter to himself. The Kunoichi were now dressed as they sat around a campfire. Ino and Kurenai frequently gave the pervert the look, while Haku just avoided him and Hinata looked worried. Naruto just lay back in the evening light. It's bad enough you're a pervert, but you will show my team and Haku more respect. His voice was calm, but his point was clear. Jiraiya sighed. He was just trying to be true to himself, but perverts couldn't catch a break. All right, Gaki. I'm too tired to argue. Kurenai stoked the fire with a stick and turned to the injured white-haired hermit. What are you doing out here anyway, Jiraiya-san? She decided to drop the honorific. They were only just back in the fire country and were several days' travel from Konoha at their current pace anyway. Jiraiya didn't know if it was safe to answer. Just traveling around and doing a little research. He had no intention of explaining further. Lucky for him, no one wanted to ask. I'm heading back to the Leaf via several other places. It was going to take me a couple of months, but the Gaki here has caught my attention. Kurenai glanced at Naruto. Really? It wasn't a question. If you'll allow it, I'll travel with your group. It's been a while since I taught, and they say a change is as good as a rest. Jiraiya winced due to his bruised ribs. He felt like he needed a rest more than a change, but he really was interested in teaching the blonde kid. Not to mention the boy's heritage. Kurenai sat down beside Ino and Hinata. If that's what you want, I certainly can't stop you. It wasn't the warm welcome he'd hoped for, but it would do for the toad Sannin. Jiraiya fell dozed off a few times in the evening, still recovering from his ordeal. In the brief periods he awoke, he noticed a silence in the group, but said nothing. Several days passed, and now the group was walking down the road. There was silence once more, but it was a little more comfortable now. The group was getting used to it. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, who seemed to have healed. When were you planning on teaching me something else? So far the Sannin had just taken up space in his tent and eaten their food. Jiraiya snorted. I'll let you sign a prestigious contract, you ungrateful Gaki, but fine. Jiraiya held his hand out. You have enough chakra control for the Bunshin Daibakua, and enough chakra to summon Gamabunta twice and keep over half your chakra. He wouldn't openly admit how impressed he was by these facts. He held his right hand out, palm up. I think this technique might suit you. He didn't mention that by rights he should inherit the technique anyway. Naruto watched as a blue glow began to emit from the Sannin's hand. Threads of chakra began to spin rapidly in the hermit's palm and soon a bright, glowing blue sphere appeared. The kunoichi ahead turned and watched it in curiosity. Kurenai had heard of it, but Ino and Hinata had no way of knowing what it was. Jiraiya smirked as everyone watched. It was his chance to impress the ladies with his skill. The Sannin walked over to a tree. Raising Gan, the large man slammed his palm into the tree and the sphere ground into it. The powerful attack shredded a massive hole into the tree, tearing away most of the trunk. Jiraiya turned to the group, putting on a macho air. "So, what do you think, ladies? Impressive, isn't it?" He was annoyed that no one was looking at him, instead looking behind him. When the Sannin heard a creaking noise, it was already too late. Naruto watched the medium-sized tree fall over and hit Jiraiya on the head, knocking him out. He gave a weary sigh and pulled the large man onto his back. The hermit was much bigger than Naruto, and his sandals dragged along the ground. Half an hour later, the Sannin, who was becoming less of a legend by the hour, woke up. He jumped off the blonde like nothing had happened. "So you want to try?" The women just ignored him this time. Naruto nodded and formed a seal. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several hundred puffs of smoke appeared. The group stopped as everyone wondered what was going on. "Show me one more time, Arrow Sennin. Would it please kill you?" Jiraiya, however, raised his hand. He didn't know that all the Narutos were enhancing their vision and watching very, very closely. Several hundred pairs of eyes took it all in from every conceivable angle. "Thanks." Naruto began to walk off, and soon Jiraiya followed. "You're not going to practice?" The hermit was surprised. The blonde had seemed so keen. Naruto shook his head. "I'm not, but they are. We need to keep moving, or they would never get home." Jiraiya turned and saw the clones were still there. "You're smarter than you look." Naruto didn't know whether this was a compliment or not. He left the clones to work as the group headed on. When they stopped for the night, Naruto released his clones. He was sitting down and dismissed a few dozen at a time. Even though he was mentally tired by his efforts, he wasn't exhausted. He frowned, as the clones had made surprisingly little progress. His expression didn't go unnoticed. "Not much luck, I take it?" Jiraiya seemed innocently curious. Naruto hated to admit it. "Not really." Jiraiya chuckled. "Don't worry, Gaki. There are steps to learning it." He fetched his backpack and took out a small scroll. Unrolling it, he bit his thumb, and after he wiped his thumb over a small seal, several travel bags came forth. Naruto was impressed that the seal was capable of storing a multitude of items at once. That took a seal master's skill. The Sannin searched within one of the bags for a few minutes, and eventually his arm reappeared holding some unexpected items. Naruto looked at the balloons and rubber balls, but the items didn't mean much to him. "Don't tell me I'm going to use them to train." Jiraiya grinned mischievously. "Yep, we'll need to fill these balloons with water. I'll show you the steps so you could try again, but we'll do that tomorrow." Naruto really wished the man had told him earlier, but had to admit that it was his own fault for being too sure of himself. There was a lesson for him here. "Tomorrow it is then, Arrow Sennin." The blonde found his thoughts shift. "Arrow Sennin, I take it you're a seal master. I was wondering if you could help me with something." Jiraiya looked into the night sky as he listened to the rustle of the wind in the trees, a soothing sound. Everyone else was in bed, but he never slept much. For hours, sleep seemed to suffice most nights, even as he got older. It was times like this when the past came back to him. Sometimes haunting recollections, but sometimes pleasant memories filled his thoughts. He remembered when his team were young and Tsunade was temperamental. Yes, violent, certainly, but carefree. Orochimaru had merely been a little creepy. Jiraiya himself had been the same idiot he'd always been. He really missed those days. He'd seen both his teammates destroyed in different ways. As he wandered around the Fire Country and beyond, he sometimes felt like the Sannin were more ghosts than ninja. Legends in the real sense, that they were no longer of this world. Then there was his student Erasure. It said a lot about his deep thoughts that he didn't sense someone approaching. Jiraiya-san, Kurenai had only come to get a drink of soothing tea, since she was having trouble sleeping. She hadn't realized the white-haired hermit was still up. Jiraiya turned his head towards the red-eyed Jounin, and for a moment she glimpsed a depth to his soul that had previously been hidden by his perverted nature. He seemed more like a Sannin with that look, with wisdom in his eyes and even in the deepened lines around his mouth. Trouble sleeping, Kurenai-san? His voice was surprisingly relaxed, coming out deep and rich. She was reminded of her father from when she was a child. The effect was spooky and comforting at the same time. Kurenai moved towards the still, glowing fire, intent on stoking the flames. It's nothing. She picked up the kettle, not facing the man who had just spoken. Jiraiya smiled to himself, since the kunoichi wasn't facing him. I may be an infamous pervert, Kurenai-san, but I'm no fool. Why don't you tell old man Jiraiya what's wrong? Despite his playful tone, he seemed genuine. With my lifestyle, I'm hardly in a position to judge. That was the closest he got to being embarrassed about his research. Kurenai really felt the need to talk to someone about her troubles. She had intended to speak to the Hokage, but he wasn't here now, and Jiraiya was. Putting the steel kettle on the fire, she moved away and sat next to the Sannin. Much to her surprise, the infamous shinobi made no attempt to leer or do anything else inappropriate. She began to tell the white-haired man what had happened on their mission. It came out in a flood until she eventually began to slow down at the last part. When I fought Haku, I was able to keep up with her until she used her bloodline and trapped me in a prison of ice mirrors. I was already hidden by Jinjutsu, but I couldn't get out. The chakra that held the structure let people in, but not out. Haku was able to exist in the ice mirrors and move between them with amazing speed, using Sunbon needles to attack. I tried to cast Jinjutsu, but she wasn't out of the mirrors long enough, and they wouldn't penetrate the chakra-laden ice. Only my passive Jinjutsu worked at all. As soon as I was in there, I had lost. Ino and Hinata came in after their own fight, but Haku outmatched us all. We thought at one point Hinata had been killed. She sighed deeply. Then Naruto defeated Zabuza with his exploding clone and came in after us. When he saw Hinata, Kyuubi tried something. I don't know what it was, but Naruto's eyes were flickering between red and blue for several seconds. He released a huge wave of chakra that stopped it. Then he used a fire technique I have never seen, a fire dragon covered in dense black soot, and it shattered the prison apart like it was a toy. Haku was defeated. Zabuza was dying when we found him, and his last wish was for her to go with Naruto. The Jounin fell silent. She had been almost babbling some of the time. Jiraiya watched the female Jounin, and for now put aside any thoughts he had about Kyuubi. He could see why the Jounin kunoichi was having a hard time admitting what was bothering her. It would have been even harder to talk to anyone junior to her. You've lost confidence in yourself. Though it wasn't a question, Kurenai nodded anyway. The white-haired man took a deep breath. You have two options, Kurenai-san. The man was intending to pull no punches. Learn from your mistakes or don't. Kurenai gave Jiraiya a surprised look. Excuse me, I don't know if you wanted me to comfort you or offer you reassurance, but I'm not going to do either. It wouldn't help. You found a weakness in yourself that could have proved fatal to not just yourself, but your students as well. Jiraiya noticed that Kurenai seemed to take that hard. No one is perfect, Kurenai-san. People have their weaknesses. The important question is, what do you intend to do about it? Kurenai's face remained blank. You know you're never too old to learn, and you're decades my junior. If Naruto impressed you so much in your battles, why don't you ask him to teach you some of his techniques? Kurenai didn't look happy at that idea. I'm his sensei. It's not appropriate for him to be teaching me. She felt a little insulted by the suggestion. Jiraiya shook his head. You mean you're too embarrassed, but you shouldn't be. There is no shame in it. When I was a genin, I taught the old man a few of the techniques I learned and created. He got the name the professor because he didn't let his pride get in the way of his continuing education. The Yondaime taught me several techniques, the Rasengan being only one of them. I know that Kakashi taught Erasure a few things he picked up with his Sharingan. I guess that Naruto has shared techniques with Kakashi as well. You see, the difference between a good ninja and a great ninja is knowing that you're never as good as you have the potential to be. So keep learning and keep striving. I think Naruto understands that, and maybe it's time you do too. Kurenai gave a small frown. I understand, but in those circumstances the sensei taught their student more than their students taught them. I haven't taught Naruto anything. Jiraiya gave a knowing smile. But you can teach him something. From what you tell me of the battles on your mission, and from what little I have seen of Naruto's character, I bet he has next to no skill in Jinjutsu. Furthermore, if I had to bet on who would win a fight between you both, my money would be on you. Naruto would have no defense against your Jinjutsu techniques. Kurenai realized that Jiraiya was most likely correct, and if that was the case, then she and Naruto could teach each other. That wouldn't be such a blow to her Jounin pride. I'll talk to Naruto when we get back. She still felt a little worried, but she thanked the older shinobi and went back to bed feeling better than she had. Jiraiya got up to help himself to the forgotten kettle of hot water and made himself a cup of tea. He was looking forward to training tomorrow with his new blonde student. He hated being so serious sometimes. It made him feel old. That's it for today. I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.